Now Han Fei was more and more convinced that a man's aptitude didn't depend on his background. Of course, a good background could be an advantage, but it was not the deciding factor. Yu Shire was not from the Thousand-Star City, but a village, the same as Qingchen. Yu Shire was bolder and more reckless. Han Fei could tell it from how he fought. If you wanted to win, you had to be bold sometimes. Han Fei felt that, different from the people in the Thousand-Star City, Yu Shire was not that sophisticated and calculating. At this moment, from the ground, only two small spots could be seen high in the sky. For these ordinary people and children on the ground, they were wishing that one day they could also stand in the sky and shake the heavens and earth. After all, they had heard too many stories about the outside world. For example, what creatures were there in the sea? What was a real floating island like? How colorful was life outside? However, due to the fish hot pot, Han Fei had got the true blessing of these ordinary people. They preferred Han Fei to win. As for the approximately 300 strong masters, some were sitting on the roofs of their houses, some were standing in the quiet farm fields, and some were beside the ordinary people. They knew how horrible the battle between the strong could be. Before entering here, these people all believed that they would easily annihilate their opponents and get the sea-quelling painting. At that time, the ground on the floating island was almost broken. The current floating island was the one rebuilt and restored. But in the end, they found that there was simply no chance. In the sky, Han Fei smiled and said, "Shire, we didn't fight at the Empyrean waterfall. Now let's have a good fight here." Yu Shire smiled and nodded. Okay. Then his armor box slowly opened. In the ancient battlefield, he had seen Han Fei's strength. His speed was faster than his and his explosive power seemed to be stronger, not to mention his physique. So, he could only beat him with endurance. Little did Yu Shire know that Han Fei was thinking the same. Han Fei thought that he couldn't use the sacrificing punch, at least not at the beginning. Because once he used it, it might kill Yu Shire. There was another situation even scarier. If he used it but didn't kill Yu Shire, then he would be in danger. After all, Yu Shire was an armorist. The sacrificing punch might not be able to break through his shields. The other reason that he didn't want to use the sacrificing punch was that he didn't know much about Yu Shire's spiritual beast, the immortal golden serpent. What if it was really immortal? And he wouldn't use the void lines either, which was his respect for Yu Shire. But he would still use the void lines if he had to, because he must get the sea quelling painting. Underscore swish, underscore buzz, underscore. Han Fei flashed, and a knife shot out of Yu Shire's armor box. Han Fei certainly wouldn't look down upon this knife. After all, this was a semi-divine weapon, and Yu Shire had the habit of exploding semi-divine weapons. Devil change. Underscore bam, underscore. As Han Fei punched out, the golden light was shining in the sky. Underscore boom, underscore. Han Fei was speechless. Underscore not again. Do you have an endless number of semi-divine weapons, underscore? Han Fei was shaken back. However, the explosion of a semi-divine weapon couldn't hurt him now, but would at most give him a little scratch. Could that be considered an injury? Underscore boom, 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 underscore. He kept punching, because he saw that there were hundreds of semi-divine weapons in Yu Shire's armor box, each of which shone with a faint red light. Han Fei had already felt the recklessness of Yu Shire in battle, or to be exact, his bravery and fearlessness. Han Fei grinned. Shire, you can't defeat me just by detonating semi-divine weapons. Are you sure you want to waste your weapons like this? Han Fei guessed Yu Shire had found a place in the ancient battlefield where there were a large number of semi-divine weapons. Compared to the sea-quelling painting, semi-divine weapons were not worth mentioning. It didn't matter even if they were all used up. Yu Shire must have been thinking the same. Underscore swish. Swish. Swish, underscore. Han Fei flashed crazily in the air, his figure looming. He wanted to solve this guy in close combat. His fist marks were like a dragon, dancing frantically. At this speed, the torrent of weapons of Yu Shire couldn't even touch him at all. Almost within a few seconds, Han Fei had already approached Yu Shire. Underscore hum, underscore. Yu Shire drew out another divine weapon. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This was at least a mid-quality divine weapon that could already threaten him seriously. Han Fei shouted, "Nine Mansions Dragon Seal." Dragon roars rang, and this attack of Han Fei carried a power of at least 10 waves. However, Yu Shire suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, and the blood burned. On that long stick, the power soared, and even the air was faintly distorted. Underscore boom, underscore. The clouds were dispersed, and a terrifying power rushed down from high in the sky. And those strong masters who had been prepared all shouted and flew to the air one after another to block the shock wave. Otherwise, these ordinary people would not have been able to survive at all. Below, those ordinary people could see nothing but the golden light in the sky. The ripples visible to the naked eye swept from the sky to the ground, which fascinated them. They couldn't help but think if they could go out, they might also be able to gain this shocking power in the future. In the sky, Han Fei and Yu Shire were sent flying at the same time. They had clashed in the sky just now, and the terrifying power of nearly 10 waves had shattered the golden seal in Han Fei's hand. At the moment when Han Fei was sent flying, 100 weapons were detonated. Underscore boom. Boom. Boom, underscore. 100 weapons blew up, and a horrible wave swept across the floating island. All houses and fields that were not protected fell apart, and even huge rocks were crushed into slag. Yu Shire spurted blood, a golden dragon appeared behind him, and his injuries were quickly recovering. In the smoke of the weapon explosions, Han Fei couldn't be seen. On the ground, Yang Xia said solemnly, "Can little junior brother have enough spiritual energy to resist this kind of power?" Jiang Chao also looked solemn. "Maybe not. It requires a huge amount of spiritual energy and energy. However, if Han Fei could be the first to come to the floating island, how can he be defeated so easily?" The ordinary people who were protected by the strong couldn't believe their eyes. When some children saw their houses being turned into dust in the blink of an eye, they cried hard. "Dad, our house is gone. Mom, our house collapsed." An adult comforted his child, "Honey, we are going to leave here in a few days. Don't cry. Remember this scene. This is the world of the strong. In the future, you will also become strong and stand high in the sky." The aftershock dissipated. Amidst the wave of explosions, a golden giant appeared, stepping in the air. And his hair scattered, but his aura was overwhelming. Yu Shire grinned and exclaimed, "Wow, so strong." Underscore swish, underscore. Han Fei rushed up again. The golden fist mark blasted through the air, the fire was burning in the air, the sound burst roared, and the huge fist mark ran across the sky. "Hu!" A golden dragon appeared in the air. Yu Shire smashed away head-on, and the divine weapon in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Boom. Without any flashy moves, they clashed head-to-head. Han Fei threw more than 30 punches in a row and narrowly blocked Yu Shire's burning and exploding divine weapons. Han Fei gasped for breath and grinned. Shire, can you still hold out? Yu Shire's answer was very simple. Yes. Han Fei grinned. Now he could only use Snowmorn. Drawl. The sky and the earth were illuminated by a touch of white light. On the ground, the people immediately shouted, "Oh, no! Get ready to block the shockwave with all our strength and secret methods." And in the sky, Yu Shire shouted, "Explode!" To Han Fei's surprise, this guy actually exploded a divine weapon, but could it block Snowmorn? Bang. The explosion aftershock of the divine weapon was blocked by Snowmorn, but this also greatly reduced the attack power of Snowmorn. After all, Han Fei couldn't exert all the power of Snowmorn yet. The same as Chao Jiaran, Yu Shire was burning his life force to fight Han Fei. Bam. In the armor box, a divine shield flew out. Clang. The sound lingered. However, it was only a low-quality divine weapon and could only narrowly block the remaining power of Snowmorn. Crack. Yu Shire's second low-quality divine weapon shattered. In an instant, he kept vomiting blood, and his whole body was like a meteorite, smashing towards the floating island. Boom. The ground was shaking, and a crack of more than 30 kilometers appeared. Yu Shire was half kneeling in a big pit. However, the golden dragon roared and Yu Shire was bathing in blood and burned all over. He seemed to be about to give a final blow. Someone was exasperated. Is he crazy? Someone was horrified. He'll die. He has already lost. Why is he still doing this? Jiang Chao sighed. Able to bear such a terrifying power, his spiritual beast is really something. Yang Xie swallowed and said, "Now I'm sure that the people who came this time are really strong." Blood oozed out of Han Fei's mouth. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim that this guy was really a tough guy. However, at such a moment, Han Fei certainly could not shrink back. He stepped on the void, and a great spirit-gathering array emerged. In an instant, sky fire descended, instantly burning Han Fei. Han Fei's energy was already empty. Eating spiritual fruit couldn't replenish his energy so soon, and he was still full of spiritual energy, so he needed to make use of the power from the scorching sun. At this moment, he couldn't care so much. As long as he could win, he didn't mind if others saw his secret. Jiang Chao was shocked. Oh, he's trying to make use of the power of the sun. No, Han Fei, stop. Yang Xie tried to fly to the sky, but was stopped by Ren Tianfei. Yang Xie muttered, "Senior." Ren Tianfei shook his head. This kid is really cruel to himself. But, it's okay. He can handle it. Yang Xie was speechless. He can handle it? However, after only 3 seconds, the beam of light disappeared, and Han Fei was bathed in flames, his skin cracked, but he didn't care. Yu Shire dared to risk his life, so did he. At that moment, in the big pit, a golden dragon flew into the sky. This was Yu Shire's final blow. Break! Han Fei shouted and punched frantically, making the sky explode and shake. The strong masters all activated their protective covers, trying to protect their juniors. Looking at the dragon's shadow shattering in the shadow of Han Fei's fists, Ren Tianfei shook his head slightly. His heart is too soft. Whether he used the invincible punch or sacrificing punch, he could have killed this reckless guy. Han Fei gasped. In the sky, Han Fei glanced at Ren Tianfei. He's my friend. On the ground. Although Han Fei won by a fluke, he was covered all over with cuts and bruises. However, Yu Shire in the pit was even worse. Even if he had the immortal golden serpent, he was only slowly recovering. Han Fei cast a divine healing technique to Yu Shire, grinning. If I can't do it, who can? I want to take the painting and no one can stop me. Yu Shire couldn't speak at this moment. His mouth was full of blood and bits and pieces of his own internal organs. If it were an average person, he might have died, but Yu Shire was recovering, which stunned Han Fei. Jiang Chao, Yang Xia, and other strong masters all rushed over, and when they saw Yu Shire in the pit, they all sighed. If even Yu Shire couldn't get the sea-quelling painting, they wouldn't have any chance. The two people in front of them were two lunatics. During the battle, they actually didn't use any combat skills, but fought hand to hand. Obviously, Yu Shire was defeated. However, in the eyes of everyone, Han Fei didn't seem to be much better. Han Fei's legs and feet trembled a little. Sitting on the edge of the pit, he took out 7 or 8 spiritual fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. Seeing this scene, many people were speechless. They didn't know Han Fei's specialness, so they were surprised. Even if he ate so many spiritual fruits, could he absorb them? Jiang Chao said, well, the winner has been called. The sea-quelling painting will belong to our Thug Academy. Someone frowned and said, Han Fei, can you recover? Han Fei grinned. I can fight another battle. Immediately, everyone was speechless. Hey, stop bragging. As for those houses, fields, etc., they were willing to give them up. As long as they could get out, they could abandon anything. An hour later, Han Fei had recovered, which shocked Jiang Chao and Yang Xia. After such a fierce battle, he only needed to rest for an hour? Even Ren Tianfei was a little speechless. I didn't think the indestructible body was so strong. Immediately, Ren Tianfei concluded that Han Fei must have still had opportunities that he didn't know about. Anyway, he was sure that Han Fei's indestructible body hadn't reached the 3rd level yet, so he wasn't supposed to recover so easily after such an intense battle. Now Ren Tianfei felt that his disciple was good, very good. Han Fei kept casting the divine healing technique on Yu Shire, and after 3 hours, he finally recovered. Yu Shire dragged his exhausted body and came to the lake with Han Fei. He sat on the ground. Han Fei, you are really powerful. I admit, I can't beat you. Han Fei sneered. Yes, even if you risked your life, you still couldn't. Yu Shire smirked and then said, among all these people, only one person can stand up to you. When Jiang Chao and Yang Xia heard this, they were all dumbfounded. What? Is there still someone here who can compete with Han Fei? Han Fei curled his lips and said, Chao Tian? I can beat him. Yu Shire hadn't recovered long before it was dark. During this period, no third person had made it here. This puzzled Han Fei. Chao Tian was even more reckless than Yu Shire. Why hadn't he come yet? So there was only one reason, he was helping Chao Qiu. Han Fei never understood since the Chao family had so many heavenly talents. Why should all hopes be placed on Chao Qiu? Was Chao Qiu more powerful than Chao Tian? Thinking of Chao Chio's face, Han Fei immediately shook his head. Could that little fatty fight like you, Shire? No way, it was completely impossible. The star positions reappeared. Yu Shire was curious about what Han Fei was going to do. Then he saw Han Fei appear above the lake, his body twisted, and then he chose a place to stand still. Han Fei reached out and suddenly disappeared, which made Yu Shirshi's eyes widen. After a long time, Yu Shire said, I can't do this. Ren Tianfei sneered and said, of course you can't. The only thing that you excel in is risking your life. Yu Shire knew Ren Tianfei. He was such a B****starred. But he just didn't know that Ren Tianfei had arrived earlier than him. However, Yu Shire thought that he had lost to Han Fei. Otherwise, it should be him who disappeared at this moment. Yu Shire chuckled. I'm not as talented as them. All I can do is to try as hard as I can. In the midst of 9 sounds, this time Han Fei met Mo Fian. For some reason, this woman was smiling happily. Suddenly, she found that her position had changed and she appeared above the river. Seeing Han Fei suddenly appear, Mo Fian scowled. In terms of normal strength, she was no match for this guy. Besides, Mo Fian had already discovered that everything in the 9 sounds mist was real, so Han Fei in front of her had to also be real. But, why was Han Fei here? Mo Fian asked, why are you here? What do you want to do? Han Fei grinned and said, I'm here to take your luck. Mo Fian immediately narrowed her eyes. As a member of the Mo family from the Thousand-Star City, she knew some secrets about the sea-quelling painting, including the luck thing. But why would she meet Han Fei in the midst of 9 sounds? Immediately, Mo Fian's face changed drastically. Had Han Fei gone through the mist of 9 sounds and gained some kind of control? Now that he had walked over, if he could control the sea-quelling painting, then he didn't have to attack her himself, because the 5 legendary level powerhouses would do it for him. And he said he was here to take her luck. Mo Fian figured it out in an instant, the need for luck was real. Only by gathering everyone's luck could Han Fei truly control the sea-quelling painting. Mo Fian sneered. I won't let you get what you want. Han Fei chuckled. Do you think I am asking you for permission? I'm just informing you. _swish_. A terrifying golden fist mark burst across the river. After a while, Han Fei appeared on the lake. He had taken Mo Fian's luck. It turned out that Mo Fian was also very strong. When she used a divine weapon, her combat power was almost close to Sun Mu's, so in the end, Han Fei still used Snowmorn. Not surprisingly, he could no longer keep it a secret that Snowmorn was a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. However, it didn't matter. It was normal for him to own Snowmorn. After all, after this time, the sea-quelling painting would also be his, which was also a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, or even a human sacred weapon, as Chen Huangdian said. Yang Xia asked when he saw Han Fei again, little junior brother, how is it going? Han Fei stuffed a few energy fruits in his mouth and took a short break. It's not a big problem. I will continue after 50 seconds. After 50 seconds, Han Fei disappeared. After half an hour, Han Fei came back. This time, he easily defeated Li Hai and Li Baizhou. The sea-quelling painting could only be owned by one person, so the 2 brothers were separated. And Han Fei defeated them separately. The brothers seemed to have strong telepathy when they were fighting together. But once they were separated, their combat power was even much worse than that. of immaculate. Therefore, beating them was by far the easiest battle for Han Fei. Half an hour later, Han Fei's body was dripping with blood. A big mountain collapsed in half, and fist marks were everywhere. Chenouchen lay in the pit, groaning. You didn't try your best? Han Fei smiled and said, actually, you are already very strong. You are Chao Jiaren's equal in strength. Chao Jiaren? How is it possible? Chenouchen was astonished. He didn't think he was weaker than Han Fei, Chao Tian, Tango, or any of the others. Unexpectedly, Han Fei said that he was Chao Jiaren's equal in strength. Han Fei couldn't help but say in his heart, come on, don't underestimate Chao Jiaren. She's actually a soul warrior, But he wasn't prepared to explain. He would love to see Chenouchen challenge Chao Jiaren. That would be fun. Han Fei punched out again and Chenouchen disappeared in the Nine Sounds mist. Midnight. Han Fei had defeated immaculate, the Li brothers, Chenouchen, Yui, Gong, Yuehan, and others in a row. Unfortunately, he didn't meet Sun Mu, who he wanted to beat up the most, nor did he meet his two senior brothers, and Chao Tian. At this moment, Han Fei fished again only to find a star disappear. Having no idea what happened, Han Fei looked blank. Ren Tianfei said, did you forget that when you climbed the steps, there were a dozen people who failed? Their luck gathered together and you got all their luck just now. Han Fei frowned. No, I've already picked up all the stars in the 8 diagram star positions, but why haven't some people come out yet? Ren Tianfei replied, only those who enter the mist of Nine Sounds will appear. Those who have not entered it won't appear. Han Fei walked several times around the 8 diagram star positions, and after making sure that there were no omissions, he focused on a few other places. But immediately, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Since there was already no one in the Nine Sounds mist, what about other places? Would there be some people facing the 5 legendary level masters? But he didn't seem to see any arrays in those places. A forest, a sea of fire. A sea area. It seemed that only the Jade Pen Peak and the place where Earth 9 was had special geographical features. After a while, Han Fei found the Jade Pen Peak based on the star map. However, the reflection of the stars here seemed normal. When Han Fei found Earth 9, his eyes lit up. 6 spots. Yes, this represented 6 people, and the 5 of them were together, and only one was alone. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. Are the 6 people enemies or acquaintances? However, he still had to pick up one star at a time. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and reached for the star that was alone. Clatter. The scenery in front of Han Fei suddenly changed, and he was stunned. What happened? Wouldn't it change the scene randomly? At this moment, he found himself standing on Earth 9's territory. Big Yellow was playing with a group of wild cats, and Granny Een was sitting on a fallen dead tree. Han Fei's sudden appearance stunned both of them. Big Yellow shouted, Han Fei, I found my kind. Seeing this harmonious scene, Han Fei was stunned. Didn't Mrs. Een come for the painting? Why was she playing with her cat here? Granny Een said, why did you show up out of thin air? Earth 9 also looked at Han Fei curiously. I didn't feel how you appeared. Did you come from the mist of Nine Sounds? Han Fei shook his head. I came from the island. Granny Een was taken aback for a moment. Have you gone to the floating island? Han Fei nodded. Senior, I'm here to take your luck. Granny Een gave Han Fei a deep look. It seems that you have found a way to get the sea-quelling painting. How can I give you my luck? Han Fei was taken aback. Was Granny Yin not going to fight him? Han Fei said, I have to beat you to get your luck. Granny Yin sighed. No wonder. Clang. Hundreds of kilometers away, an impact swept over. Earth 9 lashed his tail, and an invisible barrier appeared, blocking the impact. Han Fei looked into the distance and couldn't help being surprised. Senior. What happened over there? Earth 9 said, a few people have met here and are fighting. Han Fei was stunned for a moment and was about to finish the fight with Granny Yin soon to check what happened over there when Granny Yin said, okay, I give up. This should be okay, right? Han Fei was stunned. You admit defeat? Granny Yin smiled. I don't actually have a sea token, and I can't walk out of the mist of 9 sounds. So what's the use of this luck? I got the sea token from a person I killed in the underground city. I came in just out of curiosity. Han Fei. Big Yellow raised his head and meowed. Han Fei, are you going to fight me? Han Fei scratched his head. Mrs. Yin, can we make it more formal? I challenge. You surrender, and I leave. The old lady nodded slightly. It's up to you. Han Fei immediately looked at the old lady. I hereby challenge you. Granny Yin looked at Han Fei seriously. I admit defeat. Han Fei blinked. So should I go back now? With a buzz, Han Fei disappeared. On the floating island, Jiang Chao said in surprise, why so fast this time? Han Fei smiled and said, I didn't fight this time. My opponent gave up. Okay. Now let me pick up the next star. In the valley. The blue gate was buzzing like a bell. With an explosion, a mountain collapsed, and the big blue gate was punched into pieces. Wang Dashui and Chao Tian were fighting, and the mountain next to them had already collapsed. At this moment, Wang Dashui was drenched in blood, his arms were bloody, and his muscles were torn. On the other side, it was all sword shadows in the sky. Someone was brandishing a high-quality divine weapon. It was Sun Mu. The sword energy flew everywhere, shaking the sky. A knife light shot out from the air. Chu Lingyuan's voice sounded but no one saw him. Ha! If it were not for that divine weapon, I would have cut you into pieces. At the bottom of the mountain, Chao Chou shouted, Brother! Why don't we give up? Chao Tian smiled and said, we can become kings if we get it, so we can't give up. Hoop! Suddenly, the 5 people had a blackout. Then, the scene suddenly changed and they all appeared in midair, and then they saw Han Fei also standing in the air, stunned and eyes wide open. Han Fei was speechless. Did I summon them all? However, Wang Dashui and Chu Linyuan were among the 5 people, indicating that they hadn't been defeated. It stood to reason that as long as they won against one person, that person's luck would be taken. That might be the reason why Han Fei didn't meet Nameless and the others. Perhaps, when they were at the Jade Pen Peak, their luck had already been taken by him. But the 5 legendary level creatures didn't know this. They just wanted more people to pass. But in fact, once a person's luck was seized, he wouldn't have any chance to enter the floating island again. Although Han Fei hadn't seen what luck was like until now. However, every time he won, he would be sucked back to the floating island. This showed that he had already taken the luck of the person he just defeated. The only one who surprised Han Fei was Sun Mu. Why was he with Chao Tian? Wang Dashui and Chu Linyuan rushed over immediately. Little junior brother. Han Fei hurriedly cast a divine healing technique on Wang Dashui, asking, "Senior brothers, what's going on here?" Chu Linyuan explained, "I was with Dashui and we ran into them and we've been fighting on and off for a day." Han Fei was shocked. "A day?" Wang Dashui said, "The Chao family people are very strong. I can't hold out anymore." Chu Linyuan added, "The guy who uses the sword relies on his weapons. If not for these, I would have one." Han Fei suddenly looked at Chao Qiao. "Chao Qiao, I'd like to challenge you. If you admit defeat, I won't fight you, okay?" Just as Chao Qiao wanted to speak, Chao Tian frowned. "Don't speak. He wants to. Take your luck." Chao Tian looked at Han Fei coldly. "If you want his luck, fight him. Why lie to him?" Sun Mu shouted, "Chao Tian, it's almost time. Remove the seal. Otherwise, we will surely lose." Chao Tian's face sank. He had thought that he overestimated the Thug Academy. But it turned out to be the opposite. Wang Dashui's big blue door seemed to be a divine weapon, and Chao Tian even suspected that it was a fragment of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. After fighting him, he found that this person's resistance was too strong, and he could even absorb energy from the air. Now he only had the last trump card left, but that was reserved for Han Fei. This was why Sun Mu joined the battle. If they couldn't beat Wang Dashui and Chu Linyuan, they wouldn't have enough luck to get the sea-quelling painting, so they joined forces. If he beat Han Fei, it would be easy for him to solve Sun Mu. However, Han Fei arrived at this moment. He came to take their luck. This meant that Han Fei had already gone to the floating island and found out about the purpose of luck. Chao Qiao looked dumbfounded. "What do you mean? Brother, do you still have a seal in your body?" Chao Tian shook his head slightly. "It's not in my body, but in yours." Chao Qiao was shocked. "Huh? Me? You mean there is a seal inside me?" Chao Tian sighed slightly. "Yes, that's why your sister and I fight so hard to get this opportunity for you. You didn't like fighting since you were a kid. And because of that matter, you hated the big clans very much. You're not supposed to carry this burden. However, you have the blood of the god of war, which is a very precious ancient divine heritage. Now, do you know why?" Chao Qiao was stunned. What? "I have the bloodline of the god of war." "Are you kidding me? Han Fei and the others also looked dumbfounded. Han Fei looked at Chu Linyuan. "Brother, what is the bloodline of the god of war?" Chu Linyuan shook his head. "I don't know. I've never heard of it." But Sun Mu explained with a smile, "It said that the ancestors of the Chao family have reached the highest realm above the Sea King realm. People with the bloodline of the god of war are very rare and only appear once in 1,000 years. That's why the Chao family sent Chao Qiao here." Han Fei took a breath. "Sounds awesome. Senior brothers, leave Chao Qiao to me." Chao Qiao immediately yelled, "No. Please don't. I don't know anything." "Hey, brother. Han Fei can slap me to death easily. I don't want to fight him." Chao Tian sighed, and a golden bead appeared in his hand. He looked at Han Fei. "We must get this painting. If you want to take our luck, beat us first." Suddenly, Han Fei shouted, "Wait a minute. Chao Tian?" Han Fei suddenly stepped forward. Chao Tian, the Chao family wants Chao Chiu too. Take the painting, right? I've taken all other people's luck except for the 5 of you, and I've solved most of the mystery of the sea-quelling painting. In that case, why don't you give your luck to Chao Chiu? My senior brothers will give their luck to me. After I solve Sun Mu, I and Chao Chiu will fight and the winner will take the painting. Chu Linyuan smiled and said, I have no objection. Wang Dashui nodded. Little junior brother, your words make sense. Sun Mu immediately said angrily, Chao Tian, Han Fei is very scheming. Don't trust him. However, Chao Tian was silent for a moment. Okay. But you'll have to take Chu Linyuan's luck first. Han Fei smiled. Wait for me for a while. Han Fei certainly wouldn't do as Chao Tian said. If Chao Chiu was really as powerful as Chao Tian said, now there was a balance between the two sides. Once this balance was broken, what if the opponent had gotten some trump cards? Han Fei immediately shouted towards the sky, Senior Earth 9, please show up. We need your help. Han Fei wasn't sure if Earth 9 would respond to him, but maybe he could hear him. Han Fei shouted again, 5 seniors, whoever hears me, show up, please. I'm here. A pangolin emerged from the void and appeared in midair. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. So fast? Earth 9 said lightly, the world in the painting is different from the outside world. As long as it's not in the 9 sounds mist or on the floating island, all 5 of us can hear anything. _buzz_. A massive flame appeared, and Fire Seed had come. Tweet. With a chirping sound, Water Luster arrived. Hiss. A vine stuck out of the void. It was Tree Spirit. _boom_. A long sword fell from the sky, and Punishing Saber arrived. Only then did Han Fei know that Punishing Saber turned out to be a knife. Punishing Saber trembled and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. We have all heard what you said just now. With our presence, no one can cheat. You can be rest assured. When Han Fei appeared at the boundary of Earth 9 and made Granny Een surrender, the 5 of them knew that Han Fei was taking others' luck. Why did he do that? Of course, to take the painting. However, they were confused why he didn't do that on the island. Could he take others' luck by defeating them outside the mist of 9 sounds? Of course, they also heard their conversation about Chao Chiu's so-called bloodline of the god of war, which sounded really rare. Therefore, it was difficult for them to choose between Han Fei and Chao Chiu. Therefore, letting the 2 of them fight to decide the winner was the best solution in their opinion. As for Sun Mu, they didn't care about him at all. They wanted Han Fei to solve him. The 5 of them wouldn't intervene. Water Luster said coldly, fight a quick battle, come on. Han Fei immediately looked at Sun Mu and found that his face was all green. Sun Mu never expected things to turn out this way. In his view, as long as the seal within Chao Chiu was removed, 3-on-3, they would be able to win against the other side. And he had a trump card that no one knew about. At that time, he would be able to easily collect all the luck. But his perfect plan was ruined by Han Fei. He was so mad now. Sun Mu gritted his teeth. Han Fei, let's wait and see. Han Fei sneered. So what? By the way, this is not the 9 sounds mist. Last time it was the array in the 9 sounds mist that saved you. Now either you admit defeat and give me your luck, or I will kill you and still get your luck. It's your choice. Sun Mu's face was shaking, and his eyes turned fierce. Do you really think I don't have any trump cards? Fire seed was burning. Then take it out. Don't waste our time. Sun Mu was mad. Now he simply had no choice. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let's fight." Han Fei walked towards Sun Mu in the air. Do you know? Since you couldn't kill me the first time, you will never be able to kill me? You'd better use your trump card soon. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to use it. As he spoke, he had already cast out the void lines and held Snowmorn in his hand. _hum_. 108 swords appeared in the air, and Sun Mu was holding a high-quality, divine weapon. I'm gonna kill. Screw you. Draw. Between the heavens and earth, a white light suddenly appeared. A shuddering flash of sword energy fell from the sky, giving Sun Mu no chance to react. Who? Sun Mu activated a secret method and his 108 swords were combined into one. In a hurry, he tried to block Han Fei's slash with the sword. _clang _bam _. The huge sword exploded in an instant, and Sun Mu fell towards the ground at a terrifying speed. The void lines hooked at him. Sun Mu was bleeding, and his divine armor was smashed to pieces by Han Fei's sword. At this moment, blood was dripping from his chest to his belly. At this point, he realized that his life was in danger, so he hurriedly waved his hand and a fish skin picture appeared, which was tantamount to bringing him back to life. This meant that Han Fei had already killed one Sun Mu. However, this guy had avoided the void lines. But Han Fei flashed in the void. Sacrificing punch. A huge scarlet fist fell from the sky and locked onto Sun Mu, who had just used that fish skin picture. Facing Han Fei's fist, Sun Mu was dumbstruck. How can this guy launch such a powerful attack twice in a row? Deity slaying 108 swords. At that moment, the void vibrated. It was like the power of law or some special ability of the sword Dao. 108 flashes of light, including the sword in Sun Mu's hand, seemed to be about to break through the sky and cut Han Fei in half. Chow Chow on the side swallowed nervously. How was he supposed to beat Han Fei? He was so powerful. Punishing Saber suddenly said, "This blow is interesting, but it's a pity he used it too late." Sun Mu had no time to think about whether this slash could kill Han Fei. He had summoned all the weapons on him, his essence blood was burning, the amulet jade appeared, and an immortal seal was activated. However, just when he wanted to use the immortal seal, he was shocked to find that it didn't work. This is impossible. How can my immortal seal become invalid? My soul. The sacrificing punch smashed all obstacles along the way, including the semi-divine weapons, amulet jade. All of his life-saving methods shattered. Even so, the punch didn't crush Sun Mu, because Sun Mu's family was too rich and gave him too many defensive treasures. _boom _. A big hole of more than 50 meters deep appeared on the ground, and Sun Mu's distorted body was lying in it. He was dying. In midair, Han Fei looked at Sun Mu's sword and stuffed a spiritual fruit in his mouth. Sun Mu's sword had also locked onto him. Han Fei shouted, and slammed a thick stick at the sword light, shouting, "9 Mansions Dragon Seal." _boom _. Han Fei was thrust more than 3,000 meters high into the sky, together with his stick. 3 tentacles of Little Fatty were broken when he was shielding Han Fei with his body. And Han Fei, with his chest covered with blood, survived. To resist this blow, Han Fei used the embroidery needle, the law of gravity, and the 9 mansions dragon seal, with the help of natural gravity, from the sky. This was probably the hardest blow Han Fei had ever faced. The force he exerted had far exceeded the force of 10 waves. However, Han Fei was still sent flying more than 3,000 meters into the sky, which showed that Sun Mu was actually very strong. Not far away, both Chu Linyuan and Wang Dashui were shocked. Little Junior brother is strong indeed. Even Chao Tian couldn't help clenching his fist. He didn't expect that Sun Mu's sword would be blocked by Han Fei in this way. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have been able to make it. As for punishing Saber and the other 4, they all nodded. Yes, that's the one qualified to take the painting. The guy in the pit had already lost the moment he started his attack. After a while, Han Fei stuffed his mouth full of spiritual fruits and landed on the ground, casually. A void line was still hanging on Sun Mu, making him unable to speak. Han Fei sneered. I wanted to tell you when we were in the level 3 fishery that you should have used your trump card in the first place. Now you know you were wrong, right? Puff. Han Fei cut Sun Mu's neck, and the grievances between them accumulated over. These years were settled once for all, and Han Fei felt very comfortable. There was no 9 sounds missed here, and there was no rule of law to save him. So Sun Mu died. Seeing this scene, Chao Chiu was trembling all over. Brother, do you really want me to fight such a monster? Seriously? Chao Tian took a breath. Don't worry. You can do it. Chao Chiu almost cried. Are you kidding me? If I had known this, I wouldn't have come in the first place. He killed Sun Mu with only 2 blows. How am I supposed to survive his attacks? Han Fei kept casting the divine healing technique on himself and grabbed a massive spiritual awakening fluid to drink. Then, he smiled and said, well, for the sake of fairness, give me some time to recover, okay? Earth 9 nodded. Sure, you need a rest to return to your peak state. Chu Linyuan and Wang Dashui landed by Han Fei's side, saying with a frown. Little junior brother, although your attack was strong just now, it was too risky. Your energy and spiritual energy were all exhausted. If the opponent still had another trump card, you'd be in danger. Chu Linyuan took out a glowing red fruit and said, Little junior brother, this can help you quickly restore energy. Han Fei's spiritual energy was replenished in the blink of an eye. If necessary, he could still make another fierce slash. However, he didn't want to refuse Chu Linyuan's kind offer. Besides, the more energy he had, the better his chances were to win. Wang Dashui was a little embarrassed. Han Fei immediately said, Senior brother, I know you are poor. It's okay. You've been locked up here for so long. I understand you. Han Fei looked at Chao Tian. What are you waiting for? Challenge Chao Chiu and admit defeat, okay? Chao Tian wanted to help Chao Chiu defeat Han Fei. However, he knew he had no chance to beat Han Fei. Chao Tian looked at Han Fei. After I do that, my luck will be transferred to him, right? Han Fei nodded. Wang Dashui said, Little junior brother, I want to challenge you. Han Fei grinned. I accept. Wang Dashui nodded. I admit defeat. The 5 legendary creatures looked at each other blankly. What the hell are they doing? Do they think this is an insignificant game? Chao Tian looked over. Chao Chiu, I challenge you. Cao Qiu almost burst into tears. Can I reject it? Cao Tian shook his head. Cao Qiu said pitifully, then I accept it. Cao Tian nodded. I admit defeat. Everyone evaded, and Cao Tian looked at the golden bead in his hand solemnly. Once this thing was broken, Cao Qiu might no longer be Cao Qiu. He held the bead for a long time, hesitating. He hoped that Cao Qiu could still be Cao Qiu, who was busy inventing things all day long and didn't need to take the burden of the family. However, Cao Qiu was the hope of the Cao family to return to their peak, and he had to do so. Crack. The gold bead was broken. Suddenly, golden runes appeared on Cao Qiu's body, which turned into bandage like rings, surrounding his body. Ah! Roar! Cao Qiu's hair stood up, and his body flew into the air uncontrollably. At this moment, his eyes glowed red, the runes on his body turned from gold to scarlet, and a terrifying power broke out. Bam. Bam. 3 rune bandages broke, and Cao Tian sighed slightly. This is already the limit that Cao Qiu can bear. Casting a divine healing technique on himself, Han Fei had basically recovered. Little Fatty was not strong enough and had already lost 2 tentacles, so Han Fei didn't let him attack again. Han Fei made up his mind. It seemed that he would have to use the yin-yang divine eyes. Buzz. Cao Qiu's momentum was soaring, and in just a short while, his body had grown much taller, and his once chubby figure had lost weight now. Han Fei didn't adapt to this Cao Qiu at all. Was Cao Qiu, who was no longer fat, still Cao Qiu? Click. Cao Qiu slowly opened his eyes that were shining with a strange and frantic gleam. A kind of fanaticism that Han Fei once saw in Chenouchen's eyes appeared in Cao Qiu's eyes. However, in addition to this, there was also a kind of indifference similar to Cao Jiaran in Cao Qiu's eyes. Cao Qiu looked at Han Fei and said after a long pause, I haven't forgotten my past. I don't want to fight this battle. But I can't admit defeat. I will wait for you to fully recover. As he spoke, Cao Qiu stretched out and a giant hand made of spiritual energy grabbed Sun Mu. As the big hand squeezed hard, Sun Mu's body was crushed. Cao Qiu said indifferently, Sun Mu was killed by me. It has nothing to do with you. Then Cao Qiu glanced at Cao Tian and the latter nodded. Although it will bring us a little trouble, it won't be a big problem. Han Fei frowned. Cao Qiu has really changed. What the hell is the bloodline of the god of war? Next to Han Fei, Chu Linyuan said in a voice transmission, very strong. Little junior brother, if you have any trump cards, use them. Anyway, you have the Thug Academy behind you. Wang Dashui nodded. Little junior brother, beat him. After half an hour, Han Fei returned to the battlefield. After fighting so many battles in a row, he had already digested more than half of the boosting effect brought by the spirit awakening fluid. His pure strength had reached above 8 million kilograms. If he became an advanced hidden fisher, his strength should be able to reach the power of 1 wave. With the devil change and the invincible fighting intent, even if Cao Qiu had the bloodline of the god of war, so what? The 5 legendary creatures didn't speak at this moment. Judging from the power displayed by Han Fei and Cao Qiu at this moment, their strength was comparable to that of legendary creatures. This was going to be a close battle. Although Han Fei used all his strength in the fight against Sun Mu just now, it was not a tough battle. The two were far apart in realm and combat experience. At this moment, Han Fei jumped up and appeared in midair. Cao Qiu flew up at the same time and flexed his neck. Rationally, I don't like this feeling. This bloodline of the god of war seems to affect my mood. And will. Over time, I may become a new god of war. But it'll be difficult. Han Fei smiled and said, "You don't look like a ball at all now. Come on. Show me how terrifying this so-called bloodline of the god of war is." Devil change. A gleam of golden light appeared on Han Fei's body, and his eyes gradually became cold. He took out some mint leaves, put them in his mouth, and looked at Cao Qiu. "Let's fight with all our strength." Cao Qiu nodded and took off his battle suit. His sturdy muscles bulged, and a certain power seemed to be entering his body from the air. God of war, possess. _swish. Swish, _. The two rushed towards each other instantly. Boom, 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 _. Golden light and red flames filled half of the sky. The terrifying waves formed a storm, crushing towards the ground. The rocks were broken and all the vegetation was damaged. At first, the two attacked tentatively. After dozens of punches, Cao Qiu was set flying a kilometer. But Han Fei didn't have any joy. He could feel Cao Qiu's attacks were a bit jerky, because he hadn't fully controlled the power of the bloodline of the god of war. Han Fei had now become his whetstone. Since he must win, he should use all his means now. He sent out the void lines, while his figure shot out, and the invincible fist mark flew across in the sky like a flash of light. Cao Qiu stomped, which produced a sonic boom, and a red shadow of a giant appeared behind him. Boom, _. At this moment, the void lines buckled towards Cao Qiu. Cao Qiu frowned, and the shadow behind him trembled. Han Fei was stunned to discover that the void lines couldn't move any further and couldn't attach to Cao Qiu's soul at all. Cao Qiu said, his eyes cold, "Just now, I felt a crisis. You seem to have the means to attack souls. However, in the face of the real will of the god of war, it didn't work." Han Fei grinned. "Then let me see if your energy is endless. Bam, 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 _. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 100 seconds. A mountaintop was shattered by the two of them. Judging from this situation, Cao Qiu, although had unlocked the bloodline of the god of war within him, was still a bit weaker than Han Fei in terms of strength. Those hills were basically smashed by his body that was thrown out by Han Fei. The aftershock of their fighting shocked the onlookers. The physique of these two people was too strong. Even Wang Dashui couldn't help but exclaim in his heart that Cao Qiu's power displayed was already comparable to that of Cao Tian. Han Fei panted and stuffed many spiritual fruits into his mouth. Han Fei said hoarsely, "With the bloodline of the god of war, you can keep absorbing energy from the air." Han Fei frowned. When he first met Cao Tian, he thought that Cao Tian had a reserve of energy, so that he could keep launching attacks. And Cao Tian didn't have a special bloodline, so he must have just practiced some special combat skills. Otherwise, if he had endless energy, Wang Dashui would have lost early on. But now it seemed that was not the case. The bloodline of the god of war could actually absorb energy from the air, which was unimaginably strong. Although the 108 desolate god body could also absorb spiritual energy and energy from the air, it wasn't as strong as the bloodline of the god of war. At this moment, Chao Tian clenched his fists, with a solemn look. Although Chao Qiu had the bloodline of the god of war, there was still a gap between him and Han Fei in terms of strength. Han Fei's power had become much stronger than the last time he saw him in the swamp. Fuse. Suddenly, a weird black and white light burst out of Han Fei's eyes. The phantom glass wings spread, and the agility of wind was activated. Swish. Han Fei left a fire mark in the air, which was sparks from his body rubbing against the air. God body, devil fist. Sacrificing punch. Bam. The flames blooming from the sky illuminated the night. Even people thousands of kilometers away could feel the slight tremor that came from the air. The fruit given by Chu Linyuan was already stuffed into Han Fei's mouth, and Han Fei's body was filled with energy again. Snowmorn was drawn, and white light flashed across the sky. It seemed to chop at something and make a bang. When Han Fei took a closer look, a giant 100 feet tall blocked the slash with his hands and shoulders. However, due to the power of this sword, the light on the giant's body became dimmed. Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. At this moment, Han Fei turned into a Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram only 20 meters large, which shot towards the phantom of the god of war. And Chao Qiu, standing behind the giant, pressed his hands in the air, and resisted his attack by burning his blood. The energy gathered frantically in the air. However, in such a short time, how much energy could be collected to block an attack of this intensity? Therefore, the giant was obliterated little by little and transformed into nothingness. Chu Lingyuan exclaimed, each blow of his is comparable to the last slash of Sun Mu. Wang Dashui said firmly, little junior brother, can win. Chao Tian said lightly, Qiu still needs time to fully control the bloodline of the god of war. In a moment, Han Fei will be no match for him. Punishing Saber suddenly smiled and said, not necessarily. Although that little fatty didn't seem to use any secret treasure, the seal on his body is an ultra-quality divine weapon. Besides, the bracelet in his hand is the true source of the phantom of the god of war. This means that he is now using at least 2 ultra-quality divine weapons. Water Lester said coldly, I am afraid it will take more than 3 years for the little fatty to fully adapt to this power. He should have unlocked his seal 3 years earlier. Chao Tian shook his head. If it were done earlier, 2 seals could have been unlocked at most, which would be meaningless. Chu Linyuan said, heh. I guess being able to ingest energy frantically from the air is the greatest advantage of the bloodline of the god of war. That being said, he still exclaimed in his heart, the pockets of the big clans are really rich. With this power alone, Chao Qiu will be able to sweep his enemies. Whether it was him, Wang Dashui, or Chao Tian, they were no match for Chao Qiu. However, the premise was if Chao Qiu could completely master this power. Obviously, he hadn't now. Bam. The giant phantom exploded, and the draw technique was also shattered. The Supreme Yin-Yang wheel was still spinning, rolling towards Chao Qiu. The latter's face was pale. If they fought a protracted battle, Han Fei would definitely lose. But Han Fei obviously wanted to fight a quick battle, so he had to burn his blood to resist him. At this moment, a pair of giant hands that seemed to stretch out from ancient times appeared in front of him, trying to shred the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. However, it was not that easy. Buzz. The big pair of hands shattered inch by inch. Earth 9 suddenly said, "There is a trace of heaven Tao in that diagram. The little fatty can't hold on anymore." Chao Tian frowned. Underscore a trace of heaven Tao? Does Han Fei even have that? Underscore. Tree Spirit said, "Those hands won't be able to tear the diagram apart." Underscore crack. Crack. Crack, underscore. The huge hands were cracking inch by inch, and Chao Chiu was drenched in blood, with his 7 orifices bleeding and his muscles bursting open. If it weren't for the energy absorbed from the air, he might have been killed. Chao Tian's eyelids twitched. "We admit defeat." However, Chao Chiu shouted, "The god of war never admits defeat. I'll fight too. My last drop of blood." Chao Tian's heart trembled. Underscore yes, the current Chao Chiu is not like the previous one. Underscore. He looked at the 5 legendary creatures. "Please help us. We surrender." However, none of the 5 legendary creatures agreed to his request. Earth 9 said indifferently, "In the battle for luck, either he admits defeat, loses, or dies. No one else can intervene." Underscore bam, underscore. Chao Tian launched an attack at the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. However, Wang Dashuai's big blue door abruptly smashed at him and blocked his blow. Wang Dashuai grinned. "You have no right to intervene in this battle. Go away." "Who?" Chao Tian's face darkened and an attack comparable to the sacrificing punch was punched out. However, at this time a golden black mountain was blocking in front. Earth 9 lashed his tail and shattered the terrifying fist mark. Earth 9 said indifferently, "You chose the way yourself, so you can't interfere." Chao Tian's eyes were all red, and he roared, "Chao Chiu, admit defeat. Han Fei, stop." However, Han Fei couldn't hear him at all. After fusing with Little Black, he could only narrowly hold out. But he couldn't give up now. At the moment, the only thing in his mind was to win. Underscore bam, underscore. The big hands exploded, and a bracelet floated in the air. Underscore clang, underscore. The lingering sound shook the earth. At this time, the infinity water darted out. Explode. Underscore boom, underscore. Like a nuclear explosion, smoke and dust rushed up to a height of 1,000 meters. The mountains were full of cracks and gullies appeared. Chao Chiu was bombarded to the ground at a terrifying speed. Chao Tian rushed over frantically amidst the cloud of smoke and the roar of the earth. And in the sky, Han Fei disappeared as if he had never been here. After a while, Chao Tian picked up the dying Chao Chiu from the ruins, his eyes soft. "Don't worry. I'll never make you risk your life again, I promise." A gap appeared on the bracelet, which Chao Tian held in his hand. He kept stuffing pills into Chao Chiu's mouth. Chao Chiu was still alive, which was the only reason Chao Tian hadn't gone crazy. Chao Tian looked at the sky and murmured, "Han Fei must have already gotten some unknown opportunities." On the floating island, Han Fei appeared and then passed out. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chao and Yang Shiji were shocked, and Yu Shire also looked solemn. Ran Tianfei frowned. Underscore what kind of a powerful enemy did he encounter this time? Why is he so badly injured? The energy in Han Fei's body has been exhausted, but his spiritual energy is recovering at a terrifying speed. Why, underscore. Little junior brother, little junior brother. Jiang Chao looked solemn. Don't panic. Han Fei is still breathing. At this moment, Han Fei was drenched in blood. Although he defeated Chao Chiu, he was also severely injured. Ren Tianfei said, no hurry. His energy is exhausted. He is just too tired. Get a spirit gatherer to help him. Huh? His body is recovering on its own. And the speed is very fast. He continued, okay, no need to find a spirit gatherer. He's recovering on his own. He himself is a very strong spirit gatherer. Han Fei woke up when it was dawn as he felt the warmth of the sun. Opening his eyes, Han Fei saw Jiang Chao, Yang Xia, Yu Shire, and others looking at him with concern. Jiang Chao said with joy, Han Fei, how do you feel? Yang Xia added, little junior brother, who injured you like this? Yu Shire thought, the other party must have been stronger than me. Was it Chao Tian? Ren Tianfei said, I'm not curious about this. What I am curious about is that not only can you recover from your injury, but also your spiritual energy and energy are quickly restored on their own. You've recovered 50% in your sleep. Han Fei moved his fingers and found that it hurt, so he threw himself a divine healing technique. After quite a while, Han Fei sighed. Who can tell me what the bloodline of the god of war is? Ren Tianfei's face changed drastically. What did you say? The bloodline of the god of war? Jiang Chao also looked shocked, although not as shocked as Ren Tianfei. Ren Tianfei said, the bloodline of the god of war is very powerful, but I don't know much about it. You can ask my original body when you meet it in the future. Han Fei nodded and didn't say anything more. Jiang Chao said, in the ancient chronicles of the Thousand-Star City, it's said that there used to be a god of war who opened up the frontiers and opened the sea, who was extremely powerful and was comparable to the first president of our Thug Academy in strength. Cough, cough. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Underscore was the first president of our Thug Academy that strong? Wasn't he said to be poisoned to death by a strong master and buried in the back of a mountain? Underscore. Ren Tianfei sneered. You are back. It seems you have won. Han Fei nodded slightly. I won. Yang Xia and Jiang Chao were very excited. Han Fei even beat the guy with the bloodline of the god of war. His strength was simply unfathomable. Han Fei looked at Ren Tianfei. Old Ren, don't you want to beat me when I'm weak? Ren Tianfei glanced at Han Fei with disdain and then sneered. I gave in. You're my disciple, aren't you? Huff. Han Fei was relieved. That was great. Although this Ren Tianfei was only powered by a drop of blood from the real Ren Tianfei, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. Han Fei couldn't help sighing. The first place heavenly talent from the Thousand-Star City would be Chao Qiu from now on. Thinking of Chao Qiu's weird but powerful blood heritage, Han Fei was a bit envious of him. He had been working hard step by step to become what he was today, collecting spiritual energy, energy fruit, and other resources little by little, but that the asterisk starred could directly absorb endless energy from the air. In the evening, Han Fei made a big meal, and after wolfing down the food, he finally recovered to his peak. This made Han Fei marvel at the benefits of his level 7 spiritual heritage. With it, even his injuries recovered faster than others. Then what if he gained a level 8 or even level 9 spiritual heritage? However, it seemed difficult to gain a level 9 spiritual heritage. After all, he hadn't figured out where to get the latter part of the true spirit fishing art. Anyway, he had to find a way to get the level 7 of the true spirit fishing art from the Zhang family. As for where was level 8? Well, he better practice level 7 first. At night, It was the fourth night. This time, Han Fei didn't hesitate to find the place where the color-changing star was. Although the star couldn't be seen, Han Fei was sure that it was right there. There should be only one way to get it, that was, to fish it from the water. However, when he was about to fish for the star, something seemed to occur to him, and he came to Ren Tianfei. "Old Ren, why are you here? Did you know I would come here?" Ren Tianfei shook his head. "I didn't know." "Then why are you here?" Ren Tianfei smiled and said, "Go find your chance. Don't mind me." Seeing that Ren Tianfei didn't want to answer at all, Han Fei was puzzled. The sea tokens were scattered by Ren Tianfei, and he had also found the star. "It's actually more like a trial for me, a very difficult trial. Now that Ren Tianfei has found the star, he is already able to take the chance, but why doesn't he take it? There must be some secrets that Han Fei didn't know. Fine, when the time comes, I'll ask old Han. If I grab the painting, he will probably tell me something. On the lake, Han Fei stuck his hand into the water. Swish. In front of Han Fei's eyes, the scenery suddenly changed. He still saw the surface of the water, but it seemed to be different. Han Fei stepped on it and felt as if he was stepping on a mirror, but ripples spread out when he set his feet down. When Han Fei raised his head, he saw the sky was full of stars, and he seemed to be in the vast Milky Way. Not far away, a little red spot was flickering. Hiss! Is this the star? He seemed to be in the vast sea of stars and the depth of the universe, but Han Fei knew it was impossible because he could still breathe. However, the stars looked like small dots hanging on a piece of black cloth. And Han Fei seemed to be able to reach them with his hand. In this dreamlike world, Han Fei walked dozens of steps forward, and he couldn't help narrowing his eyes when he came 3 meters away from the red star. A drop of blood? Han Fei couldn't help taking a deep breath. A star-like drop of blood. What kind of blood is this? Is this the opportunity? Suddenly, Han Fei looked through the drop of blood. He discovered that a familiar star position appeared in the black air that seemed to be so far away, but so near. That was one of the 36 star position diagrams discovered by Han Fei. It was flickering at the moment, but wasn't conspicuous. Han Fei hurriedly looked around, feeling his head spinning. Of the 36 star position diagrams, there were 35 and still one was missing? Han Fei immediately looked at the drop of blood and his heart trembled. Is the last star position diagram here, this piece of space where I'm floating? Han Fei swallowed and reached for the drop of blood. Just when he was about to touch it, there were ripples in the air, and a shadow appeared. It looked like a human, to be exact, a woman, but it seemed to be covered by a black curtain. Therefore, he could only see a shadow. Han Fei frowned, retracted his hand, and faced the shadow frontally, which was very close to him. Alas! In the air, a woman sighed, seeming a little sad and a little sentimental, which stunned Han Fei. Amid the void, a woman's sigh was heard, which sounded very weird. Han Fei bowed. Senior. In the shadow, a pair of fuzzy eyes seemed to be watching Han Fei. It wasn't until Han Fei felt a chill down his spine that the shadow said, "The one that should come will always come. Do you know what it means for you to take this opportunity now?" Han Fei shook his head. "I do not know." The shadow said slowly, "This world is big. There is the sea and the sea, and the sky beyond the sky. Countless years ago, the Sea Clan rose, and the vast land was covered by the ocean. Some people ran away, some people held on, but the human race inevitably declined. Han Fei said, I've heard about this, but the strong have built floating islands, with which give mankind some breathing and space for development. With the continuous birth of the strong, the strength of mankind is gradually recovering. The shadow asked, Are you talking about the 1,000-star city? Han Fei's face changed slightly. Ah. Senior, do you know it? The shadow said, casually, It's I who moved the 1,000-star city over. Of course, I know. Oh. Han Fei was stunned. The 1,000-star city was moved over by the one in front of him? That's just unimaginably strong. Shuai should be able to move a mountain, but could he move the entire Scattered Stars Island? Obviously, that was impossible. However, the person in front of him said that she moved the 1,000-star city over, and she was only a woman, which literally shocked Han Fei. The shadow said, The remaining humans have fought with the sea demons for more than 9,000 years, and finally won back a large territory. Because the territory is so large, many human powers have divided it into 36 mystic worlds and ruled them separately. Han Fei was shocked. 36 mystic worlds? The shadow smiled faintly. They can also be called the 36 palaces, or 36 heavenly palaces. The 1,000-star city is in the 9th heavenly palace, which is called Yin-Yang world. Later on, the strong masters took floating stones as the base, moved the mountains in the sea over, laid down a large floating array, and thus created the 1,000-star city we know today. Han Fei swallowed. Wow, so the entire territory where he was currently located was within the scope of this 9th heavenly palace? And there were as many as 36 such heavenly palaces. And besides the 36 heavenly palaces, there were still many ancient strong masters who were hiding in places unknown. The 9th heavenly palace alone was so big. The level 3 fishery alone extended at least 1,000,000 kilometers. As for the unknown place, it had to be at least millions of kilometers in area. Moreover, the fisheries and the unknown place were separated. Han Fei's mind was muddled. The world he knew was so big. The distance between the Earth and the Moon was only 386,000 kilometers. How vast the territory of the 9th heavenly palace was. The shadow seemed to know what Han Fei was thinking, and said lightly, The 9th heavenly palace has a territory of 8,000,000 kilometers. Han Fei gasped in shock. The 9th heavenly palace alone is 8,000,000 kilometers in area. Then what about the 36 heavenly palaces added up? If a person ran at the speed of light, it would take him 8 minutes to run across them. Han Fei immediately said, Are the 36 heavenly palaces within the infinite ocean? The shadow said, The infinite ocean is actually in the same area as the 36 heavenly palaces. In the beginning, they weren't in the same area. But due to endless warfare and some accidents, some of the heavenly palaces declined. The palace owners moved the heavenly palaces away to protect their people. They had to be moved to a relatively deserted place for humans to live in peace. Of course, moving the heavenly palaces was also dangerous. It involved some secrets, which I can't tell you now. Han Fei couldn't help thinking, how strong must a person be to move a heavenly palace? And such strong masters also died, Han Fei said, So, the 9th heavenly palace was moved to a deserted land? The shadow said, It's not just the 9th heavenly palace. There was more than one heavenly palace moved away. The one next to our Yin-Yang world is the Waterwood World, and they were in a similar situation to us. Han Fei's eyelids trembled. There is another heavenly palace next to us? Han Fei asked, Senior, will there be war between the 36 heavenly palaces? The shadow said, occasionally, but not often. Han Fei took a breath and said, Senior, what exactly does this opportunity you mentioned represent? Looking at this drop of blood, Han Fei inevitably felt a little nervous. They were talking about heavenly palaces, but he hadn't even been to the 1,000-star city. The shadow was silent for a while and slowly said, You only need to know that there are 2 drops of blood. You'll become the new lord of the Inyang world when you get both drops. Han Fei's face changed. The Inyang Palace Lord, Why does this name sound so weird? Lord of the 9th Palace sounds much better, No, why does it have to be Palace Lord? Isn't Heavenly Lord better? Yes. The 9th Heavenly Lord. This sounds awesome, Han Fei immediately asked, Where is the 2nd drop? The shadow sighed. In the foundation of the earth's core of the heavenly palace. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. I don't even know where the heavenly palace is. Is the heavenly palace on the top of the 1,000-star city? Old Ren may know something about it. Or I can also ask the Thug Academy or Old Han However, it was already so difficult to get the 1st drop. The 2nd drop might be even more difficult to get, Han Fei asked awkwardly, So, is this blood dangerous? The shadow suddenly asked, Do you know the steps into the sea? Han Fei nodded. Sure, I got the art of invincibility right there and almost released a monster. The shadow said, The steps into the sea have 4 purposes. The first is to exchange materials with other heavenly palaces. The second is to use the power collected by the steps to maintain the array of the heavenly palace. The third is to trade with God, but the probability is very low. The fourth is to feed the puppets, which are corpses sealed under the steps into the sea. The corpse puppets are harvested every 100 years and will be brought back to the heavenly palace to seize their will and let them guard the palace. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Fortunately, God didn't trade with you. Otherwise, my demon purification pot would have no vines. However, this information was top secret. The so-called sacrifice was to exchange things with the steps into the sea. Under the jurisdiction of other heavenly palaces? No wonder people always get some rubbish. So, it was actually 2 or more people on different steps into the sea trading with each other. In a nutshell, it was just rubbish for rubbish. In the end, everyone got rubbish anyway. You would think you got something good, but it was actually garbage that others didn't want. As for the spiritual energy of the sacrifice, it could actually stabilize the array of the heavenly palace. The steps into the sea seemed to be messed up by him, and its trading function seemed to have something wrong. He didn't know if it had been restored or not. Han Fei quickly said, Senior, if there is a problem with the steps into the sea, and nothing can be exchanged through sacrifice, will the heavenly palace be unable to be maintained? Will it fall? Han Fei was a little guilty. What if the heavenly palace fell into the sea? Because of his fault? Then what could he do to make up for it? What if the heavenly palace had fallen into the sea when he became the 9th Heavenly Lord? The shadow shook her head. No. The heavenly palace has an autonomous array and won't fall because of this. However, this will make the spiritual energy above the heavenly palace thinner. Han Fei was quite relieved to hear this. If the heavenly palace was on top of the 1,000-star city and fell, he would lose his home even if he did become the 9th heavenly lord. Then he thought, the puppets suppressed under the steps into the sea must be collected once in 100 years. But how long have they not been collected, Han Fei couldn't help looking at the shadow. What will happen if the puppets are not collected? The shadow was silent for a moment. The longer it takes, the fiercer they become and will eventually become hard to control. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. No. Do I have to solve these fierce puppets when I take over the heavenly palace? But the shadow said, what you should care about is not the puppets, but that there are many puppets in the heavenly palace. And in the foundation of the heavenly palace, there are more powerful puppets, and even the weakest among them are explorers. Han Fei. Even the weakest are explorers? Then how am I supposed to get the other drop of blood? Come on, how am I supposed to beat these powerful puppets? The shadow glanced at Han Fei. You are too weak to go there for now. This drop of the source water will do a little good to you. If you master this drop of source water, you will also master the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei was surprised. Isn't this blood? The shadow did not answer, but sighed. In the future, once you become the new Palace Lord, you will need to take care of many things. You will find out by then. Han Fei asked, why me? Someone has obtained this painting before, right? Han Fei felt that the shadow seemed to be looking at him deeply, but she didn't speak, which was a bit creepy. The shadow began to fade. Han Fei hurriedly said, Senior, are you still alive? What tokens do I have to get to take charge of the heavenly palace? Hey, hey! In Han Fei's cry, the shadow disappeared. In this void, once again, only Han Fei was left. The shadow left, leaving a huge secret for Han Fei. Han Fei guessed she might have died long ago. As for the puppets who were at least explorers, he didn't think he could handle them. However, at least he knew the secret about the world. The deserted land? This was a deserted land? The heavenly palace was moved to this place as a whole and didn't even have a lord, but could still be developed to this degree. Just imagine, if the palace lord was still here, could Ren Tianfei steal the sea-quelling painting from the heavenly palace? Han Fei didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, half a drop of the source water was here. Although he didn't know what it was something powerful anyway. If he took the other half drop, he could become a heavenly lord. Han Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart and slowly stretched out his finger to touch the half drop of source water. _hum_. The moment Han Fei's fingertips touched the drop of source water, it instantly submerged in Han Fei's body and disappeared. Oh, my physique is improving and my strength is increasing. Han Fei felt that his body swelled up, and in a panic, he hurriedly started to cultivate the 108 desolate god body. Once. Twice. 3 times. The cultivation speed of the 108 desolate god body surpassed Han Fei's imagination but was still unable to keep up with the expansion speed of his body. He practiced it more than 300 times and even his body went numb. Only then did he suddenly realize that he had fully mastered the 108 desolate god body. However, his body was still bulging, as if infinite energy was accumulating within him. Damn. My body is about to explode. Han Fei had to begin to cultivate the indestructible body. Otherwise, he felt that he might explode. After a long time, Han Fei felt that his flesh, blood, and bones were undergoing thorough changes again and again. He even felt that the color of his bones were turning golden. In this void, he couldn't feel the elapse of time. Anyway, he didn't know how many changes his body went through. Bam. Something seemed to explode in Han Fei's body, and a large amount of impurities spurted out from all corners of his body. Then, Han Fei felt his body sink. Not only his body, but his brain was also sinking. Han Fei lay down in the void, and the God-scaring painting automatically appeared in his mind. 88 pieces. 89 pieces. 99 pieces. 100 pieces. Crack. When he memorized the 100th piece of the God-scaring painting, something seemed to explode in his mind, and the God-scaring painting was still being opened. 101, 108. 156, 199. It wasn't until the 200th piece unfolded that the groggy feeling in his mind disappeared. After that, Han Fei passed out. The last thought in his mind was, if this was just doing a little good for me, please give me more, Han Fei didn't know how long he had been in a coma. Anyway, when he woke up, he was still in this void. However, when he looked at his data, he was dumbfounded. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 57, Advanced Hidden Fissure. Spiritual Energy, 4,325,681, 39,999. Spiritual Power, 9,999/9,999. Perception Range, 500 kilometers. Strength, 1 wave and 3 million kilograms. First Spirit Heritage, Level 7, Low Quality. Second Spiritual Heritage, Unawakened. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 50. Second Spiritual Beast, Not Awakened. Main Art, Divine Manipulation Technique, Level 5 of Void Fishing, Heaven. Level, Divine Quality. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed several times. He upgraded from an intermediate, hidden fissure to an advanced one, and his upper limit of spiritual energy increased by 3,000 points. As for his spiritual power, it seemed to have skyrocketed to a certain bottleneck. His range of perception was now measured by kilometers instead of meters. And his strength had soared by 5 million kilograms. In addition, now he had a second spiritual heritage. But what did the unawakened mean? And there was also a second spiritual beast, which was also unawakened. This made Han Fei speechless for quite a while. What the hell was the source? Water? Its power was simply shocking. A mere half drop was already so powerful. What if he had a whole drop? Han Fei closed his eyes and felt inside his body. His blood was surging, his meridians turned jade white, and his bones became golden. It seemed that the third level of the indestructible body had been broken. Han Fei couldn't help sighing. What would happen if Ren Tianfei knew that he had broken the third level of the indestructible body? Would he pop his eyes out in surprise? This time, his improvement was out of his imagination. Han Fei hadn't recovered from the surprise. Han Fei discovered that he was able to kill Sun Mu with a single punch, and beat Chao Qiao with at most 10. I seem to be invincible, Han Fei didn't know how to describe how he felt now. Han Fei only knew that this trip was worth it, well worth it. No wonder everyone scrambled to grab the sea-quelling painting. No wonder so many experts came here. No wonder the Thug Academy declined because of this. This was indeed an opportunity to become a king. With such a power, as long as he didn't die, who could prevent him from becoming a sea king? However, Han Fei found that his spiritual power seemed to be too strong and was stuck at 9,999. Why was this? He was confused. All of a sudden, Han Fei felt that a picture appeared in his mind. Han Fei glanced across it and found that the mountains, rivers, and earth were all in his heart. The world in the painting? Han Fei was surprised. It was indeed the world in the painting. He seemed to be able to be connected to the entire sea-quelling painting. Han Fei could see that Jiang Chao and Yang Xia were eagerly waiting by the lake. Yu Shire was squatting by the lake and looking into the water, and Ren Tianfei was sitting casually on the grass. However, glancing across the entire sea-quelling painting, Han Fei discovered that except for the floating island, everyone had disappeared. Have the 7 days passed? Han Fei's heart sank. I don't know how long it has been. I've practiced the 108 desolate god body hundreds of times, so the 7 days have probably passed by now. On the floating island, by the lake, Yang Xia had been looking at the center of the lake. Teacher, do you think little junior brother can succeed? Jiang Chao sighed. I think it's possible. After all, Han Fei is the strongest heavenly talent I've ever seen in the history of the Thug Academy, and he is almost invincible. As long as he doesn't die, our glory of the old days is very likely to be restored. Yu Shire sniffed his nose. Invincible? I'm so envious. Ren Tianfei sneered. No, you're wrong. It's not that he's invincible, but that his will is very strong. Although he can become much stronger, he's not really invincible. In this world, there is no real invincibility, but only different roads. Jiang Chao smiled and said, Senior, Han Fei is your disciple. Aren't you proud of him? Ren Tianfei snorted. I gave him this opportunity. If I took the opportunity back then, he wouldn't be able to get it today. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to Ren Tianfei and said with a faint smile. I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Han Fei. Little junior brother? Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, In an instant, more than 300 figures swished over, who were the first generation strong masters in the village. Everyone was staring at Han Fei with glowing eyes. Some were trembling slightly, some were looking at him eagerly, and some were swallowing nervously, but no one spoke. Perceiving that their ancestors were gone, countless people in the village were running over here as fast as they could. Han Fei asked, Junior uncle, how long have I been gone? Jiang Chao said with joy, 2 days and 3 hours. Huh? Han Fei looked at Jiang Chao in surprise. Only 2 days, But that is not right, If it was only just more than 2 days, why did all the other people in the sea-quelling painting disappear, Ren Tianfei said, are you surprised? It just means that in the place where you were, time passed differently. Among them, only Yang Xia asked tremblingly, little junior brother. Have you taken the painting? This was also what everyone was concerned about. Han Fei could hear countless people's breath quicken and their hearts beating fiercely. Han Fei raised his head slightly. Open. Hum. It seemed that there was no change, but all of a sudden, a large amount of spiritual energy flooded the floating island. Someone cried with joy, ha ha ha. It's opened, the seal has been removed. Someone knelt on the ground. This picture finally has an owner, finally. Jiang Chao laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, good, good. Han Fei, good job. I'm sure. You are the best student in the history of the Thug Academy. Yang Xie shouted excitedly, Qin, I'm coming out. I'm coming out to meet you. Again soon. Yu Shire was still squatting on the ground, looking at Han Fei. I'm so envious. The children were infected by this cheerful atmosphere and began to frolic with each other. Among all the people, only Ren Tianfei seemed to have guessed this, with an indifferent expression, sitting on the ground, motionless. Han Fei was the first to find out there was something wrong with him. Han Fei discovered that Ren Tianfei had turned into a corpse again, his face withered, and he looked like a statue. Han Fei's look was complicated. Old Ren didn't seem to have helped him with anything this time. Did he just come here to watch him taking the painting? However, Han Fei felt that Ren Tianfei was like a kind of guarantee. He followed him to the floating island, which showed that his purpose had never been other people but him. He was here to watch Han Fei take the sea-quelling painting. And Han Fei even guessed that he would have taken action if it were necessary. For example, if he lost to Cao Qiu, perhaps Ren Tianfei would do something. Now he had become a corpse again. It was as if his clone had never appeared before. At this moment, Han Fei could feel everything in the sea-quelling painting. And all the creatures in the painting were in his mind. Han Fei guessed that the reason that his spiritual power skyrocketed after he harvested the half-drop of the source water was to enable him to control the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei issued an order in his mind to disperse the 9 sounds mist. Master! Master! Congratulations to our master for taking charge of this world. Several voices rang in Han Fei's mind, which came from Earth 9 and the others. Han Fei swallowed. Gosh, the sea-quelling painting has really become my own, Han Fei didn't ask them to come to the floating island but asked, how do I get out of here? Earth 9 said, you just need to say leave in your heart, master. Han Fei looked at the people who were looking at him nervously, and said, wait until I leave first. Han Fei restored the 9 sounds mist again. Now that he could go out, he should protect himself against some of these people. However, these people had been living in the painting for so long and had raised offspring here. In any case, these ordinary people were innocent, but he couldn't release all these people for now, because he didn't know the situation outside. When he entered the underground city, there were so many people waiting. Once they were released and went out of the underground city, some of them would definitely be robbed and killed. Besides, if he didn't release these people now, then some of them could be his hostages. Although old Jiang was guarding outside, he still should be careful. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Han Fei said to everyone, I've taken the sea-quelling painting. However, most of you should know where the sea-quelling painting is. And I believe you also know the danger of this place. So, please wait a few more days. I will let you out when I leave the boneyard. Some people's hearts sank. They were wondering, would Han Fei really let them out? After all, Han Fei was from the Thug Academy. They had never been friends, but enemies. Someone said with a trembling voice, Han Fei, if you let us go out, we'll owe you big time. In the future, at least all of us here will not be enemies of your Thug Academy. Yes. Han Fei, after so many years, we have lost all our ambition and enthusiasm. Moreover, we are quite familiar with old Jiang and the others. We'll never break our word. Those ordinary people just watched and didn't dare to speak. However, the expectations in their eyes were obvious. Jiang Chao said, Han Fei, take Yang Xia out first. I'll stay here to reassure these people. I think you'd better just let these people go. Han Fei glanced at Jiang Chao and nodded slightly. Okay. Yang Xia couldn't restrain his excitement. However, seeing that Jiang Chao was not about to leave immediately, he said, Teacher, why don't we go out together? Jiang Chao smiled and said, I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, I have stayed here for so many years. You should go out as fast as you can to meet Qin. Yu Shire said, I will go out too. Han Fei nodded, then looked at the others and said, Don't worry. I'll let you go. However, you'll have to wait till I go out first. At this moment, your families are waiting just outside. I hope you know what to do when you get out. Everyone nodded. Even those who had once tried to stop Han Fei's side and nodded in agreement. They certainly knew how fierce the competition for the sea-quelling painting was. Because of this, the big clans and the 7 major sects from the 1,000 Star City must all have come. But the one who got the painting was Han Fei from the Thug Academy. Those big shots would definitely not let Han Fei off easily, so they must state their position. After all, the big clans and sects certainly didn't want their heavenly talents imprisoned in the painting forever. Someone said, Han Fei, we will try our best, but we cannot guarantee their reaction. If something unpredictable occurs, please let these children leave. They are just ordinary people. Someone responded, Yes. I can stay, but please allow them to leave. Seeming to perceive something, many ordinary people said to their ancestors, Great-grandpa, we'll advance and retreat together with you. Shut up. Someone shouted angrily, What are you talking about? You're not allowed to speak. A child tugged the corner of a certain strong master's clothes. Great. Grandma, I want to be with you. The strong master sighed. Be good. I'll go out with you. The people of our Jade Fairy Palace are very nice. Everyone was distressed by the departure. Han Fei glanced at Yang Xia and Yu Shire. Senior brother, are you going out with me first? Yang Xia nodded. Okay. Han Fei said to Earth 9 and the other 4 in his mind, Can you leave the sea-quelling painting? If they could, he would have 5 super trump cards. Earth 9 replied, Master, we have long been integrated with this world. With your current strength, you can only let at most one of us leave here. In addition, the time we can stay outside is limited. Han Fei's heart sank. Is there such a restriction? Is it because I'm still too weak now? Water Luster added, Master, Earth 9 was talking about our original bodies. But if it's our clones, they can stay outside for a long time. Han Fei's eyes lit up. How strong are your clones? Water Luster said coldly, they only have less than 1/10 of our strength. And probably only have the strength of a junior law enforcer. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. This was already very strong. Of course, for those people waiting outside, it might not be enough. But it didn't matter. At least, he could temporarily summon one of the 5. Tree Spirit said, Master, although we can't leave here, you can take people in. If they are not an explorer or above, the 5 of us can solve them in the painting. Tree Spirit added, if they are an explorer, they may not easily die. Although we can suppress him, the world in the painting will inevitably be damaged by the battle. Fire Seed smiled and added, if there are only 4 or 5 law enforcers, we can deal with them easily. However, if there are too many of them, it will cause the collapse of the world in the painting. After all, although we are legendary creatures, we cannot instantly kill the enemy. Punishing Saber suddenly said, Master, if it's a single law enforcer, you can throw it to me. I'm good at killing. They'll be a piece of cake for me. Hanfei couldn't help feeling excited at Punishing Saber's words. Listen, how domineering these words are. From today on, I won't be afraid of any law enforcer. Hanfei asked immediately, how do I send people in, Earth 9 answered, Master, you can do it by summoning a piece of the world in the painting, putting the person on it, and then retracting the piece. The 9 Sounds Mist is a very good trapping array. As long as the person is trapped in the 9 Sounds Mist, you can take the person into the painting. Hanfei couldn't help asking, can I use the power of the 9 Sounds, Earth 9 nodded. Yes, but whether it is to use the power of the law or to use us, you'll bear a certain amount of pressure. How so, Earth 9 explained, if you want us to come out, you'll need to provide massive spiritual energy and energy as the support. However, if it is on the sea, water luster can absorb energy by himself. And if it's in the woods, I can also absorb the spiritual energy and energy on my own. And if you want to use the 9 Sounds laws, you'll need to consume your own spiritual power. Therefore, the power of the law will also be weakened. Hanfei took a breath. Anyway, he now had the biggest treasure, the source. Water. Although the sea-quelling painting was also a great treasure, he didn't necessarily need it so much. If he encountered an enemy in the realm of a law enforcer, he could use the sea-quelling painting. Beyond this strength, it would be safer for him to get into Forge the Universe. With this in mind, Hanfei didn't have so many concerns now. Hanfei responded, I see. I'll go out first, and I will call you when I need your help. Then, he expressed the desire to leave deep in his heart, and he disappeared from the sea-quelling painting with a swish. Yang Xia and Yu Shire came out with Hanfei. Still on the top of the 10,000 steps, Hanfei looked back and found that sea-quelling painting was still flying in the air. As he waved his hand, the sea-quelling painting disappeared and submerged in his body. Yang Xia exclaimed, I finally made it out. Hanfei said with a frown, Senior brother, this should be the 6th day since I entered the sea-quelling painting. Why did the others all disappear? Did they all come out? Yang Xia smiled. Maybe they weren't sent here at all? Yu Shire echoed, that makes sense. The 3 of them descended down the steps. Along the way, those skeletons from before did not turn into super-large skeletons anymore, and there was no skeleton barrage. When Hanfei walked out of the boneyard, returned to the Sky City, and looked up at the gate, he found that the corpse was still there. Hanfei immediately asked, Senior, have all the people who went in with me come out? The corpse glanced at Hanfei. They left. Hanfei breathed a sigh of relief, then said, Senior, why are you guarding here? The skeleton seemed to be lost in thought, and he paused for a moment before saying, home. Hanfei didn't know where the Sky City came from. However, it was not bad too. have such a city here. It was like a secret world. As for the other secrets here, there should be quite a few, and now he had the ability to explore them. Just when Han Fei was about to ask Yang Xie to find opportunities with him, he suddenly saw 2 fishing boats flying into the sky. Jiang Qin and everyone else were in them. At the moment, the atmosphere was a bit weird. The only thing Han Fei was sure about was that Jiang Qin and Yang Xie had an affair. The two were gazing at each other. Although Jiang Qin still looked cold, her breath quickened. Yang Xie looked at Jiang Qin deeply for a while, then suddenly opened his arms. Swish. The two of them hugged each other. Han Fei scratched his head and jumped on the fishing boat. When did you come out? Luo Xiaobai responded, we were only in for 1 day. There seems to be a problem with the time here. We quickly came out after we found some opportunities. Zhang Xuanyu put his arm around Han Fei's shoulders and said, look, I'm intermediate now. Did you notice? Intermediate. Lu Renquang chuckled. I'm at the intermediate level too, and my armor box is full. On the other side, Wang Dashui, Chu Linyuan, Bai Lu, and Mu Qingchuan had already reunited. Looking at these 2 couples, and then at Jiang Qin and Yang Xie behind him, Han Fei couldn't help but think, it seems that the Thug Academy has a long lasting tradition of disciples falling in love with each other, Chu Linyuan said, little junior brother, did you get it? Han Fei nodded. Wang Dashui grinned. I knew it. I knew you would definitely get it. Han Fei couldn't help saying, senior brother, when did you come out? Did everyone else come out too? Chu Linyuan said, we came out about 6 hours earlier than you. We appeared outside the boneyard. When we came out, everyone realized that you had already gotten the sea-quelling painting. So without stopping, they all left. I guessed you should be out soon, so I told them to wait for you here. Han Fei nodded. Just as he had guessed. Han Fei asked, Xiaobai, since you came out so early, why didn't you go to find opportunities? Luo Xiaobai explained, in a short period of time, there couldn't be many opportunities left. In fact, there were many people looking for opportunities. Here. We encountered a lot of people on the way. Han Fei frowned. Are the opportunities scattered all over this world? Zhang Xuanyu said with a flourish, yes. And the opportunities were very hard to get. I went to a purple bamboo forest, overcame countless hardships, and finally got a high-quality divine stick. The flesh on Lu Renquang's face trembled and he said, I went to an orchard. You know what, those fruits will run by themselves, and are very difficult to grasp. And they can beat up people. Some fruit trees grow long whips that can whip people. Some fruits can blow up. If it weren't for my excellent defense, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come back. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What kinds of fruits are so powerful, However, it was understandable. Earth 9 was a fruit. While Han Fei and the others were talking, they suddenly heard Jiang Qin excitedly saying, my father is still alive? At this moment, the two were still hugging each other. Jiang Qin raised her head in Yang Xie's arms, then quickly turned to look at Han Fei. Why didn't he come out? Before Han Fei answered, Yang Xie explained, don't worry. In the painting, there are still a lot of people from the Thousand-Star City. Your father is staying there to reassure them, and they will come out soon. Han Fei was surprised. Sister Qin, didn't you know? Yang Xia said, I hadn't told you because he went in earlier than me. I went in after. No wonder Jiang Qin didn't mention her father when she asked Han Fei to search for Yang Xia for her. Han Fei assured her, Sister Qin, don't worry. Junior uncle is okay. By the way, are we really not looking for opportunities? Leave. These opportunities are not important to you anymore. This was said by the corpse on the gate tower. He wanted them to leave the opportunities of this world to others. Han Fei asked, Senior, there are many sea demons outside. If they come in, die. Before Han Fei finished speaking, the corpse expressed his attitude. Then he looked at the others. Don't be too greedy for opportunities. Chu Linyuan said, Little junior brother, we should leave now. We've already been several hours later than the others. The top priority now is not to find opportunities, but to deal with dangers from the outside world. If we're late, the people of our academy outside may be in danger. Han Fei took a breath. Chu Linyuan was right. They had already gotten enough opportunities this time. But outside, old Jiang was confronting so many people alone. Once most of the other people had gone out and spread the word that he had gotten the sea quelling painting, old Jiang might be in danger. Besides, old Jiang wouldn't leave since they hadn't come out yet. But if they went out ahead of the others, old Jiang would be much safer. Han Fei took a breath and said, Okay, let's go. Those guys have been away for 6 hours. Let me see if I can use a teleportation array. In the outside world, there were no sea demons outside. In this battle, Blue Feather was tricked and the 10,000 Demon Valley's strength was greatly undermined. 4 of the 8 wings of Blue Feather had died, and more than 5,000 sea demons were killed. Blue Feather and Chen Yaning were injured, and within a short period of time, the sea demons didn't have the strength to threaten the Scattered Stars Island. However, Shueishenqi wouldn't underestimate the 10,000 Demon Valley. Although half of the 8 wings of Blue Feather were dead, Chen Yaning had made a breakthrough, which meant that the 10,000 Demon Valley now had 2 path-seeking experts, which were comparable to explorers. Besides, Shueishenqi didn't care about the affairs of the underground city at all, even if he was already here at the moment. In the air, Shueishenqi said indifferently, since the sea quelling painting has chosen its owner, I hope you won't fight too fiercely. If you have to fight, let me take away the people from the Scattered Stars Island first. Someone laughed and said, Old Shui. Of course, you have the right to take your people away. However, I'm afraid some people can't leave this time. Many people's faces darkened, for example, Elder Sun. Sun Baixing, one of the 3 ancestors of the Sun family, looked very angry. I don't care who got the painting. I must avenge my grandson. A strong master from the Death Door sect snorted. I just want to know who took the painting. And, what are you going to do with him? The strong master from the Death Door sect looked at Chow Wudi. He guessed that the sea quelling painting was probably taken by the Chow family because he knew that when Chow Chiu was born, the Chow family had asked a strong master from the Death Door sect to seal the bloodline of the god of war in his body. This was top secret. Someone from the Heavenly Sword sect said, the 7 major sects are like birds of a feather. Whoever from the 7 major sects obtained the sea quelling painting, the Heavenly Sword sect won't interfere. As long as the disciple proves that he has the opportunity to become a sea king, we'll help him do it. A woman from the Jade Fairy Palace nodded. The same with our Jade Fairy Palace. Even if the sect takes the dominant position in the future, it's okay. The Mountain Sea Pavilion agrees. The Grand Void Academy agrees. The Origin Returning Peak agrees. The 7 major sects all expressed their stances, but the members of the big clans were obviously not happy about it. It would be difficult for ordinary clans to deal with a single sect, let alone the 7 of them. Especially the Heavenly Sword sect, they had a powerhouse in the Venerable realm. Who dared to mess around with them? Except for this Venerable, all other major sects had explorers or perhaps a venerable expert. It was impossible for ordinary clans to shake them. The big clans might have a chance if they also joined forces, but this possibility was minimal. There were constant disputes between the big clans. Even if they joined forces, it wouldn't last long. A big clan powerhouse smiled and said, "It is unlikely that the 7 major sects will get the sea-quelling painting." How could a group of students possibly achieve that? However, what if the Thug Academy gets the painting? No one mentioned the Thug Academy because it wasn't that difficult to beat the Thug Academy. In the past, in every conflict, there was always the shadow of the Thug Academy, and this time was no exception. Besides, these strong masters all knew Han Fei. His strength was not weak, and he had also obtained the Wind God Pearl. He was quite competitive. Old Bai sneered. "Humph. You can't beat the 7 sects, so you want to bully the Thug Academy? What makes you think you can bully us?" "Humph." Old Zhang's voice resounded in the sky. "Have you ever seen me afraid of anything? Don't push us. Otherwise, the 2 of us will be able to kill a venerable." Old Bai sneered. "Yes. If you don't mind losing a venerable expert, just fight us." "Bah. You 2 can kill a venerable? Are you dreaming?" Turning his eyes to the person who spoke, Bai Kongi glanced at the big axe in the person's hand and sneered. "Yang Erfu, believe it or not, it would be easy as pie for the Thug Academy to destroy you Yang family." The person called Yang Erfu sneered. "Why don't you try it? _hum_. Suddenly, everyone looked shocked. In an instant, everyone disappeared from the sky, and in the next instant, they appeared on the ancient battlefield. Someone had come out. The first one who came out was named Lin Chi and from the Scattered Stars Island. He wasn't from the 1,000-star city, but from one of the 36 towns. As soon as Lin Chi came out, he found all the big shots staring at him. He shuddered. Damn, what happened, Humph. Suddenly, he heard Shueishenqi say, "This man is from the Scattered Stars Island. I'll take him away. Everyone, wait for the next one." "Wait a minute." Someone said, "Old Shui, we'll just ask him a few questions." Shueishenqi looked at the man. "Senior Yi, what do you want to ask?" The man smiled and said, "This little friend, does he have a sea token?" Lin Chi shook his head nervously. "No." The person from the Yi family asked again, "Little friend, don't panic. I just want to know what the underground city was like and what happened there." Lin Chi immediately respectfully said, "Seniors, to be honest, it wasn't like a city, but more like an island. There were crises everywhere on it, and all kinds of terrestrial creatures that we had never seen before were emerging endlessly, and many of them didn't live in the water, so I hurried out after getting some opportunities." Then the others asked Lin Chi some other questions. Some Lin Chi could answer, some he could not. Lin Chi just described what he saw and heard. Soon, everyone lost interest in him. These were all big shots. They had read about land creatures from ancient books. Although they were curious if the terrestrial creatures were the same as the ones from the ancient books recorded, they weren't that eager to know the answer. Lin Chi came out first because he only stayed in the underground city for 3 days, which showed that his strength was relatively weak. However, it meant that most people of similar strength to Lin Chi were about to come out. As predicted, 2 hours later, another person came out, still from the Scattered Stars Island. Then, 5 or 6 people came out one after another, all from the Scattered Stars Island. On the 5th day, 50 or 60 people from the Scattered Stars Island came out. At this time, the first major sect disciple appeared, and it was a disciple from the Grand Void Academy. However, a powerhouse from the Grand Void Academy just muttered to the others. He didn't get the painting. You don't need to pay much attention to him. He just casually asked this disciple some questions, before he let him go back to the Scattered Stars Island. On the 6th day, 109 people came out one after another. On the 7th day, a white light flashed out of the cave. The strong master of the Yi family instantly appeared in front of the white light and took Yi Baiyu's hand. Did you get the painting? Young Erfa shouted, Yi Dongfei, why are you panicking? Do you think we'll eat Yi Baiyu? The ancestor of the Mo family chuckled. Baiyu, just tell us. Sun Baixing shouted, Baiyu, I ask you, do you know how Sun Mu died? Yi Baiyu was surprised. Ah. Sun Mu is dead? Yi Dongfei shouted at Sun Baixing, hey, why are you yelling at my grandson? He didn't kill Sun Mu. Have you grabbed the painting? No one spoke this time. They were all looking at Yi Baiyu, waiting for his answer. Yi Baiyu shook his head with a wry smile. Second grandfather, I'm sorry. Although I am the fastest in my generation, speed alone is not enough. In the end, I was defeated by Chao Jiaran. Yi Dongfei sighed. Alas, fine, maybe you're just not lucky enough. But what was the painting like? Since Ren Tianfei snatched the sea-quelling painting before, no one from the Thousand-Star City had entered it. Most people who entered it before had never come out. Therefore, they didn't know what it was like in the sea-quelling painting. Although a few people who entered the painting had come out, the messages they revealed were kept as top secret and could only be known to their respective families. At this moment, Yi Dongfei wanted to let Yi Baiyu tell everything he knew. In this way, everyone could know something about the sea-quelling painting. Then, no matter who got it, the others would know how to deal with it. Yi Baiyu said, there are 5 legendary creatures in the painting, who have the same strength as peak-level law enforcers. Wow. Hearing this, many people gasped in shock. However, some people were indifferent, for example, Chao Wudi, people from the Jade Fairy Palace, and those from the Heavenly Sword sect. Yi Dongfei was shocked. Legendary creatures? Are you sure? Yi Baiyu nodded. Yes. This is what one of the old trees said personally. He would basically say anything when being asked. Except for the 5 legendary creatures, the most dangerous part in the painting is a place called the 9 Sounds Mist. But when I asked what the laws of the 9 sounds were, the old tree only said 7 of them: pleasure, anger, sorrow, joy, horror, panic, and thought, representing 7 kinds of emotions. I don't know what the remaining 2 sounds are. Someone immediately asked, 9 sounds? Does it have something to do with the comfort technique of the Jiuyin family? Someone nodded. Probably. I heard that the girl of this generation from the Joing family is very talented and became a law enforcer at the age of 17. In the entire history of the Thousand-Star City, she can be ranked among the top 10. I am afraid this has something to do with the Joing family. Yi Baiyu roughly talked about the situation in the painting. He tried to enter the 9 sounds missed, but couldn't get in at all. Maybe it was because his luck had disappeared back then. Yi Dongfei said, even if you didn't get the painting, it doesn't matter. Hearing Yi Dongfei's words, Yi Baiyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Second grandfather, the sea-quelling painting had to have been taken by someone. Because we were sent out automatically on the 6th day. When we entered, there were 84 people and 52 people came out. I can be sure that the painting was not taken by anyone from the big clans in the Thousand-Star City. What? Someone was astonished. All of them failed? Young Urcha shouted, do you mean all of our people have failed? Yi Baiyu nodded. Because when we came out, we saw every other member of the big clans except Sun Mu. With that said, Yi Baiyu turned to look at Chao Wudi. Including the Chao family people. Chao Wudi suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Yi Baiyu. What did you say? Yi Baiyu sighed. Uncle Chao, although I was defeated by Chao Jiaran, they failed too. Chao Jiaran, Chao Tian, and Chao Qiao, who seemed to have become another person, all came out with me. Sun Baixing asked, did you ask why Sun Mu wasn't with you? Yi Baiyu sighed. Senior son, my relationship with Sun Mu is not very good. Chao Wudi suddenly looked at Old Bai and Old Jiang, who were meditating. Everyone else also looked at the two of them, their eyes unfriendly. Old Jiang blew his beard and shouted, what are you looking at? More than 80 people entered, and 52 came out. This shows that this time there weren't many life and death battles. Do you want to blame us for all the deaths? Sun Baixing gnashed his teeth and said, Sun Mu and Han Fei had a grudge. Old Bai sneered. Are you sure that Sun Mu was killed by Han Fei? Even if he was, so what? Only your Sun family is allowed to attack us, but we're not allowed to fight back? Sun Baixing, come, let's fight. Old Jiang sneered. If you can't kill the two of us, your Sun family will be destroyed. Just wait for the Thug Academy's endless hunting. Sun Baixing's body trembled slightly. By Kongi, Jiang Daqian, do you really think I dare not fight you? By Kongi sneered. I haven't forgotten how you joined forces to fight against the Thug Academy. But you failed to eliminate us even in that way. What makes you think you can do it now? Old Jiang echoed, only your grandson is dead among the people from the big clans. Why is that? Sun Baixing's face was cold. Let's wait for everyone to come out. If Moore was really killed by Han Fei, I'll definitely avenge him. Old Bai and Old Jiang sneered and didn't seem to be afraid at all, but in fact, they were talking via voice transmission. Old Jiang asked, did you bring that thing? I think Sun Mu was probably killed by Han Fei. And the students of the 7 major sects were not likely to get the sea-quelling painting. So, I guess that kid also got the painting. Old Bai responded, yes. As long as the 7 major sects don't interfere, we should be able to save Han Fei. Is your array map ready? Sure. I've got my stuff ready. When Han Fei comes out, if they attack him, you take him away, and I'll cover your retreat. Don't panic. Perhaps things have not yet reached that point. I just hope what happened more than 30 years ago won't happen again. Underscore hum underscore. After about 3 hours, dozens of people came out of the passage. Li Hai, Li Baijiu, and Chenouchen were among them. In the underground city, Han Fei was painting a teleportation array in the air. However, this teleportation array wasn't as good as the one that Junior Uncle Faceless had once drawn. The teleportation array he learned in the ancient 72-floor demon realm seemed to be able to send people at most 500 kilometers away. Perhaps the distance could be longer if he studied and improved it for some time, but he didn't have the time now. Han Fei could only draw an array for regular distance, which could save him many troubles, and the speed was still very fast. Chao Wudi said indifferently, "You failed?" Chao Tian nodded slightly. Chao Wudi turned his eyes to Chao Qiu and sighed slightly. "Well, let's go home." On the other side, Sun Baixing asked, "Boy Li, Boy Chen, do you know who killed Sun Mu?" Li Hai and Li Baijiu froze for a moment and said in unison, "Sun Mu is dead?" Chenouchen shook his head. "I didn't meet him." Li Hai said, "Maybe it was Han Fei. He probably got the sequeling painting too." However, at this time, Chao Qiu's cold voice rang out, "I killed him. Do you have a problem with it?" When Chao Qiu said this, everyone was stunned. Chenouchen and the Li brothers all looked at Chao Qiu in shock. "Can this guy kill? That must be a joke." Someone said, "Little ball, you've changed." Chao Qiu gave Sun Baixing a provocative look and said, "I killed him and destroyed his body. What can you do with me?" Sun Baixing was furious and yelled, "Chao Qiu, dare you say it again?" Chao Qiu smiled. "I killed him. Not only did I kill him, but I also wanted to kill your other grandsons. Unfortunately, I didn't meet them. What can you do with me?" Underscore hum underscore. A big hand suddenly grabbed towards Chao Qiu. With a hump, Chao Wudi shattered the big hand phantom with a punch. "How dare you attack my nephew?" Sun Baixing said angrily, "Chao Wudi, is the Chao family without honor?" Everyone, listen to what Chao Qiu said. Amo family powerhouse said, "Chao Qiu, you should give an explanation." Yi Dongfei said leisurely, "Chao Qiu, Sun Mu might have offended you, but you were still kids back then. You didn't have to hold a grudge for so long." Yang Erfa said, "Chao Wudi, Chao Qiqiu is too cruel now." Chao Qiu sneered. "The bloodline of the god of war has already awakened within me. Yes, I killed him, but so what? Do you dare to kill me?" "What? The bloodline of the god of war? What do you mean?" Chao Wudi looked back at Chao Qiu and heard him say, casually, "Why do I have to keep this a secret? Although I didn't obtain the sea quelling painting, I can still be a sea establisher." Haha. Old Jiang laughed. "Old son, do you hear what he said? If you slander our Academy's disciple again, I will kill you." Old Bai sneered. "That just served Sun Mu right. This kid is right. Although he didn't get the sea quelling painting, it doesn't matter. He has the bloodline of the god of war anyway." Sun Baixing was extremely angry. He stared at Chao Qiu without blinking and in the end chose to swallow it. "Chao Wudi, take him away. Don't let me see him again." Chao Wudi looked back at the three with Chao Qiu and said lightly, "Go home." As he waved his hand, Chao Qiu disappeared from this ancient battlefield. Sun Baixing flinched. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid of Chao Wudi, but that the Chao family had a venerable expert. Otherwise, how could he possibly let Chao show off? Chao Tian, who had witnessed the whole process, said nothing. Yes, his younger brother killed Sun Mu, but so what? How was it possible the Sun family fell out with the Chao family just for Sun Mu? Chao Tian knew that Chao Qiu was willing to become Han Fei's scapegoat for the sake of their former friendship. In the future, they might not necessarily be enemies, but wouldn't be friends anymore. There was silence for a while, and Yi Dongfei said, even Chao Qiu failed to get the painting? Who on earth has grabbed the painting? In an instant, everyone looked at old Bai and old Jiang. _hum_. Out of the cave came one person after another, and Han Fei was among them. Han Fei kept using teleportation arrays and avoided many dangerous places. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch up with these people. Seeing that 10 disciples from the Thug Academy suddenly appeared and that Yang Xiao was among them, everyone was shocked. Holding his temper for a long time, Sun Baixing couldn't wait to vent. This time, he directly grabbed towards Han Fei. Han Fei screamed, "Old guys, save me." Old Bai stepped on the seawater with a bang and pushed Han Fei towards old Jiang. 1000 stream array. _crack. Crack. Crack, _. The array map was prepared by old Jiang long ago. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei and the others disappeared on the ancient battlefield and appeared on the sea. However, old Jiang frowned. He wanted to send them 100,000 kilometers away. However, his array was instantly shattered and all the big shots showed up. At that moment, Mu Ling shouted, "Father, remain calm, calm." The strong master of the Heavenly Sword sect frowned and looked at his daughter. Children should not meddle in adults' affairs. Mu Ling said to him via voice transmission, "Father. Han Fei is Tang Ji's best friend. If we help Han Fei, Tang Gu will be on our side. Besides, if Han Fei survives, he'll definitely befriend the Heavenly Sword sect, and Thug Academy may also become our helping hand. Therefore, you must not attack Han Fei and should prevent other sects from attacking him. Tang Gu was also speaking to him via voice transmission, Master, Han Fei is like a brother to me. Please don't attack him. Mu Tianfeng, the current master of the Heavenly Sword sect, was a peak level explorer. Mu Ling was his daughter and Tang Gu was his last disciple. At this moment, after hearing what the two of them said, he immediately shouted, 7 major sects, stop for the time being. Someone from the origin returning peak said, Sect Master Mu, the sea quelling painting must not be taken by Thug Academy. A strong master of the Mountain Sea Pavilion agreed, Old Mu, why do you ask us to stop? A strong master from the Grand Void Academy pondered for a moment. Han Fei had teased his disciples in the level 3 fishery, but he had no animosity towards this kid, so he said with a smile, everyone, let's give old Mu some time to explain, okay? Mu Tianfeng immediately said to them via voice transmission, everyone. Isn't it good if the Thug Academy returns and joins us? Don't forget, although there are conflicts among us, we were founded for the same purpose. If the Thug Academy joins us, it will strengthen us. Mu Tian purposely said this to old Jiang and old Bai. Although his daughters and disciple wanted him to help Han Fei, he certainly didn't make the decision because of them. As long as old Jiang and old Bai agreed, even though the chance of becoming a king went to the Thug Academy, the 7 major sects had nothing to lose. Why not take the opportunity to invite the Thug Academy to join them? At that time, not only could they exert influence on the Thug Academy, but they could also get those resources of the Thug Academy, and shift the attention of all the big clans to the Thug Academy. Sun Baixing shouted, Mu Tianfeng, have you forgotten the lesson from the past? The Thug Academy almost led to the destruction of the Thousand Stars City. Mu Tianfeng laughed. This is one of the conditions. The Thug Academy shall accept the supervision of the 7 major sections. Bai Kongyi sneered. Impossible. And Han Fei and the other disciples were dumbfounded. They had heard from old Bai that the Thug Academy had some territory in the Thousand Star City. Was the Thug Academy once one of the 8 major sects in the Thousand Star City? Mu Tianfeng said, Mr. Bai, you should know that I am helping you. Bai Kongyi shouted, we can return. However, don't slander us for almost destroying the Thousand Star City. It's these people who are the culprits. And don't think about getting those items from us. Young Urfa shouted, do you think it's so easy for you to return to the Thousand Star City? Mu Tianfeng, either don't interfere or help us get rid of the Thug Academy. Besides, do you think you can control the Thug Academy once it returns? Billows surged violently, and 108 huge swords appeared. Sun Baixing said, either hand out the sea-quelling painting or we'll kill Han Fei. As for revenge, have we ever been afraid of your revenge? Old Zhang's big array floated in the air. Old bastard, do you really think your deity-slaying array is invincible? I'm gonna kill you today. The huge waves collapsed, and an enormous array appeared in the sky. The deity slaying array began to light up, the wave that had surged into the sky fell like waterfalls, and the serial killing array enveloped Sun Baixing. At the same time, a golden pill appeared in old Zhang's hand and he put it into his mouth. In a moment, old Zhang's strength soared, his body swelled, and a huge handprint that almost covered the sky slapped at Sun Baixing. Hu! Divine axe. An axe flashed between the heavens and the earth, smashing the serial killing arrays. Young Urfa grinned ferociously. Jiang Daqian, aren't you poor at fighting? Do you think the two of you can resist us? Old Zhang's figure flashed and appeared in the sky, surrounded by hundreds of flying array maps. It's more than enough for us to solve you too. Sun Baixing shouted, Yi Dongfei, Mo Dufei, Li Tongyuan, Zhang Wanjin, Chen Xuanba. Let's grab the painting from them. No matter what, we must not let the Thug Academy take it. Otherwise, once they rise again, we'll all be in danger. Young Urfu and I will stop Jiang Daqian, and you know what to do. Mo Dufei took the lead to walk out. His words make sense. I heard from Fian that Han Fei is overbearing and narrow-minded. She was almost killed by him several times. The Thug Academy can go, but Han Fei has to stay. Of course, if you are willing to marry Fian and join the Mo family, we can spare your life. Han Fei's face suddenly turned black. Bah, Mo Fian, that little slut. I'll never marry her. Mo Fian's face also darkened. Han Fei called her a slut in front of so many people, which was an insult to her. She must kill him. Zhang Wanjin from the Zhang family also took a step forward. Han Fei snatched my family's dragon boats at the level 3 fishery. I must kill him. Han Fei shouted, Hey, old man, 6 generations of your family are my hands. If you dare to attack me, I'll kill them. Zhang Wanjin narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Han Fei waved his hand, and a phantom image of the floating island appeared. Many people who had entered the sea-quelling painting are still alive and they're still in the painting. All of them are heavenly talents. They got married and gave birth to children in the painting, and many of the children are gifted. Are you guys going to abandon them? Zhang Wanjin frowned. Let them out. Han Fei sneered. I originally wanted to let them out. But since you guys are so hostile to me, how can I do that? Chen Xuanba shouted, if you release my Chen family's people, I won't attack you. Although the Chen family were also at odds with the Thug Academy, they weren't involved in the fight between the Thug Academy and the big clans, so they chose to stay neutral for now. Han Fei smiled and said, I will save the Chen family people, but aren't you going to help me, senior? Chen Xuanba said, not attacking you is already my biggest help to you. Han Fei smiled. Then I will release them when this matter is over. With an indifferent expression, Chen Xuanba led dumbfounded Chen Aochen to step through the void, and they appeared hundreds of kilometers away. Yi Dongfei and Li Tongyuan had stood up. They were deeply involved in what happened back then. Sun Baixing had already started the fight, and they couldn't stay out of it. In the distant sky, with thunderous noises, Old Jiang was fighting against two explorers. Old Bai glanced at these four people. You four, do you really think you can beat me? Li Tongyuan looked at Mu Tianfeng and the others. Although you didn't take action back then, you knew what trouble the Thug Academy had caused. Are you just gonna let them? Mu Tianfeng frowned, musing. He looked at Old Bai and said, Mr. Bai, what I just said still stands. Stopped by a law enforcer from the Heavenly Sword sect, Tang Ge and Mu Ling couldn't come up to help Han Fei, especially Tang Ge. He looked utterly anxious. Mu Ling muttered, don't worry. The Thug Academy is not weak. Let's see what will happen. Bai Kongyi shook his head slightly and suddenly reached out, and in the next second, a black-robed puppet appeared beside him, which looked more like a corpse. The moment they saw this corpse, the four frowned. Yi Dongfei said, leave it to me. Yi Dongfei stepped forward, tore open the void, and entered the void, and the corpse puppet followed him. Zhang Wanjin said, Bai Kongyi, maybe if you had a clone as powerful as your original body, we'd admit defeat. But what you brought over is only the body of a clone. Do you think we are so easy to deal with? _buzz_. The void was suddenly torn apart, and an old man suddenly appeared above the sea. Seeing this old man, Zhang Wanjin frowned. Jiuyin Lai? This matter has nothing to do with your family, right? Jiuyin Lai took a deep look at Han Fei. My family's hope lies in Ling Han. Fei is the man my great-granddaughter admires, so it's reasonable for me to come here to help him. Old Bai grinned and said, thank you. Jiuyin Lai sighed slightly. I have not deepened my cultivation and have stopped at the realm of explorer, so I can only block one person for you. Li Tongyuan laughed. Then let me try the heavenly mystic 9 sounds of the Jiuyin family. Now there were only Mo Du Fei and Zhang Wanjin left. Zhang Wanjin shouted. Hey, those who are watching the show, aren't you going to take action? Haha. Laughter was heard, and Han Fei suddenly discovered that Yu Shire beside him suddenly disappeared. 1,000 kilometers away, a sloppy, brawny man held a wine gourd in his hand, laughing. My disciple is very important to me. Since Han Fei has brought him out, I'd better just watch the show and not interfere. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and saw two other people walking out of the void. However, they didn't come close, but only watched casually. He didn't know whether they were enemies or friends. Han Fei didn't panic. He knew that old Han certainly wouldn't watch him die. Old Han hadn't shown up yet, so he was still safe now. Han Fei was sure that old Han cared about him. After all, the sea quelling painting had shown him how happily old Han and his mother used to live together. At this time, the people of the seven sects were pissed, and a strong person from the origin returning peak shouted, "Do we have to beg them to return?" A powerhouse from the Mountain Sea Pavilion snorted coldly. Who knows what the Thug Academy will do in the future? Han Fei looked back. The three best heavenly talents of the heavenly sword sect are right in the sea quelling painting. As long as you don't interfere, I will let them leave. As for the other sects, except for the Death Door sect, you all have disciples in my painting. Are you sure you're going to attack me, regardless of the safety of your disciples? Yang Xia suddenly said, a disciple of the Grand Void Academy gave birth to a son who has a level 7 spiritual heritage, and they are in the painting. A disciple of the Jade Fairy Palace gave birth to a daughter, who also has a level 7 spiritual heritage and is in the painting, and her father is from the origin returning peak. Are you sure you don't want them? Hearing his words, the powerhouses of the sects all froze. The eyes of a man from the Grand Void Academy lit up. You said that one of our disciples gave birth to a son with a level 7 spiritual heritage? Yang Xia smiled and said, I don't have to deceive you, senior. There is no animosity between the 7 sects and us. These kids call me uncle, and I want to let them out too. The man immediately said, okay. If what you say is true, the Grand Void Academy won't intervene in this matter. But you'd better not be lying to me. A woman from the Jade Fairy Palace nodded and said, the Jade Fairy Palace won't be involved in this matter. The strong master of the origin returning peak was pondering, the Jade Fairy Palace is composed of all women, so the child should belong to our sect. He immediately said, okay, but can I take a look at the child? Han Fei waved his hand, and a little girl appeared, led by a woman. Suddenly, appearing in a strange place, she seemed to be scared. Mom. Water, sea. The woman was not a cultivator and looked a little flustered at the moment. She looked at Yang Xia nervously. Mr. Yang. What's going on here? Yang Xia smiled and said, it's okay, Xiaoya. Tell them who your mother is. The woman said, Lin Qingyue, my mother is Lin Qingyue. _hum_. The strong master from the Jade Fairy Palace shouted, what? Qingyue is still alive? The man from the origin returning peak tried to sound gentle and said with a smile, little girl, who is your father? The little girl nervously hid behind her mother and said, Zhou Wuji. The man from the origin returning peak exclaimed, what, Wuji? Your father is Zhou Wuji? Yang Xia said, Xiaoya, I'll take you home first. We are negotiating. Don't panic. With a thought from Han Fei, a phantom wrapped the two of them and they disappeared. Han Fei looked at the crowd and said, as you know, the people trapped in the painting are all talented people, and most of them are from the 7 major sections. Now, are the 7 major sects still going to participate in the war? The old man from the origin returning peak took a deep look at Han Fei. Okay. We won't interfere in this matter. But, Han Fei, let our men out first, and I will take them away immediately. The powerhouse from the Jade Immortal Palace said, that little girl should belong to the Jade Immortal Palace. How can you take her away? Humph. Her father is from our sect. Of course, I can take her away. The woman said angrily, it's not your decision. We're going to take her away. What can you do? Han Fei smiled and said, seniors, why bother arguing now? We're still in danger, so I can't give them to you now. After all, we are not that familiar. If I release them and then you start to attack us, what am I going to do then? Someone shouted, brat, are you doubting our honor? Old Bai sneered. If you have honor, you would not have asked us to release your people at this moment. Now that 4 of the 7 sects wouldn't interfere, the other 3 sects wouldn't act alone. Giggle. Giggle. Suddenly, someone laughed. It was Mo Dufei. She said, is this the style of the Thug Academy? Even children can be your tools? Old Bai scoffed. Shut up. How do you have the nerve to laugh at us? You poisonous woman, do you think we don't know what the Mo family has done? Mo Dufei glared at him. Bai Kongi, say that again? Old Bai laughed and scolded, in addition to being good at seducing men, what else can Mo family women do? _hum_. Water columns of black dragons bombarded Old Bai. He slapped out and the waves burst. Mo Dufei shouted, even if they don't join us, don't forget we still have many law enforcers on our side. Zhang Wanjin, let's resolve this old guy together. Why bother? A leisurely voice resounded. Everyone looked up and saw a middle-aged man walking out of the void. The man said leisurely, Bai Kongi, why do you have to compete for the sea quelling painting? Are you capable enough? In the first 2 competitions for the painting, the Thug Academy was almost destroyed. Do you want to try again? Now? Anyone can take the sea quelling painting, but not the Thug Academy. You said you would retaliate against the 1,000-star city, but I'd like to ask. Do you have the ability to do that? Old Bai's face became cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, Chu sect. Han Fei was confused. What the hell is the Chu sect? Are there so many big clans in the 1,000-star city? Shui Shen, who had been silent just now, suddenly said, since the Chu sect has sent no disciples to compete for the painting, how can you come grab it now? The man smiled disdainfully. There are so many of you, but you still can't even resolve the Thug Academy? If I didn't come, I don't know what would have happened. The Chu sect won't take the painting, but the painting must not be taken by these people in the Thug Academy. As he said this, he glanced at Han Fei. Your name is Han Fei, right? Hand over the sea quelling painting, and I will spare your life. Bai Kongi scolded, Chu Nanfeng, are you threatening us? The middle-aged man named Chu Nanfeng smiled contemptuously. Yes, so what? If he refuses to hand over the sea quelling painting, he may be killed by me. You'd better think carefully. Seeing Chu Nanfeng so overbearing, Han Fei cursed. Old B** starred, you want to kill me? Believe it or not, I'll tear down your Chu sect someday. Chu Nanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Boy, are you looking for death? Han Fei scoffed. Come on, fight me. Chu Nanfeng took a step down, and the void vibrated. Suddenly, a voice sounded, I never expected that such a nobody could boss people around. The void vibrated, and someone came from the other end of the sea, his hands behind his back, his robe fluttering in the wind. He looked just like a celestial being. The man seemed to be able to walk 1,000 kilometers with a single step. Stepping through the waves, he appeared before the crowd. I hear that you want to kill my son? Everyone who was fighting seemed to suddenly stop. Countless gazes fell on this elegant middle-aged man on the sea. Chu Nanfeng's face distorted and he said word by word, Han. Guan. Shu. As soon as the name was heard, the void shook, and the big shots that were fighting bloodily in the void came out of the void one after another, looking stunned. Zhang Wanjin exclaimed, "You are still alive?" Old Han tilted his head, his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds. And he smiled. Is it easy for me to die? Zhang Wanjin, even you dare to touch my son now? Has your family's ancestors come back to life, or is there too much oil in your stomach and you want me to scrape it for you? Han Fei looked embarrassed as everyone looked at him. Zhang Xuanyu swallowed. Fei Fei. You are not honest. Didn't you say you came from the countryside? Lu Renkuang's face shook and he said, he's not just dishonest. He's cheating on our feelings. Even Old Bai looked at Han Fei deeply, speechless. Han Fei coughed. Well, it's not what you think. Han Fei immediately beckoned, Old Han, these B** stars are all threatening me. The one in the sky even wants to kill me. How are you going to avenge me? On the side of the Heavenly Sword sect, Tanga said in shock, F.O. Foster. Father? Mu Tianfeng widened his eyes and looked at Tango. Who do you mean? He is your foster father? Mu Ling grasped Tang Ji's arm with both hands, and her eyes narrowed. It seemed that she had a good vision. Han Guanchu turned his head to look at Tang Gu with a smile and grunted in response. Then, Han Guanchu turned his eyes to Han Fei again. If you are threatened, then beat the one who threatens you. If he doesn't even have the courage to threaten you, he won't dare to threaten you anymore. As he said this, Han Guanchu looked into the void and shouted, Come out. I'd like to see who will come. What are you still waiting for? Everyone was astonished. Was there still someone else? Another person walked out of the clouds, dressed in white and looking aloof. He nodded slightly towards Han Guanchu. Mo Dufei frowned. Luo Tianhe? Next to Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, Father. Luo Tianhe said, Since Master Han is here, I don't think there is anything I can do here. In addition to Luo Tianhe, there were 6 other explorers, but their faces were all dark at the moment. It seemed that they were not on the Thug Academy's side. Seeing Han Guanchu here, however, they didn't dare to do anything. Han Guanchu grinned. Just a moment. Help me take care of my child. I haven't fought for many years. Let me do some exercise today. As he talked, he suddenly disappeared. In the sky, Chu Nanfeng hurriedly stepped back. But the next second, a golden dragon shadow appeared in the sky. It opened its gigantic mouth and swallowed the sky in one bite. In fact, Han Fei and the others couldn't see clearly what was happening in the sky, as there were countless bursts of golden light. With a bang, someone was thrown into the sea, setting off waves more than 300 meters high. The sea surface recessed for more than 500 meters, and the terrifying force had sent everyone flying within a radius of 100 meters. Had it not been for the protection of Old Bai, Han Fei and the others would have flown to nowhere. The waves on the sea were still surging, and 7 or 8 strings of golden rings rose into the sky, like firecrackers shooting into the sky. Every time the aperture flashed, there was a thunderous sound. Bending his body, Zhang Wanjin was trying to retreat when he was sent flying. Thousands of kilometers with a punch, his chest burst, and he was beaten out of sight. Mo Dufei had also wanted to retreat, but the dragon's tail whipped and she flew like a shooting star. Yang Erfo hacked his 2 axes at the sky when a big hand stretched out from the void to hold the giant axes. After that, his double axe shattered, his arms were torn apart, and they dripped with blood. Yi Dongfei hurried to escape only to find that the void was locked. A huge palm slapped at him from the sky. His body rolled over on the sea like a stone, skipping, and his face was battered to a bloody pulp. Li Tongyuan yelled and tore open the void, trying to escape, but the golden dragon turned around and swallowed him in one bite. When he was spat out, most of his skin and flesh had disappeared and he almost turned into a skeleton. As for the old bastard, Sun Baixing, who yelled the loudest just now, Old Han paid special attention to him. A big foot stepped down from the sky and kicked him hundreds of times in a row, before trampling him to the bottom of the sea. At this moment, he was lying in the mud on the seabed, most of his bones scattered, and his body crushed and mangled beyond recognition. Gulp. Everyone had their mouths hung open, and even Han Fei was swallowing saliva. The group of explorers who had been hiding were all silent and motionless, horrified. Is this the power of a venerable? These explorers were simply a piece of cake in front of him. Damn, he's so king powerful, even explorers seem to be so vulnerable in front of him, boom, With a thunderous sound, a voice resounded in the sky, Han Guanshu, you have returned to the realm of venerable? Han Guanshu reappeared on the sea again, still in that position, still putting his hands behind his back. He looked up at the vast sky. You should have known that this day would surely come. His body moved slightly, and then a terrifying explosion occurred in the sky. The clouds dissipated, and it suddenly went dark within 100 kilometers. A dark hole appeared in the sky, and an invisible attack shook in all directions. Old Han smiled. You said that the Thug Academy has no ability to take revenge on the big clans. Then what about me? From today on, if any big clan touches a string of hair on my son's head, I will wipe them out. There was silence in the sky. On the distant sea, Chu Nanfeng was dripping with blood. His original lower body was gone and new legs were rapidly growing out of his body. He was staring at this side resentfully at this moment. Han Guanshu chuckled. So that's all the Chu sect is capable of now? In the sky, the voice sounded again, Han Guanshu, if I can beat you once, I can beat you a second time. Are you sure you can protect the Thug Academy? Han Guanshu smiled coldly. I'm protecting my son, and protecting the Thug Academy. You can have a try. Let's see if I can protect them or not. But are you sure you can afford the price you're gonna pay? Han Fei exclaimed in his heart, so old Han is a venerable expert. I thought that old Han was at most an explorer. Wow, my father is a venerable, wait. If old Han is a venerable, why didn't he show up when Chen Huangdian came, hiss. Is he really my father, Han Fei absolutely didn't believe old Han didn't know that something happened to him. Then why didn't he come to save him back then? The voice in the sky was silent for a while and then sounded again. Let's go. For a while, the people who came to grab the painting all blushed in shame, but they had no choice but to leave one after another. Only then did they know that behind Han Fei, there was such a big shot. They had thought that even if Han Guangxu was not dead, he must have been seriously injured. But how did he suddenly become a venerable again? Obviously, Han Guangxu didn't want to kill them. Otherwise, they might not have been able to get out of this sea. Even Chu Nanfeng from the Chu sect, who was a peak-level explorer, was torn in two by him. They really couldn't afford to offend Han Guangxu, precisely because of the large number of heirs in their clans. Among them there were many heavenly talents that had great potential in the Thousand-Star City. If a venerable launched a sneak attack, it was completely possible to wipe an entire family out. No one was willing to pay this price. When the sea was quiet again, a law enforcer took out a lot of people from the ancient battlefield. Shueishenqi gave that law enforcer a look, signaling him to bring them back to the Scattered Stars Island. Shueishenqi said, Chu Linyuan, Mu Qingchuan, Wang Dashui, Bai Lu, go back to the Scattered Stars Island to make your breakthroughs to become law enforcers. You can go back yourselves. Then he immediately left. He didn't want to meddle in these messy things. His responsibility was to deal with sea demons, not the sea-quelling painting. Luo Tianhe arched his hands towards Bai Congyi. Mr. Bai, please look after Xiao Bai for me. Bai Congyi nodded. Okay. With that, Luo Tianhe took a stride and disappeared. Jiuyin Lai was a little embarrassed. He just came here to help his granddaughter's sweetheart. Han Fei could help Jiuyin Ling with cultivation, so he certainly couldn't let others kill him. But who would have expected that Han Fei's father was actually a venerable expert? Jiuyin Lai was even thinking, do I need to prepare more for a dowry? If Linger's dowry is too little, Han Fei might look down upon her. But our family is too poor to afford much, Han Guangxu smiled and said, Senior Jiuyin, let the juniors handle their own matters by themselves. We'd better not interfere. Jiuyin Lai nodded hard. Yes. Exactly. Master Han, I'm leaving now. Please take your son to visit us when you're free. Then Jiuyin Lai left. He thought it necessary to tell Jiuyin Ling to seize this good chance. Han Fei was a perfect match for her. The people from the 7 major sects were still waiting for Han Fei to release the disciples, so were people from some of the big clans. Han Guangxu looked at those people and said, Remember that you all owe my son a favor. If you forget, I don't mind helping you remember so. The law enforcers were horrified. If they owed Han Fei a favor, they would rather give up on their disciples. However, they didn't dare to disobey a venerable. With a thought from Han Fei, a phantom of the earth appeared, and thousands of people suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea, and the seawater was holding the ordinary people to prevent them from falling. Ah! Master! Teacher? Master, we meet again. Mom. It's the sea. Master. These people were in a panic, and many ordinary people among them were stunned, and the children were too scared to say anything. They all stared at the sea surface, wondering why they didn't fall. The powerhouse from the Grand Void Academy laughed. Great! You all came back safely. Which of you is the talented boy from our sect? On the other side, the Origin Returning Peak and Jade Fairy Palace seemed to be quarreling. Because Han Guangxu was still around, they didn't dare to start a fight. They seemed to be arguing intensely via voice transmission, trying to decide which party would take the talented girl away. Whichever party took the Girl away probably had to compensate the other party a lot. Mu Tianfeng saw 3 disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect, but the 3 of them looked numb. Although they bowed to him, they didn't seem to have any emotions. Han Fei explained, there are strange laws in the sea-quelling painting, and one of them is ultimate affectionless. These disciples have gone through that law, so they've become like this. Mu Tianfeng sighed and then nodded. In fact, the 7 major sects all felt lucky that they didn't attack Han Fei just now. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. At this time, Tang Ge and Mu Ling came to Han Fei. Mu Ling was somewhat restrained and nervously said, "Nice to meet you, uncle." Han Guanchu smiled kindly. "Nice to meet you. You're a good girl, and it's Tang Ji's blessing to win your favor." Beside him, Han Fei was staring straight at him. Your other daughter-in-law is still missing, . Ignoring Han Fei's gaze, Han Guanchu looked at old Bai and old Jiang, saying, "Excuse me, I have something to say to these kids." Then with a swish, Han Fei and Tang Ge disappeared from the sea. In a dilapidated secret realm, there was a chair with a hot pot on it, and Han Guanchu and his sons were eating around the chair. Before Han Guanchu could speak, Han Fei asked, "Let's talk about your daughter-in-law first. You're a venerable. Why don't you save your daughter-in-law?" Han Guanchu put a piece of fish into his mouth and seemed very satisfied with the food. "It's her fate. Xia Shachan's identity is not simple. If she stays here, it's not good for her. The 1,000-star city doesn't have space for her to grow." Han Fei was speechless. "Okay, that makes sense, but why didn't you save me back then?" Han Guanchu smiled and looked at Han Fei. "Are you dead?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "You had calculated what would happen to me?" Han Guanchu shook his head slightly. "I'm not omnipotent. I couldn't know for sure, but I could figure out that you wouldn't die. You were in a crisis, but it couldn't kill you." Han Fei was speechless. Come on, I'm your son, . Tang Ge was surprised. "Father, what are you discussing? What happened to Han Fei before?" Han Guanchu smiled. "Nothing. Tang Ge, you must have had a hard time in those years when I was away." Tang Ge shook his head. "Father, Han Fei and I are brothers and looked out for one another." Han Guanchu smiled and said, "Okay, good. Since you are in the Heavenly Sword sect and I think Mu Ling is very suitable for you, I'm going to talk to Mu Tianfeng about your marriage." "Huh?" Tang Ge blushed immediately. "Marriage?" He was still young. Wouldn't it be too early? Han Fei also looked at Han Guanchu in surprise, but then his heart did a flip. No. It definitely wasn't that simple. Cultivators' lives are so long, and now is a critical period for Tang Ji's cultivation. Why did old Han want Tang Ge to marry now? For some reason, he felt that something was wrong. However, if Tang Ge and Mu Ling were married, it would not be bad. At least, Tang Ge would live much more comfortably than him. Han Fei was thinking about what it would be like if he asked Xia Xiaochan's family to marry Xia Xiaochan off to him. He might be beaten to death and thrown out. Han Fei said, "It's okay. You two will marry anyway. But old Han, since I've grabbed the painting, can I go to the 1,000-star city in the future?" Han Guanchu nodded. "Yes, but a year from now." "Why?" Han Guanchu said indifferently, "A venerable is not enough to overawe them. Not only do you have to go to the 1,000-star city, but the Thug Academy may also choose to return. Before you show your fangs, because of me, those people in the 1,000-star city may not target you. Han Fei grasped something keenly. He frowned and said, showing fangs? What do you mean? Han Guangqiu said, no matter what era or group, high-ranking people always value what benefits you bring to the table. You've taken the sequeling painting, which means that you've got the opportunity to become a king, so they won't just let you develop and grow stronger. Just imagine if you become a king, what will happen? Han Fei frowned. Becoming king? I'm going to become the 9th heavenly lord. And the entire 8 million kilometers will be mine, . Thinking of this, Han Fei took a breath. Yes, the 1,000-star city hadn't had a king-level powerhouse yet, so whichever family was the strongest had the most say. But once he became a king, these big clans would worry that if he became their masters, he could take revenge on them, deprive them of their rights, and contain them. If he were a member of these big clans, he would probably have had the same idea. Han Guangqiu looked at Han Fei with a smile. Have you figured it out? Han Fei frowned. So they are likely to send strong men to kill me at any time? Han Guangqiu shook his head slightly. With me, they dare not do that for the time being. Even if a venerable comes to kill you in person, I will discover it. However, this is only before you become an explorer. Han Fei grinned. Then how will they deal with me? Han Guangqiu said, they will give you certain privileges. Han Fei? Han Fei was surprised. What do you mean? Han Guangqiu said, perhaps they will give you a certain amount of power, which is why I think the Thug Academy will return. Why would they do that? Han Guangqiu said, there are still many unresolved mysteries in this sea. For example, the 10,000 Demon Valley is still there. If you can become a king, it'll be your business to solve the problems of the 10,000 Demon Valley. Although they can't kill you, they will try to make as many troubles as possible for you. I will not intervene in this. Han Fei took a breath. Will these people be so insidious? Although the 10,000 Demon Valley was defeated this time, there were still countless sea demons. The world at the other end of the 10,000 Demon Valley was also a territory that was difficult for humans to explore. Han Fei knew that there were still many dangers there. Moreover, there was the mysterious royal city. Han Fei asked, casually, what will happen if I become an explorer? Han Guangqiu shook his head. Don't make the breakthrough to become an explorer. Here. Han Fei asked in surprise, why? Han Guangqiu said leisurely, to make the breakthrough, you'll have to survive a terrifying thunderstorm. You have become the target of the public in this territory, so you can't hide it from their eyes. At that time, even I can't guarantee that you can survive this thunderstorm. They wouldn't even need to kill you. All they would need to do is to make you unable to survive the thunder. Han Fei took a deep breath. Yes, that makes sense, . Tang Ji's face was dark. Shameless. Han Guangqiu glanced at Tang Ge and said, Tang Ge, since they know that you're my foster son, they won't let you become an explorer either, so you'll have to marry Mu Ling as soon as possible. Han Fei patted his thigh. No wonder. If Tang Ge marries Mu Ling, Tang Ge will be regarded as a member of the Heavenly Sword sect that is the head of the 7 major sections. Then those people will hesitate to attack you. Han Guangqiu nodded. Yes, smart boy. Tang Ji's face turned cold, and he gritted his teeth. These big clans have been such bullies for too long. Han Guangxu laughed and said, "Guer, from today on, before Han Fei returns as an explorer, you two had better not see each other too much." Tang Gu immediately said, "Father, where is Han Fei going?" Han Guangxu smiled. "Not now, but in the future." After telling Tang Gu what he wanted to tell him, Han Guangxu said, "Guer, I will send you back first. Ask Mu Tianfeng to wait for me for a while." Knowing that he wouldn't be able to see Han Fei often now, Tang Gu decided to find a way to become an explorer as soon as possible under the cover of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Okay. With a wave of Han Guangxu's hand, Tang Gu disappeared. On the sea, Mu Tianfeng hadn't left, and the other major sects had taken their long-lost disciples back and were thinking about whether to leave. Tang Gu suddenly appeared on the sea. Mu Tian said with a smile, "How is it going? What did you talk about?" Tang Ji's face turned red. "Master, my foster father said he had something to talk to you about later." "Oh?" Mu Tianfeng was a little surprised. What did Han Guangxu want to talk to him about? They didn't know each other well. Mu Ling blushed instantly and widened her eyes. She knew Tang Gu better than her father, so when she saw Tang Gu blushing, she had guessed something, and she was a little nervous now. In the secret realm, Han Fei looked at old Han and asked, "Why did you ask Tang Gu to leave?" Han Guangxu smiled. "Don't you have anything to ask me?" Han Fei glanced at him. "Will you answer any questions I ask?" Then he said, "Since you said that I shouldn't become an explorer here, do you mean I should go to the other side through the demon plant forest?" Han Guangxu nodded. Han Fei said, "Is the other side the Waterwood world?" "I mean the Waterwood Heavenly Palace?" Han Fei smiled and nodded again. Han Fei took a breath. As expected, old Han had already known about the Heavenly Palaces. He suddenly changed the topic. "How did my mother die?" Han Guangxu paused. "Because of you." "Huh?" Han Guangxu said, "Didn't you see it?" Han Fei's eyes widened. How did old Han know what I saw, Han Guangxu said, "Because not everyone can go into that place. When I was holding the knife, I was hesitating and guessing who you were. Apart from her and me, it could only be you." Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. So he had guessed it was him? Han Fei asked, "Then why did you kill her? And why did she want to kill me?" Han Guangxu was puzzled for a moment. "Oh. It seems you haven't seen the whole picture." "What do you mean?" Han Guangxu smiled. "Who said she wanted to kill you? And who said I killed her?" Han Fei was speechless. "I thought I saw it all." "You stabbed?" Han Guangxu shook his head slightly. "No. I will tell you the answer in the future, but not now because it will affect your cultivation mentality." Han Fei looked at old Han speechlessly. "Don't hold me in suspense, okay? You might as well tell me now." Han Guangxu shook his head. "Not now." Han Fei was discouraged. "Then can you at least tell me who she was?" This time, Han Guangxu was surprised. "You don't know who she was?" Han Fei was dumbfounded. Why give me this look? Am I supposed to know who she was? Han Guangxu said, "Whatever, I can't tell you now." "Okay, let me tell you. Another thing. Something disastrous is going to happen to the Thug Academy. If you're involved in it, you will also suffer, but if you stay out of it, you'll be safe. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Can't you help them out? Han Guangqiu shook his head. No, as I said, I'm not omnipotent. You know, changing the course of one thing may change the course of countless things. Besides, I've calculated that the result of this catastrophe will be good and bad. On the sea. Han Guangqiu suddenly appeared with Han Fei, and the two of them walked towards the Heavenly Sword Sect. Mu Tianfeng was confused. What do they want? Han Guangqiu bowed. Brother Mu, I have something to discuss with you. Mu Tianfeng's heart did a flip. A venerable humbles himself to fraternize. With me? How can I refuse? Mu Tianfeng immediately said respectfully, Brother Han, what can I do for you? Han Guangqiu smiled and said, Brother Mu, thank you for taking care of my son. Tangu. Mu Tianfeng was relieved. Fortunately, what he asked was not to put Han Fei, the hot potato, in his sect. Mu Tianfeng immediately said politely, Gur is talented and determined. A genius like him is hard to come by. If it weren't for Brother Han, how could our Heavenly Sword Sect obtain such a great talent? Han Guangqiu smiled. Well, Brother Mu, I find that my son and your daughter are in love, so I'd like to take this opportunity to propose the marriage of my son to your daughter, Brother Mu. As he said this, Han Guangqiu took out a pair of silver bracelets carved with dragons and phoenixes. Although this pair of sun-moon concentric rings are not good at attacking, they're comparable to a sea-quelling bizarre treasure if put together, and are equivalent to ultra-quality divine weapons if separated. The pair of rings can be a good means of defense. May I give them to your daughter as betrothal presents? Mu Ling was stunned. She was only 18 and this was the first time she would see a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Even Mu Tianfeng was shocked, let alone Mu Ling. Wow. Han Guangqiu is using a sea-quelling bizarre treasure as a betrothal gift? He literally has money to burn, Even Han Fei was stunned. Wow, good stuff. Why don't I have this thing, Before Mu Tianfeng could speak, Han Guangqiu waved his hand and a halberd appeared in his hand. He smiled at Tang Ge and said, Gur, you've grown up. And you need a decent weapon. This halberd is an ultra-quality divine weapon. Remember to use it to protect the person you should protect. Then he threw the halberd to Tang Ge. The latter's head was buzzing, and he was so moved that he could only say, Father. Han Fei's head was also buzzing. Wow, a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, and an ultra-quality divine weapon. Old Han is really rich, Han Guangqiu looked at Mu Tianfeng with a smile. Brother Mu, what do you think of my suggestion? In fact, even if Han Guangqiu didn't say it, Mu Tianfeng had already had this plan. Tang Ge was talented and dedicated. He was a good choice for his daughter. But Han Guangqiu had to be so generous for a reason. He was trying to befriend the seven sects, with the hope that the seven sects could turn a blind eye to certain things in the future. However, once he became in-laws with Han Guangqiu, the position of the Heavenly Sword Sect could no longer be shaken. Having a venerable in his sect and another venerable as his in-law, no one would dare to mess with him. Okay. Mu Tianfeng immediately agreed. Brother Han, I've already regarded Gur as my son. This is what I want too. When the two of them returned from the Scattered Stars Island, I'll personally preside over their wedding. Brother. Moo, please come by then. Han Guangxu smiled and said, I may not be able to go. As you know, I have a lot of enemies. If I go, they might try to ruin the wedding. Although Han Fei and Tengu are not biological brothers, they are closer than biological brothers. Han Fei will attend the wedding. Alas, I don't know when I will hear my new daughter-in-law call me dad. Mu Ling's eyes lit up and she bowed. Father. Haha. Good, good. Then he stuffed the sun-moon concentric rings into Mu Ling's hands. Very good, very good. Seeing that Han Guangxu and Mu Tianfeng were in harmony and had plans to unite, the other 6 sects were stunned. They will become in-laws? The Heavenly Sword sect's position is unshakable now. Alas, why didn't Tengu fall for one of our Jade Fairy Palace's disciples? The powerhouse of the Jade Fairy Palace immediately whispered to Gong Yuehan. Yuehan, what do you think of Han Fei? Huh? Gong Yuehan looked dazed and didn't know how to answer. She was speechless and thought, come on, master, Han Guangxu is a venerable. He can certainly hear you, In fact, a faint smile appeared on Han Guangxu's face. He knew the powerhouse meant to be heard by him. But it wasn't so easy to become tied to his family. Love affairs will hinder my son's cultivation, so I'll have to keep Han Fei away from the Jade Fairy Palace in the future. Then he talked for a moment with Mu Tianfeng, and Tang Ji's face was flush. Then they said goodbye to each other. Seeing the people from the 7 major sects walking away, Han Fei looked at Han Guangxu crossly. Isn't there anything for me? Han Guangxu handed over a jade slip and smiled. I have left you the most things. Don't be unsatisfied. Han Fei snorted secretly. What have you left me? Well, I obtained the sea quelling painting, probably because of your help. Alright, I don't lack anything anyway. He glanced at the jade slip, which turned out to be level 6 of the true spirit fishing art. He was overjoyed. Now he could become a law enforcer soon. When only people from the Thug Academy were left here, Han Guangxu officially met with Old Jiang and Old Bai. Old Jiang said, although I could sense that there was a strong master in the Heavenly Water Village before, I never thought you would turn out to be a venerable expert. Han Guangxu smiled mildly. Thank you for taking care of my naughty son, Mr. Jiang. Old Jiang murmured, well, he is not just naughty. Pretending not to hear him, Han Guangxu smiled. Han Fei will always be a student of the Thug Academy. This is my promise. Old Bai said leisurely, where are you going? Han Guangxu said, only when I disappeared will they feel a knife hanging above their heads. Old Bai nodded. This was true. A venerable was strong, but a venerable everyone could see wasn't that awe-inspiring. Han Fei was winking at Zhang Xuanyu and the other 2. Zhang Xuanyu didn't get what he meant, and Lu Renquang was also stunned. He is your dad. Why can't you just speak directly? Luo Xiaobai said, hi, Uncle Han, nice to meet you. Do you have any presents for us? Han Fei almost burst into tears. These 2 idiots couldn't understand him, so Luo Xiaobai had to say it, but Luo Xiaobai was always straightforward, so her words sounded a bit rude. Han Guangxu chuckled and glanced at Han Fei. Smooth. But Han Guangxu didn't mind, and said with a smile, I know you're good friends of my son, so I prepared some gifts for you too. Then his fingers tapped a few times in the air, and a flash of golden light shot into the foreheads of the three, respectively, and the next moment, the three people fell into a daze. Then Han Guangqiu looked at old Bai and old Jiang earnestly and said, "The Thug Academy is going to have a catastrophe. I can help you through it. But if I help you, the result may not be as good as if I don't. What do you think?" Old Bai asked. "The Thug Academy won't be destroyed, will it?" Han Guangqiu nodded slightly. Isn't this nonsense? My son is still in the Thug Academy, how can I let it be destroyed? Old Bai and old Jiang smiled at each other. Then please don't help us. Han Fei felt that things might not be so simple. Since it was a catastrophe, there had to be a big crisis on the horizon. As for the benefits that old Han said, it might be connected to him, but he wasn't sure, so he didn't say anything. Han Guangqiu looked at Han Fei. You have to know that if I am here, it'll be more difficult for you. So don't take any chances. You are not a king yet. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Okay, I see. Aren't you going to leave? Just go about your own business. I can take care of myself. Han Guangqiu. He shook his head helplessly and bowed to old Jiang and old Bai. Farewell. Swish. Han Guangqiu left and soon disappeared. Han Fei estimated that Han Guangqiu wouldn't return to the 4th floor of the Scattered Stars prison. He must have been there waiting for him. Now, the conflict over the sea-quelling painting had come to an end. Although the danger was still there, at least a certain balance had been maintained. As for how to get to the territory of the Waterwood world, he could only wait for the small green vines in the Demon Forest passage to eat their fill, and wait for leaves to grow on the trunk of the leafless tree. The leafless tree had said that it might take 5 to 10 years, which meant that he couldn't become an explorer during that time. He would have to hold back his breakthrough and wait for the right time. Han Fei had no doubt about how serious the consequences would be if he chose to make the breakthrough in the Yinyang world. Han Fei asked immediately, Old Jiang, President, what should we do now? Old Bai said casually, the 4 years aren't up yet. Just continue to stay in the Scattered Stars Island. It's not a good thing if your strength increases too fast, so just wait, and when the time is right, go climb the sky ladder. Sky ladder? Only then did Han Fei remember that in the sky, beyond the Scattered Stars Island, there was a ladder to the sky, which could directly lead to the 1,000-star city. So did Old Bai finally choose to return? Old Jiang said, okay, brat, this time Old Bai will stay on the Scattered Stars Island. Wang Dashui and the others will also stay, but Qin, Yang Xia, and Jiang Chao will come back to the Blue Sea town with me. By the way, Han Fei, give me the Heaven Heart Lotus seed and I will give it back to you when I refine it into a pill. 1 day later. On the Wind God boat. Luo Xiaobai and the other two woke up, befuddled. Zhang Xuanyu said, Fei Fei. Where am I? Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang, and Luo Xiaobai woke up one after another. At this moment, all of them looked dumbfounded, which then turned to shock. Zhang Xuanyu roared, Han Fei, your father gave me a bunch of stick techniques. Huh. No, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. I'm so inspired. Lu Renquang said happily, Uncle Han gave me a knife technique. It's so powerful. I'm gonna cultivate in seclusion too. Han Fei remained expressionless and turned to look at Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai said, Uncle Han has shown me a lot of other manipulators. Battles, but there was no inheritance. Han Fei nodded lazily. I guess he has no inheritance of this kind, so he could only show you what he's seen. Zhang Xuanyu said cheerfully, Hey. Fei Fei, is Uncle Han gone? Don't be sad. Only when he's gone can he protect you better. Don't panic. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, Why would I panic? I just suddenly feel that I've lost my sense of direction. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. How come? Han Fei said, shrugging, Where do you think I should go for now? The Scattered Stars Island probably won't restrict us anymore. Shall we go to sea? To find secret realms? Luo Xiaobai said, Go back and settle down for a while. You should have gained a lot of weapons this time, which you can exchange for a lot of resources. Han Fei pondered and thought what she said was true. He had a lot of resources. Indeed, which he could exchange for a lot of spiritual fruits or something else. No matter what happened in the future, resources were definitely needed. He should secure at least 1 billion points of spiritual energy first. Besides, he also had 8 million points of credit, which would be enough to buy a lot of things. Han Fei perked up and said, Okay, let me settle in for a few months. The Empyrean Waterfall. As soon as Han Fei arrived home, he found that a large group of people had already surrounded his door. The sky was full of people, and strong masters were everywhere on the roof and in the yard of his house, as well as on the Empyrean Waterfall. Lu Renquang exclaimed, Fei Fei. Did these people come to make trouble for you? Because you've obtained the sea-quelling painting? Luo Xiaobai said, No, they want to make the breakthrough and become law enforcers. Many people in the Empyrean Waterfall want that. Seeing Han Fei return, many people cast strange looks at him, and at the same time looked envious. They were all thinking that this guy might become a true king in the future. Although it was not for certain, he had obtained a sea-quelling bazaar treasure anyway. It would definitely bring him a lot of benefits. Han Fei had become a hidden fisher not long ago. But now he was already an advanced hidden fisher. Besides, since Han Fei had walked through the boneyard, he must have found his own way, which meant the barrier to become a law enforcer would be no problem for him. It would almost be inevitable for him to become a law enforcer sooner rather than later. Meow. Big Yellow pounced on Han Fei with a swish. Meow, Han Fei, give my little friends back. I had just met some new friends, but you kicked me out. Han Fei cuddled Big Yellow and said, Don't panic, okay? There are so many people here. When these people are gone, I will let your little friends out. Li Luo waved at him. Han Fei, I don't need your help anymore. I'm going to become a law enforcer on my own. Han Fei smirked. Congratulations, congratulations. Granny Ying called out, Big Yellow, what are you doing? Come down. Meow. Qing Chen slipped to Han Fei's side and looked at Han Fei strangely. Awesome. You are finally back. Ning Jingyao sighed. What a pity. I didn't even see the so-called 9 sounds. Missed this time. Yui sighed, yes, but at least we can become law enforcers now. They were discussing it hotly. Chu Lingyuan and the others hadn't arrived yet. They came back with Han Fei. But they weren't on the same fishing boat, and their fishing boat was a bit slower. At this moment, Han Fei was dealing with the crowd while looking at Nameless, who was standing on the Empyrean waterfall. He was a little surprised. Nameless was the first? Yi Qingfeng hugged a centipede and said casually, There are already 3 people who have become law enforcers. Nangongxian was the first. I guess it will take at least 3 days for all these people to finish their breakthroughs. As they talked, a spiritual vortex formed, the void oscillated and roared faintly, and a law seemed to be about to descend. After a full hour, Nameless suddenly opened his eyes, and a sword light shot out. Law Enforcer, Sword Soul. Behind Nameless, a phantom of a long sword appeared, shining dazzlingly. Ning Jingyao roared, Nameless, what kind of law is this? Nameless said flatly, a ray of Sword Soul, condensed between the heavens and earth, the sword of law. Nameless just explained it without showing the law. Amid the congratulations of the crowd, he nodded slightly and went back home. Ning Jingyao couldn't wait to rush over. I'll be the next. Han Fei and the other 3 looked at each other in confusion. Huh? In a collective breakthrough, did they have to jostle for making the breakthrough first? Lu Renquang sighed. I think I should go back to cultivate in seclusion. I feel I am not strong enough now. Han Fei was speechless. Here? Hey, forget it. Don't rush. You should exchange the resources you got for what you need first. 3 days had passed. When the last person succeeded in becoming a law enforcer, there was a sudden big drop in the number of people living in the Empyrean waterfall. Many people were transferred to somewhere else to carry out different tasks. After they became law enforcers, and after releasing 2 cat creatures, Han Fei finally got a quiet yard. At this moment, Han Fei was sitting at home, counting his spoils. There are 3,564 ultra-quality spiritual weapons, which don't seem to be many. 301 semi-divine weapons, most of them were snatched by me. 23 low-quality divine weapons, which is a windfall. 3 mid-quality divine weapons. I got these from the 3 corpses in the Sounding Snake Mine. 2 ultra-quality divine weapons, the Cosmic Sword and Sun Mu Sword. Including the Spirit Awakening fluid I obtained from the Snake Cave, there are 840,000 kilograms of Spirit Awakening fluid left. There are 140,000 caddies of spiritual spring in total, which is equivalent to 140 million points of spiritual energy. Including the black beads, I have 340 million points of spiritual energy now. 8 million points of credits, and Lu Renquang also took 5 million points, to trade for resources. As for the various spiritual plants he obtained in the underground city, it was purely Han Fei's hobby. Han Fei was just trying to preserve the species. Of course, mainly for eating, so they didn't count. But, seeing so many things, Han Fei was a little worried. How should I deal with these resources? Sometimes, when you have too many resources, you don't know how to spend them. Okay, let me go to the market and have a try. The refining hall. Han Fei came here, of course, not for refining weapons, but for selling weapons. As soon as Han Fei appeared at the shopping guide, a group of girls immediately surrounded him. A girl was the fastest. With a swish, she appeared in front of Han Fei. Master Han Fei, are you going to have some big moves this time? Han Fei grinned. Haha, sure. The girl smiled sweetly. Of course, you make a big stir every time you come. Han Fei pondered. Well, I don't think you can deal with me alone. Han Fei beckoned to the shopping guide girls. Hi, I have a large number of supplies for sale. There are ultra-quality spiritual weapons and semi-divine weapons. For every piece you sell for me, you can get a rebate of 2%. Deal? In an instant, a total of 21 shopping guides all surrounded him. A girl said, Master Han Fei, no problem. But recently the prices of ultra quality spiritual weapons and semi-divine weapons have dropped. How do you want to sell them? Han Fei was stunned. The prices have dropped? Why? The girl said there was a sudden flood of ultra-quality spiritual weapons and semi-divine weapons on the market, which caused the market prices of ultra-quality spiritual weapons to drop by more than 30%. Even the prices of semi-divine weapons are reduced by 20%. After all, not many can afford a semi-divine weapon. Han Fei turned green. He knew why there was a sudden flood of ultra-quality spiritual weapons and semi-divine weapons on the market. They must have been obtained on the ancient battlefield. Besides, if he wanted to sell them quickly, even if he reduced the prices by 30%, the prices weren't that competitive. The price of an ultra-quality spiritual weapon with a sealed creature was usually around 40,000 points of credit. Would he have to sell it at half the price? Han Fei gritted his teeth. I can offer a 50% discount. However, I only accept spiritual spring and spiritual fruit, not credits or high-quality pearls. The shopping guide girl's eyes all brightened. Master Han Fei was always so domineering. They said unanimously, Master Han Fei, you can rest assured, your shop will definitely have a steady stream of customers. After a moment, Han Fei rented a shop of about 200 square meters, and put more than 500 pieces of ultra-quality spiritual weapons for sale. Han Fei calculated it carefully, even if the top-quality spiritual weapons were discounted at 50%, he would not have a loss. After all, these ultra-quality spiritual weapons were picked up from the ancient battlefield. A spiritual weapon could be traded for 20,000 points of credits, more than 20 pieces of spiritual fruits, or about 1,500 caddies of spiritual spring. However, the prices of spiritual fruits fluctuated. The more he collected, the higher the prices would be. Han Fei was hanging up a banner reading, 50% discount, big sale. Outside, the shopping guide girls were madly sending messages via voice transmission through their waist tags. Come on, Master Han Fei is exchanging ultra-quality spiritual weapons for spiritual spring and spiritual fruit. Come here quickly, Sanner, there is a big sale here in the refining hall. A 50% discount. Come here soon, Manger, come on, ask for leave. Oh no. Tell your captain that a 50% discount is offered here. You're not going to want to miss this chance, Although the refining hall was lively, it was not a vegetable market after all. Besides, most people would grab the bargains themselves first, before they shared the good news with others. Of course, there were also some people who saw Han Fei's banner, and immediately spread the message out, or went to find resources. But in any case, Han Fei's shop was now crowded with more than 60 people. Master Han Fei, are you really offering a 50% discount? Han Fei nodded. Yes, don't you see my banner? Someone was holding a long sword, reluctant to let it go, and asked tentatively, Master Han Fei, I only have 18 spiritual fruits. Can you reserve this sword for me? I'm going to the logistics division to exchange for some more spiritual fruits right now, okay? Han Fei raised his eyelids. Well, my purpose is to serve the people. 18 spiritual fruits are enough. Now give me the spiritual fruits, and take the weapon. The man was overjoyed. Thank you, Master Han Fei. Someone wanted to buy a big axe, but when he checked his sea swallowing Seashell, he looked a little embarrassed. Han Fei immediately asked, yes, you. Everything okay? Tell me. The man said, Master Han Fei, I found that I only have 800 caddies of spiritual spring and 7 spiritual fruits. It's not enough, is it? It was not enough, but he didn't mind. After all, these weapons were all picked up from the ancient battlefield and cost him nothing. Han Fei immediately said, Don't panic. Show me your sea-swallowing seashell. If you didn't lie to me, I can give you a bargain. The man was overjoyed. Master Han Fei, here it is. Han Fei took a look, and thought to himself, what a pauper, But he still smiled. You're lucky to have met me. My purpose is to serve the people. Fine, take the axe. Hearing what Han Fei said, the other people immediately shouted. Master Han Fei, I want to buy 2 axes, but my money is not enough. Master Han Fei, can I get a wholesale price on these weapons? Han Fei immediately perked up. Wholesale? Great. Come here, let's have a good talk. An hour later, when Han Fei was stuffing weapons in someone's hands, a shopping guide shouted, Everyone, come with me. This way is the best discount. For you. This way please. Han Fei was overjoyed. Hey, what are you waiting for? Come on in. Pick what you like. Quality guaranteed. 1 hour passed. On a certain coast, someone shouted, Brothers, great news. Master Han Fei is in the refining hall selling ultra-quality spiritual weapons, all 50% off. Let's go. The Inferno Beach. Someone yelled, Boys. Quickly count the spiritual spring energy and spiritual fruits you have. Let's go to the refining hall and go on a shopping spree. A Trans-Island inspection team. Brothers, get on the fishing boat. I've got great news. I'll tell you on the way. The Fishers Union. Hey, guys, stop fishing. Let's go to the refining hall in the west of the city where ultra-quality spiritual weapons are on sale. Soon, the whole city was in an uproar. The entrance to the refining hall was crowded with people. More than 20 shopping guide girls were distributing numbers. At this moment, 2,000 numbers had already been issued. Someone shouted, Don't worry, everyone. Master Han Fei said that within 3,000 people, everyone can buy a weapon, but it is limited to 1 piece per person. Someone was trying to maintain order. Don't panic. Check if your resources are sufficient first. Only 2,000 numbers were issued now, because other people were busy collecting spiritual spring energy and spiritual fruits. The opposing logistics division was already overcrowded. Everyone was exchanging credit for spiritual energy and spiritual fruits. In the logistics division, hundreds of staff members were yelling frantically at their waist tags, Hurry up! Is there enough spiritual spring? If it's not enough, transfer some from the east and the south of the city. Someone responded, I don't know if the spiritual spring is enough, but the spiritual fruits are not enough. Is Han Fei crazy? Why did he suddenly take out so many spiritual weapons for sale? Someone said, well, it said that in addition to ultra-quality spiritual weapons, he is also going to sell semi-divine weapons, limited to 300 pieces. Wow. Old Wong. Let's keep some spiritual spring and spiritual fruit. I want to buy a semi-divine weapon. Yes, I have already told them to keep 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring and 3,000 spiritual fruits. Except for the west part of the city, the refining halls in the north, south, And east of the city suddenly became empty. Some people also came back from the ancient battlefield. At this moment, he was stunned. Where are the people? Why are they gone? Someone was confused. There must be something wrong. Just now, someone told me that they had gone to collect resources, but why haven't they returned? Huh? Your customer also went to collect resources and then disappeared? Yes. Suddenly, a shop owner ran in and roared, "Something bad has happened. I heard that in the refining hall in the west of the city, a person called Han Fei is selling ultra-quality spiritual weapons at 50% off. Damn, it said that he is also going to sell some semi-divine weapons. F***CK. 50% off. Is he crazy?" Someone frowned. How many weapons did he grab from that place? Someone gritted his teeth. Damn. If he dumps those weapons onto the market like this, we won't be able to sell our stock. Someone shouted, "We can give a 50% discount too. Anyway, we have zero cost. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to sell our stock." Someone disapproved. Are you stupid? How many people are there in the Scattered Stars Island? There are at least hundreds of thousands of people. Just let him sell first. At most, it will take us a little longer, but we will definitely be able to sell our weapons. The central city, mayor's mansion. Marshal, Han Fei, that little punk, is madly collecting spiritual energy and spiritual fruits. Now those who came back from the ancient battlefield are forced to sell their ultra-quality spiritual weapons at a 50% discount too. If things continue like this, the logistics divisions will run out of spiritual spring and spiritual fruit. Shueishenqi was reading an ancient book and casually threw a sun-moon shell without raising his head. There are 5 million caddies of spiritual spring and 10,000 spiritual fruits in this. Give them to the logistics divisions. The speaker was surprised. Marshal, but this is your own resources. Shueishenqi said indifferently, these things are useless to me. Let out the news that the ancient battlefield is about to open, and it will be one of the trial places for the Scattered Stars Island in the future. The speaker exclaimed, Marshal, won't it be too dangerous for ordinary people? Shueishenqi said, flatly, build a water base and put law enforcers there. The personnel shall be provided according to the specifications in the Pearl Sea. Lower the prices of ultra-quality spiritual weapons. 50% lower will be fine. Yes, Marshal. After a moment, Shueishenqi gently put down the ancient book in his hand and smiled. 8 years. The refining hall. Han Fei shouted out over the crowd, come, one by one. Don't panic. Hey, you. You haven't paid your money yet. Don't rush to make the weapon acknowledge you as its owner. Come and pay first. Han Fei asked, Number 1682, what do you want? Number 1682 hurriedly said, Captain, it's me. Han Fei glanced at him, who seemed to look familiar, so he asked tentatively. Are you from the 8th Battalion? Number 1682 nodded hurriedly. Han Fei pondered for a moment. Okay. I'll give you a 60% discount. Thank you, Captain. At this moment, there was a voice from outside the refining hall. Attention, attention. At the request of Marshal Shui, the ancient battlefield relics in the offshore waters will be open to all hidden fishers in half a month, and to everyone in half a year. There are a large number of lost ultra-quality spiritual weapons, semi-divine weapons, and even divine weapons on the ancient battlefield. In 3 days, the information about the ancient battlefield will be officially released and everyone can read it. Wow. In an instant, all the people on the Scattered Stars Island were in an uproar. The people who were busy shopping all froze. So, Hanfei got all these ultra-quality spiritual weapons from the ancient battlefield? Someone exclaimed, no wonder there are so many ultra-quality spiritual weapons on the market recently. It turns out that they grabbed these weapons from the ancient battlefield. Hanfei curled his lips. Was Shueishenqi trying to lower the prices of weapons? Yes, he obviously was. However, the creatures on the ancient battlefield were so strong. Hidden fishers might be able to deal with them, but it would be very difficult for hanging fishers to survive. So he opened the ancient battlefield to hidden fishers first to let them go in and clear the battlefield. In this way, after half a year, there would be only some weak soul eaters left, which hanging fishers could solve. Hanfei shouted, yes, as you've guessed, these ultra-quality spiritual weapons were dug out from the ancient battlefield. However, if you are not a hidden fisher or above, don't go there rashly. A random creature there is equivalent to a hidden fisher. Wow. What a horrible secret realm. All hidden fisher-level creatures? So, those strong masters who died a few days ago were killed in this ancient battlefield? At this moment, Hanfei had a headache. Shueishenqi was really evil. Those who bought semi-divine weapons were basically hidden fishers, but now they just needed to wait a short time before they could go explore the ancient battlefield on their own. How could he sell the remaining weapons that he planned to sell at 30% off? No, at least for now, there is still a shortage of semi-divine weapons. I can still sell them at 40% off. That's it. In the evening, there were only more than 200 ultra-quality spiritual weapons left in Hanfei's shop. Hanfei shouted to the outside, the ultra-quality spiritual weapons are almost sold out. Take the chance and come on in to have a look. By the way, the semi-divine weapons will be on sale in half an hour, all at 40% off. Many people who had a number in queue for semi-divine weapons were all excited. It's me. I'm number 1. Haha, I'm going to have a semi-divine weapon. Some people were confused. Isn't it 30% off? Someone rolled his eyes and said, didn't you hear the news just now? The ancient battlefield is about to open up and we may be able to dig out semi-divine weapons there. So he has to lower the price. After a moment, when more than 300 semi-divine weapons were hung up, everyone was dumbfounded. Gulp. Someone swallowed. Wow, how many semi-divine weapons has Master Hanfei dug out? 3 days later, Hanfei had more money than ever before. He traded more than 3,500 pieces of ultra-quality spiritual weapons for 3.02 million caddies of spiritual spring and over 23,000 spiritual fruits. Plus the 301 semi-divine weapons, after deducting the 2% commission, he had a total of 4.6 million caddies of spiritual spring, which was equivalent to 4.6 billion points of spiritual energy, and 47,840 spiritual fruits. So now he had at least more than 7 billion points of spiritual energy. During this period, Lu Renquang sent him the resources he collected for him. Although they were nothing at all, compared with Hanfei's current property. At this moment, Hanfei had 55,000 spiritual fruits on him. As for the low-quality divine weapon and mid-quality divine weapons, Hanfei certainly wouldn't sell them. At this moment, money meant nothing to him. He should use these divine weapons. To refine his blood-drinking knife, big seal, fishing rod, and long stick. He happened to have 2 ultra-quality divine weapons, and 3 mid-quality divine weapons. It wouldn't be a problem for him to refine the 3 mid-quality divine weapons into a high-quality one. The Empyrean waterfall, When Han Fei opened the fog array at home, he couldn't help but exclaim, the demon purification pot doesn't have enough energy to refine an ultra-quality divine weapon yet? It seems that I have to get the 3rd small vine as soon as possible. Han Fei intended to re-refine the ultra-quality divine weapon. But immediately, he found the problem. A lot of spiritual energy had been consumed, but the refining progress was extremely slow. If he continued with the refining, it might require a huge amount of spiritual energy. Although he didn't lack spiritual energy right now, there was no need for it. Even if he refined the ultra-quality divine weapon, he wouldn't be able to exert its full strength for now. According to his speed of cultivation, after he became a peak-level hidden fisher or a law enforcer, he should be able to exert the full power of a mid-quality divine weapon. So he didn't touch those 2 ultra-quality divine weapons, but chose to refine the 3 mid-quality divine weapons into a new blood-drinking knife, a gold seal, and a dragon pole. Han Fei thought that renaming them was too much trouble. Therefore, he simply kept the original names of his weapons. As for the fishing rod, he named it Dragon-Burying Pole. This name was good, and he would just keep this name. 3 months later, by the Empyrean waterfall, a man and a cat were sitting on the rocks fishing. In the middle of the man and the cat, there was a stone, on which 2 fruit plates were placed with rare fruits like pineapple in them. _crunch_. Han Fei ate the pineapple while pulling the fishing rod. Big Yellow, if you continue to have your way with those poor cats, there won't be any cats left. _crunch_. Big Yellow bit off half of a pineapple in one bite and said in depression, I just wanted an offspring, but they died. Am I destined to be lonely? Han Fei sighed. So, maybe you're the one and only cat. _splash_. A red blood butterfly fish was pulled up by Big Yellow. With a puff, Big Yellow killed it with his paw. But Big Yellow didn't eat it. He looked at Han Fei and said, How come you haven't caught any fish yet? Han Fei said casually, I'm not fishing. These red blood butterfly fish are not delicious at all. Big Yellow changed the topic, your strength doesn't seem to have changed. Han Fei smiled and said, I'm still digesting it. Does it take so long? Han Fei sneered. So long? Look at yourself, do you still think it's long? I'll be done at most in 3 months. Yes, the price to be paid for the improvement of strength wouldn't be small. Besides, after eating the source water, Han Fei's way of promotion was temporarily turned from difficult to hell mode. Now his physique was too strong. He had tried for 3 months, but he hadn't broken through even a single barrier. Of course, this was temporary. After Han Fei's cultivation was completed, his road to a breakthrough would be fully open. Before going to the 1,000-star city, it should not be a big problem for him to become a law enforcer. But this period of time was really boring. Luo Xiaobai and the others were different from him now. They had their own way, and if they didn't work hard, they might not be able to keep up with him. And he now seemed to have truly become the kind of genius that came around once in a century or even 1,000 years. If he hadn't obtained the source water, he wouldn't have been so powerful. But now, even Nameless didn't want to fight with him. That was because they knew they were not his match. Besides, the source water and the growth of strength also brought changes to him. For example, the agility of wind of the phantom glass wings had doubled in speed. The power of devil change had decreased. It seemed that with the strengthening of his physique, the effect of devil change had correspondingly weakened. In this case, Han Fei fought against a junior law enforcer and defeated him. For a time, Han Fei felt that he had lost his goal and idled all day long. _human, you haven't exchanged things with me for a long time, he big. Turtle's voice rang in Han Fei's mind. Han Fei thought, what can you give me now? Spirit awakening fluid? But I've already had 80,000 kilograms of it. And my pets have just made breakthroughs _. Besides, Han Fei found out that spirit awakening fluid had little effect on law enforcers. That was because spirit awakening fluid was a law, which contradicted law enforcers. And if he wanted spirit awakening fluid, there was quite a lot in the sea. Quelling painting. However, Tree Spirit warned that the spirit awakening fluid couldn't be taken too much because it could stabilize the world in the sea quelling painting. So, Han Fei said, casually, Senior Turtle, what do you want to exchange with me now? 3 months ago, so many people became law enforcers. You're going to break the seal, right? Why rush? The big turtle was silent for a moment. I can offer you a better price. Han Fei rolled his eyes. But I don't need anything _. He said, Senior, we're both idle anyway. Let's chat. Where does the spring under you lead to? The big turtle was silent and said nothing. Han Fei looked around and said, Senior, to be honest, I don't need spirit awakening fluid now. And when you come out, the big hole under you will show up anyway. How about telling me what you know now? I'm going to the outer sea soon. I can enter the sea demon's den and grab some demonic stones for you. What do you think? The big turtle said leisurely, actually, it's not as complicated as you think. Han Fei said carelessly, then tell me about it. It might be because Han Fei often came to fish here recently, or because the big turtle knew that he was going to break the seal that the big turtle told him what he wanted to know. The big turtle said, actually, what is under me is the corpse of a deep sea giant demon. Humph. Suddenly, someone grumbled in the void, and the big turtle instantly fell silent. And Han Fei was in shock. What did the big turtle mean? A deep sea giant demon? Han Fei was pondering. Damn. A king's corpse? Han Fei suddenly figured out why the sea demons kept attacking the scattered Stars Island and why humans tried their best to guard the island. There was the corpse of a king. Who knew if another king could be made with this corpse? If the sea demons obtained this corpse and made a king with it, what would happen to the Thousand-Star City? A voice transmission fell straight to the bottom of the pool from the void. Old turtle, don't think this kid will become your chance Han Fei didn't know Shueishenqi's conversation with the old turtle. On the surface of the lake, Shueishenqi's phantom appeared. In 3 months, I don't care what you are going to do, but you can't stay in the scattered stars island. Han Fei was stunned. Huh? Why? Shueishenqi said indifferently, the day the old turtle breaks the seal is the time when humans and sea demons will start a big battle. It's only 8 years away. Your father is expecting you to become a king. Do you really think that is so easy? Have you figured out how to become a venerable? And have you ever thought about what Tao is? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. To become an explorer, he needed to go to the Waterwood world. It didn't seem easy to become a venerable either. 8 years, it was a bit short. But why was it 8 years? Shueishenqi continued, if you want to become a king, you must participate in the battle in 8 years. Han Fei didn't think it would be a problem. To become a king, he must be recognized by many people. Besides, the big clans in the Thousand-Star City would definitely force him to participate in the war. However, he asked, since this matter is so important, why did you let so many people make the breakthrough and become law enforcers here? Didn't it shorten the time for the old turtle to come out? Shueishenqi said expressionlessly, there are some things that you don't understand. Do you think a king-level corpse is really that simple? That corpse contained essences of Tao and can produce a countless amount of spirit awakening fluid. Otherwise, where do you think the undersea chimneys come from? Do you really think that the old turtle wants resources just to get out? Han Fei's heart trembled. What did he mean? So the old turtle wants resources. Not to come out, but to hold down the hole? Han Fei hurriedly shook his head and said, but it will make Senior Turtle come out in advance, right? It originally would have taken decades, but now it's only 8 years away. Shueishenqi looked at Han Fei seriously. If you hadn't gotten the opportunity to become a king, this wouldn't have been told to you. What you said is just what we claim to the outside, but in fact, this is not true. If people make the breakthrough and become law enforcers here, the old turtle can absorb some essences of Tao, which can relieve his pressure and help him last longer. Hiss. Han Fei was dumbfounded. So, everyone was kept in the dark? In fact, Shueishenqi and the old turtle both lied. Han Fei suddenly stood up. So, if those people didn't make the breakthrough and become law enforcers here 3 months ago, how long would Senior Turtle have lasted? Shueishenqi said deadpan, 3 years. Han Fei was shocked when he heard what Shueishenqi said. So if those people hadn't become law enforcers here collectively, a full-scale war between mankind and sea demons would have broken out in 3 years. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to figure something out. He suddenly asked, can spirit awakening fluid be collected from the bottomless pit in the transverse mountain? Shueishenqi said lightly, very little. Han Fei immediately figured it out. Most of the spirit awakening fluid the logistics division had on the Scattered Stars Island was from the old turtle. Han Fei asked, if this is the case, why doesn't the spirit awakening fluid sell for cheaper? Shueishenqi grinned and said, at this moment, no matter how much spirit awakening fluid is sold, it won't be of much use. Shueishenqi leisurely said, the reason why a full-scale war hasn't broken out now is that the king-level corpse hasn't completely melted yet. Once it's melted, a Tao will appear. This is why the sea demons must snatch this corpse. It represents an opportunity to become a king. However, this opportunity doesn't belong to mankind. Han Fei took a deep breath and asked, is it about to start melting? Shueishenqi nodded slightly. We believe so. Han Fei took a deep breath again. What should I do? Shueishenqi said, the old turtle needs energy. You can get him some demonic stones, rare items, and the like. Ownerless souls will also do, but you probably won't be able to get them. Han Fei thought for a moment. Then shall I go to sea now? Han Fei had a hunch that if he wanted to be a king, he must take the old turtle matter seriously. It was like trying to snatch the luck of the other people in the sea quelling. Painting. A full-scale war was undesirable to mankind. However, it might be an opportunity for him. Shueishenqi shook his head slightly. You don't need to rush. Even if you get the old turtle a mountain of demonic stones, he will only last for another 2 years. It is meaningful, but not that meaningful. Now, you need to figure out what you should do. From the moment you got the sea-quelling painting, you have been assigned to solve this matter. Because, in a sense, you're the one most likely to become a king. Han Fei swallowed. I'm only a hidden fisher. What can I do? Shueishenqi said indifferently, this matter is related to you. Destroying the sea demons and taking back the 10,000 Demon Valley is also related to you. It's just that you don't have the ability to do it now. Therefore, we will help you hold it down. However, someone in the 1,000-star city has already tried to put these responsibilities on you. Han Fei remembered what old Han said. Those big clans in the 1,000-star city couldn't get rid of him, so they would try to destroy him by playing dirty. If he solved this matter, it was his duty. If he couldn't, they might make him take all the blame while they stayed out of it. With this in mind, Han Fei was anxious. What a difficult situation. Shueishenqi's phantom disappeared. Han Fei sat down on the rock, no longer in the mood for fishing. He put away the fishing rod and sat cross-legged on the rock. What should I do now? After confirming that Shueishenqi had gone, Big Yellow carefully walked out and asked, Han Fei, what did you talk about just now? Han Fei waved his hand and sighed. Human troubles. You cats won't understand. Big Yellow. Han Fei knew that when he assimilated the opportunity he had obtained this time, he would definitely go to sea. In other words, there were only 3 months before he went to sea. He certainly couldn't accompany a cat in fishing every day, right? If he were a king and led many people to fight a war, how could he do so? In order to win the war, how many ways were there? The first was to launch a sneak attack and take the initiative to kill the enemies. But this method had problems. Like the Scattered Stars Island, the 10,000 Demon Valley was guarded by a huge army, which consisted of hundreds of thousands of sea demons, hundreds of thousands of red demons, and countless inferior manfish, so a sneak attack wouldn't work. The second was to improve his men's strength. This one was more feasible. However, it required a massive amount of resources. Where could he get these resources alone? So it was the right choice that he sold those ultra-quality spiritual weapons with a 50% discount a while ago. Suddenly, Han Fei froze. Yeah. I need to start improving the availability of weapons, and to improve their weapons, I have to popularize the refining divine platform and increase the number of refiners. Han Fei lunged to his feet. Big Yellow, you will have to fish by yourself from now on. I have something to tend to. Meow. Before Big Yellow could speak, Han Fei flew out with a swish and went straight to the Scattered Stars 7th unit. The Scattered Stars 4th unit. A group of more than a dozen people was taking a break and drinking. At this moment, they were chatting and discussing which styles of clothing looked better. Someone laughed and said, if the ancient battlefield opens up, our pressure will be reduced a lot. Finally, we won't have to refine weapons all day long. Burp. Mu Jiar hiccuped. I heard that the liar, Han Fei, has made a fortune. He had grabbed more than 3,000 ultra-quality spiritual weapons and over 300 semi divine weapons from the ancient battlefield. Now, he is the richest man. Xie Qingqing laughed. Then marry him. Then you will become the richest. Woman. Mu Jiar blushed and became furious. My family is richer than him. My family is damn rich. Gu Nan laughed. Mu Jiar, who do you like? Or, Qing Yan is good too. He's so handsome. Mu Jiar snorted. He is like a piece of wood, cold and only good at refining. Where is he? Someone laughed and said, in addition to researching those refining devices. What else would Qing Yan be doing? Han Fei suddenly appeared at the entrance. Liar, why are you here? Seeing a lot of people drinking here, Han Fei was surprised. Why aren't you refining weapons? Are you so idle now? Xie Qingqing smiled. The ancient battlefield opened up, so a large number of ultra-quality spiritual weapons have just entered the market. We need to wait until people collect enough money. It may take 1 or 2 months, and then we'll get busy again. Gu Nan said, but we will never be as busy as before. I heard that many hidden fishers have dug out ultra-quality spiritual weapons from the ancient battlefield. The pressure on us will be reduced a lot. Suddenly, someone said, Hey! Han Fei, why are you here? Are you going to treat us to dinner? Han Fei chuckled. Yeah, you wish. Han Fei asked, Jiar, have you worked out the refining device I wanted? Mu Jiar said helplessly, how long has it been? Old Guan said that he was only halfway through the study of the arrays. It will take him at least a few months more. Only after that can we make that platform. Then, we'll have to test its performance. It's still early. Han Fei was speechless. Then why are you still drinking here? Where's old Guan? Scolded by him, Mu Jiar immediately said in anger, you weren't even here. Okay? All you know is to slack off, you sluggard. Han Fei touched his nose. Well, I was busy. To share your pressure, I am going to live here in the future. Huh? What? Did I hear him right? Share our pressure? Everyone was dumbfounded. Han Fei said he was here to share the workload? Someone immediately shouted, Han Fei. I have 100 tasks. Can you do some for me? Someone sighed. I have many tasks too. May I give them to you? Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, I'm not helping you refine weapons. I'm here to build a platform to improve your efficiency. Forget it, you won't understand. Where is old Guan? I have something to tell him. Mu Jiar pointed to the inside and said, the innermost refining room. With that, Mu Jiar followed up and said in a low voice, Liar, are you okay? I heard that. Han Fei said crossly, Yes, I'm okay. I'm here to make a contribution to mankind. Mu Jiar. After Han Fei entered Guan Qingyan's refining room, he was stunned. Is this a refining room? It looks like the damn lad that created Frankenstein, Guan Qingyan was sitting on the ground, with a pile of books next to him, and a mess of materials in front of him. Hearing someone coming in, he said impatiently without even looking up, Jiar, go out to play by yourself. I'm busy. Mu Jiar. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh, old Guan, relax. Hearing Han Fei's voice, Guan Qingyan immediately raised her head, and his eyes glowed. Brother Han? Why are you here? Han Fei smiled and said, I'm here to help you fix the platform. Guan Qingyan was visibly stunned for a moment and said incredulously, Are you sure? Han Fei patted his chest and said, Yes, I won't leave here until I fix the platform. Guan Qingyan immediately stood up and said, Great. Brother Han, come here. I have questions to ask you. Here. Here. And here. Mujiar was speechless. Why do they talk about such boring things whenever they meet? She stomped her feet. Humph, you two make a perfect match. Han Fei was residing in the Scattered Stars' 4th unit. For the past 3 days, he devoted himself to discussing and researching refining with Guan Qingyan. Beihua and others were very surprised to know it, exclaiming privately this was really not like something Han Fei would do. At this moment, in the refining room, Guan Qingyan had figured out a lot of things about refining in the past few days and had already taken Han Fei as a confidant. At this moment, he was sorting out the design of the refining platform. However, in terms of a name, Han Fei called it a refining furnace so as to distinguish it from the Sea Demon's refining divine platform. Otherwise, someone might doubt his identity. At this moment, Han Fei had stopped studying refining with Guan Qingyan, because he found that the biggest problem was the array combinations. Although he had already made clear the effects of the array combinations he wanted, it was extremely difficult to achieve them. In his opinion, Old Jiang was the best array master on the Scattered Stars Island. But Old Jiang had left, so he decided to solve this problem himself. Therefore, he resumed his study of the ocean book, which he had put on hold. Among the arrays, the most commonly used were killing arrays, defensive arrays, and some auxiliary arrays, such as the breath-concealing array, stealth array, spirit-gathering array, and sound insulation array. In fact, arrays were created out of necessity. If you had a certain need, you would try to work out a corresponding array. For example, when Han Fei was on the 4th floor of the Scattered Stars prison, he drew a new array, which then caused an explosion. In fact, that could be regarded as an innovative array. At this time, Han Fei was sitting cross-legged, and in his mind, the lines in the ocean book were uncovered one by one. He was just simulating arrays, so he would not receive any substantive attacks. This was the power of the demon purification pot. Although he had only read the ocean book once, the demon purification pot had completely memorized it. Besides, through these lines, each array could be recorded. Killing array? No, it's not what I want. A maze array. This maze is interesting, but it has nothing to do with refining. The extended array of the spirit gathering array, which gathers the essence of water? Oh, this array is good. I can use it to quickly restore the infinity water in the future. After studying for a full 2 days, Han Fei had studied about 1/10 of the arrays in the ocean book, but it would still take him a lot of time to use them proficiently. Practice makes perfect. Otherwise, it would be like learning to write an extremely rarely used Chinese character. Although he could write it, he couldn't write proficiently. As soon as Han Fei opened his eyes, Guan Qingyan looked at him. Brother Han, have you made any progress? Han Fei shook his head slightly. No rush. We need to be thorough. I guess it will take another month. Guan Qingyan nodded. Of course it would take time. He had been studying it for a long time, and no one knew better than him how difficult it was. Although the concept of the refining furnace was proposed by Han Fei, it didn't mean he could also easily make it. Otherwise, he would have made a lot of refining furnaces long ago to earn money. Han Fei stood up. Old Guan. Let's take a rest. Would you like some fruit? Guan Qingyan shook his head. Han Fei shrugged. Scientists are so boring, He picked a pineapple, a few peaches, a few loquats, and a bunch of mulberries. From Forge the Universe. At the same time, he got himself a cup of sea bamboo drink and started eating and drinking. He had barely eaten a peach and a loquat when Mujiar and Beihua came in. Mujiar shouted, "Wow, what are you eating? Why don't you share?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "I'm eating my own food, okay?" With that said, Han Fei grabbed a peach and threw it to Beihua. The latter took it, took a bite, and raved about the delicious peach. As for Mujiar, she had already sat opposite Han Fei, picked up an orange loquat, and took a big bite. She didn't doubt Han Fei's taste in food at all. In this regard, Han Fei was professional. Among the people Mujiar knew, Han Fei was the one who knew best about food. Mujiar mumbled with her mouth full, "What is this?" Han Fei responded casually, "It's just a low-level spiritual fruit, but it tastes good. It has no practical effect." Beihua smiled and said, "Han Fei, how is your research?" Han Fei spit out the peach pit in his mouth and picked up a bunch of mulberries. "Not bad. I should be able to make a prototype in a month." Both Beihua and Guan Qingyan's eyes lit up. Even Mujiar was looking at Han Fei in surprise. "So quickly?" Beihua was a little surprised. Has Han Fei tackled all the technical problems? Guan Qingyan was also stunned for a long time, thinking, "Didn't you just say we shouldn't rush? Can you really make a prototype in a month? Little did Guan Qingyan know that Han Fei still hadn't a proper concept of the time in this world. Han Fei didn't even realize that even a hidden fisher could live for hundreds of years. Therefore, 1 month, in Han Fei's view, was already a long time. Beihua immediately said, "Great. No one will disturb you during this time. Jiar, you'd better stay and study." "Okay, I will." 20 days later. Han Fei finally finished reading the ocean book. Only then did he know how significant the ocean book was. This was literally the essence of an entire era. It contained tens of thousands of arrays, and Han Fei felt that it would take at least 3 years before he could fully master this book. And it might take 5 years or even longer to truly understand everything contained in the book. But he had found more than 100 arrays from the ocean book to support himself in completing the research on the refining furnace. On the 27th day, Han Fei started drawing arrays. Bam. The refining room exploded. Han Fei, Guan Qingyan, and Mujiar sat in the messy room, staring at each other, their faces covered in black ash. Mujiar screamed, "Ah, why did it explode?" Han Fei scratched his head and said, "Don't panic. There must be something wrong. It's not a big problem." This explosion didn't cause much attention because Beihua told everyone not to disturb them. Half an hour later. Bam. 1 hour later. Bam. 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 Aha. In the scattered stars' fourth unity, a group of people was sitting morosely in the outermost hall, having drinks. "Boss Beihua, we can't just let them go on like this. Shall we ask them to Stop? Yeah, Boss Beihua, how can we refine weapons if they go on like this? Have they started experimenting? Aren't they in too much of a hurry? Forget it, I'll go back to my team. First, Beihua took a deep look at the innermost refining room and said leisurely, "Everyone, go back to your teams for the time being. I will notify you if anything happens." Inside the refining room, Guan Qingyan exclaimed, "Brother Han, we don't understand your array drawings." Han Fei said, "Look at the expanded views." Mu Jiar added, "That's not right. Why is the spirit gathering array used in this place?" Han Fei said casually, "It must be used here. This is used to extract the spiritual energy inside the weapon." Guan Qingyan questioned, "Brother Han, what about this one? Why does it need a defensive array?" Han Fei explained, "To avoid the long-term use of the refining furnace causing damage to it." Sticking his head in and listening for a while, Beihua was quite relieved. This was the true future of refining. He'd better not disturb them. He would use the time to visit an old friend. More than 20 days had passed. During this time, the scattered star's fourth unit exploded countless times. Fortunately, each part of it was well protected. Otherwise, the other 6 units would have come over and smashed the scattered star's fourth unit. On a new day, a fruit platter was placed in front of each of the 3. Guan Qingyan had got used to the regular bickering of Mu Jiar and Han Fei, and would join the debate from time to time. Guan Qingyan and Mu Jiar looked at Han Fei seriously. Guan Qingyan asked, "Brother Han, are you really going to do it?" Mu Jiar was nervous. "What if it blows up again?" Han Fei smiled. "Aren't you used to explosions yet?" Mu Jiar took a breath. "Wait a minute. Let me put on a battle suit first." In the next moment, Mu Jiar fully armed herself. She put on a helmet and even covered her eyes. From now on, she only used her perception. Guan Qingyan also put on a battle suit, his face tense. Han Fei took out a large amount of semi-divine materials and started refining them. This time, he was going to make the refining furnace himself. This was not as simple as making an ultra-quality spiritual weapon, or a semi-divine weapon. This was a refining furnace composed of multiple parts and with more than 300 processes. Pieces of parts were refined by Han Fei. Every 30 seconds, one was done on average. Guan Qingyan and Mu Jiar were shocked by his refining speed. Of course, they were using their perceptions to see. They couldn't believe how fast it was happening. For 6 full hours, Han Fei didn't stop. The hearts of Mu Jiar and Guan Qingyan almost jumped out of their throats, because a large independent refining furnace was about to be assembled. After a while, Mu Jiar looked at the refining furnace in shock. Is it finished?" Guan Qingyan took a deep breath and couldn't wait to say, "Brother Han, come on, try it out." Han Fei had already grabbed a few ultra-quality materials and began to melt the spirits and quench the liquid. Several minutes later, the materials were poured into the refining furnace, and Han Fei was about to refine a long knife. The refining furnace began to operate, and the spiritual fire was steaming. Han Fei shouted, "Spirit melting and liquid quenching are not a problem." In the furnace, spirit refining was in progress, and Han Fei was paying close attention to every step and making notes. 50 seconds later, there was no problem. The fusion began. The initial fusion had no problem. The fusion was complete. The spiritual energy was drawn out. The array brand was completed and no change occurred. Hearing that the array brand was completed, Mu Jiar jumped up. Ah! We've succeeded. Han Fei continued, the second micro-refining begins. Spiritual energy. Compression is completed. Spiritual energy. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyelids twitched. It was stuck on the last step, which was to draw the spiritual energy out of the finished product. The semi-divine weapon began to shake. Han Fei suddenly felt a chill down his spine and shouted, "Oh, no! Get ready! Boom, The courtyard of the Scattered Stars' 4th unit instantly turned to ash, and a pillar of fire rose into the sky. Because of the explosion, Han Fei's hair all stood on end. Mu Jiar was sitting on the ground 2,000 meters outside the courtyard of the Scattered Stars' 4th unit, her mind blank. She seems to be thinking, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing, Guan Qingyan was lying prone not far from Mu Jiar, with his head stuck in a bush. The two were thrown out by Han Fei from the pillar of fire. If it weren't for Han Fei's prompt response and the coiled turtle array he set in advance, the two would have been seriously injured. In a minute, a large number of masked people appeared from underground. They stood in the clearing, looking at the pillar of fire, staring at each other. Someone was stunned. What did the Scattered Stars' 4th unit do? It was the Scattered Stars' 2nd unit that was responsible for alchemy, so they were the first who realized what had happened. Whose furnace exploded? How was it so powerful? The mysterious Scattered Stars' 6th unit was responsible for invention and creation. Someone shouted angrily, F***CK. My new research was blown up. Who did this? Come out. The Scattered Stars' 7th unit was responsible for hunting. They were all stunned. Where is the enemy? The Scattered Stars' 5th unit was the supervision department. They immediately identified the suspects and stared at Mu Jiar and Guan Qingyan. The members of the Scattered Stars' 1st unit all came out. Liang Tian said crossly, our secret realm has collapsed. Who did this? In the sky, law enforcers appeared one after another. Someone shouted, what happened? Someone's perception swept over. The one in the pit, come out. Han Fei, covered in black ash, flew out of the pillar of fire. He didn't wear a mask on his face and his clothes were all blown off. Seeing a large group of people staring at him, he chuckled. I'm sorry. We're doing very important research, and there was a slight error. Han Fei? Someone recognized him and was stunned. Girls blushed. They didn't know Han Fei was so well-built and muscular. Oh. His body looked quite attractive. Someone was speechless. You call this a slight error? The entire Scattered Stars' 4th unit has been blown up by you, Han Fei underestimated the power of the furnace explosion. The whole semi-divine weapon refining furnace was made from a large amount of semi-divine weapon materials. And with the same materials, dozens of semi-divine weapons could be refined. Therefore, the power of the furnace explosion was much more terrifying than the explosion of a single weapon. The refining furnace was integral, so problems in any part of the furnace would cause the spiritual energy and energy to be unable to be released, resulting in an explosion. For example, if a tire was too inflated, it would easily blow out. However, this was much more dangerous than a tire blowing up. In the distance, big shots such as Bei Hua, Wang Su, and Li Feiyun were hurriedly flying in this direction. Were they doing experiments? How come they blew up the Scattered Star's 4th unit? Seeing Bei Hua, someone in the Scattered Star's 4th unit asked huffily, Old Bei, how do you think we should solve this matter? Seeing this scene, Yusu sighed. Han Fei, aren't you refining semi-divine weapons? Why was the explosion so powerful? It seems to be even more powerful than an explosion of a low-quality divine weapon. Bei Hua looked at Han Fei. Han Fei, what happened? Putting on clothes, Han Fei said, don't panic. It's not a big problem. Just now, when the finished product was tested, there was an error in one link. I forgot a guiding array. However, there is no problem now. Wait, I will refine a new one right away. Hearing that Han Fei was about to continue, someone immediately shouted, wait. Don't refine any longer, okay? You blew up the entire Scattered Star's 4th unit. Someone stepped back. Wait, let's figure this out. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, you simply don't know anything. I am contributing to mankind. Do you know what I am researching? If I succeed, the number of semi-divine weapons on the Scattered Stars island will be as many as the number of dogs. What is a dog? Never mind. Anyway, I can't stop now. There's only one more step left. Guan Qingyan stood up. I can prove it. A little bit guilty, Mu Jiar also raised her hand. I can prove it too. Li Yunfei frowned and said, Han Fei, are you sure you're almost there? Han Fei nodded. This was just an accident. I missed a step. If you don't believe me, I will show it to you now. A law enforcer asked, is it really that important? Bei Hua looked at the law enforcers and nodded. Yes, very important. It'll bring a revolution to the Scattered Stars Island. The law enforcers glanced at each other and seemed to exchange their opinions. In the end, one of them said, Han Fei, are you sure you won't blow up anything again? Han Fei patted his chest. Yes. Can I fall into the same pit twice? The law enforcer exchanged a look with Bei Hua and the others, and then said, since it is so important, you can continue refining it here. If there is a problem, we can take action in time. The people in the other 6 units were dumbfounded. What are they talking about? Making a contribution to mankind? Seriously? Han Fei stretched out his hand and took out a large pile of semi-divine materials from the hole that was exploded, which piled up like a hill. Okay, Senior Yusu, have you prepared the 5-star refiner certificate for me? Yusu smiled. As long as you succeed, I will give it to you right away. Han Fei smirked. Okay. Wait 6 hours for me. Then he turned serious and pieces of materials floated in the air and started to fuse. Wow. He's refining so fast. Do all refiners refine like him? Being a refiner seems to be more profitable than being an alchemist. Does it only take him minutes to refine an ultra-quality spiritual weapon? Yusu said leisurely, if this kid concentrates on refining, he is sure to make great achievements in the future. Bei Hua didn't speak, thinking, he certainly wouldn't just concentrate on refining, 6 hours later. Under the public gaze, a peculiarly shaped giant egg-like thing appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, it was being covered by spiritual energy and burning. Han Fei took a breath and grabbed a few more ultra-quality materials. Okay. I'm going to get started. As soon as he said so, the crowd immediately withdrew hundreds of meters away. Only the law enforcers and Guan Qingyan were still there. After all, it was their collective brainchild. After a while, Han Fei began to chant in a low voice, "The refining in the furnace has begun." There was no problem in the first 50 seconds. The fusion began. The initial fusion had no problem. The fusion was complete. The spiritual energy was drawn out. The array brand was completed and no change occurred. The second micro-refining begins. When it came to this step, Mu Jiar couldn't help taking 2 steps back. The explosion occurred at this point just now. Han Fei continued. Spiritual energy compression was completed. The excess spiritual energy was successfully guided. The spiritual energy was blocked, and the product was going to be finished. Seeing that the product was going to be finished, Guan Qingyan, Mu Jiar, Bei Hua, Yu Su, and Li Yunfei all held their breath. Success or failure hinged on this one action. When the spiritual fire in the refining furnace gradually disappeared, everyone saw that a long knife shining with a cold glint was floating quietly in the furnace. Han Fei grinned. "We made it. Swish. Aha." Mu Jiar jumped up excitedly and jumped onto Guan Qingyan's back. The latter seemed unaware of her action, and a smile finally appeared on his cold face. Yes, we made it. With a swish, Li Yunfei grabbed the semi-divine long sword in his hand and took out another semi-divine weapon with the other hand. Clang. The airwaves shook, and the semi-divine weapon was unscathed. Li Yunfei murmured, "Yes, we made it. We really made it." Yu Su quickly grabbed the long knife, swallowed, and beamed with joy. "Yes. It's indeed a semi-divine weapon." "Haha. Yes, it's a semi-divine weapon." Bei Hua laughed. "Han Fei, well done." Then he quickly said, "Han Fei, try refining several other weapons, okay?" Han Fei nodded. This refining furnace could do much more than just refine semi-divine knives. The 5 major professions of human beings were hunters, soul warriors, armorists, spirit gatherers, and manipulators. They needed not only weapons, but also armor. For different professions, weapons were divided into sticks, daggers, knives, swords, and shields. Besides, since he could refine one refining furnace, he could refine many more. Han Fei tried refining different weapons. After a while, a big semi-divine shield was refined. Mu Jiar shouted, "I want to have a try too." Han Fei moved his muscles and bones and said, "Okay." Mu Jiar's refining speed was not as fast as his. But this was not a problem. No one dared to make a sound. They were witnessing history, which was much more important than the research of the scattered Star's 6th unit. After a while, a pair of semi-divine daggers were refined. Mu Jiar happily held the daggers high. "Yes, I made it." Guan Qingyan, "Would you like to have a try?" Guan Qingyan nodded hard. Another moment later, a long sword and a long stick appeared one after another. Guan Qingyan took a heavy breath and finally smiled. 5 weapons were all successfully refined, and there was no danger of explosion. "We succeeded." At this moment, Guan Qingyan grinned. He looked up at the sky, very happy, and a huge sense of accomplishment overwhelmed him. Although he was not the lead designer, he still couldn't resist the joy of success. The law enforcers also smiled happily. Except for one who stayed in place, the others left one after another wanting to spread the wonderful news. Bei Hua laughed out loud. From now on, the era dominated by ultra-quality spiritual weapons has passed. The people of the other 6 units all came up to Han Fei. Congratulations! Han Fei, good job. The explosion this time was worth it. The Scattered Stars 4th unit is awesome. Yusu smiled. Han Fei, your 5-star refiner certificate will be delivered soon. Li Yunfei let out a long sigh of relief. It is imperative to reduce the prices of semi-divine weapons. Give me a moment. Let me summon all refiners to discuss the prices of semi-divine weapons. With that, Li Yunfei looked at Han Fei and the other 2. Prepare to write a book on the refining furnace. This book will be circulated throughout the 1,000-star city. The appearance of the refining furnace for semi-divine weapons was simply unprecedented. For a 5-star refiner, if he had the right materials in his hand, it wouldn't be difficult for him to refine a semi-divine weapon. The difficulty lay in how to use ultra-quality materials to refine a semi-divine weapon. This was why the refining furnace was so special. With such a furnace, ultra-quality materials could be used to refine semi-divine weapons. Wasn't this a great achievement? At this moment, the 3 with Han Fei, together with the semi-divine weapon refining furnace, had been invited to the refining hall in the central city. A large group of refiners who learned the news had already surrounded this place. Li Yunfei said, "Everyone, please wait a moment. Let's wait for everyone to come." In the most luxurious refining room of the refining hall, several people were discussing how to name this refining furnace. This thing was created by Guan Qingyan and Mu Jiar under Han Fei's leadership. So, the furnace would be named after these 3 people. This was a rule of the refining hall. Yusu said with a smile, "Don't underestimate the naming of the furnace. The furnace will be named after you, which means that from today on, every time people use this kind of refining furnace, they will mention your names." Li Yunfei said with a smile, "Han Fei, what do you think?" Han Fei bared his teeth. "Is it that important?" Beihua smiled. "It'll make you famous. The entire 1,000-star city will remember your name." Han Fei glanced at Guan Qingyan and Mu Jiar. In fact, Guan Qingyan had studied the furnace the longest. Of course, his contribution was definitely not as great as his. As for Mu Jiar, the concept of this furnace came from her, and she also made many suggestions in the research. Before Han Fei could speak, Mu Jiar said, "How about the trigenius refining furnace, which represents the 3 of us?" Everyone. Han Fei was completely speechless. This name sucked. Han Fei curled his lips. It might as well be called the Hongguanmu refining furnace. Everyone. Mu Jiar's pouted. "Why am I at the end?" Everyone rolled their eyes. "Do you think your name should come first?" Guan Qingyan was silent for a while and said, "It sounds weird." Han Fei frowned. "Do you have any good ideas?" Li Feiyun smiled. "It's easy. Why not the surnames? How about the Feiyanmu furnace?" Everyone. Han Fei shrugged. "Well, old Guan, you decide." Mu Jiar jumped in, "I think." "Shut up. Just eat the peach." Han Fei stuffed a peach into Mu Jiar's mouth. "It doesn't matter what the name is as long as people will remember the furnace was invented by the 3 of us." Guan Qingyan said, "I think Senior Li's idea is good. Just call it the Fei Yanmu furnace. Li Yunfei smiled. "Haha, my suggestions are always good." Yusu and Beihua scoffed. After about half an hour, everyone had arrived. At this moment, the refining Room was crowded with people and everyone was staring at the imbued furnace. When they got the news, to be honest, everyone was dumbfounded. The array brand that Mujiara proposed was already advanced enough. Although it was a bit troublesome, they could already refine semi-divine weapons with that brand. However, when they were told that they didn't need to do anything except throw the materials into a furnace and add spiritual energy and a semi-divine would be produced, they almost couldn't believe their ears. Was there really such a good thing in the world? At this moment, someone asked, Master Yunfei, is this the refining furnace that can refine semi-divine weapons? Li Yunfei said, it just got a new name, the imbued furnace. This furnace was developed by Han Fei as assisted by Guan Qingyan and Mujiara. Then Li Yunfei laughed. Okay, now is there anyone who wants to try it out? You. Yes, you, the tallest one. Come and try this furnace out. Sun Jiao was very excited, as he was only a 3-star refiner. Great. I'll be the first to try out this magic furnace, He said a little nervously, Seniorly, I only have 3 stars. Can I? Li Yunfei smiled and said, I just want to pick a 3-star refiner to operate it. If you can operate it successfully, then it proves that the imbued furnace has no problem and can be mass-produced. Li Yunfei was not joking. Semi-divine materials were hard to come by, so it was impossible to use only semi-divine materials to refine semi-divine weapons. However, with the imbued furnace, semi-divine weapons could be refined with ultra-quality materials. Sun Jiao went on stage. In the crowd, there was another 3-star refiner staring at Han Fei. Han Fei noticed it. Who is this guy? He looks a bit familiar, Then he remembered that this guy was the refine he saw the first time he went to the refining hall and paid to watch others refining weapons. The guy offered to teach him how to refine weapons back then. And that person was shocked. This kid is really a genius. He wanted to teach him refining back then, but Han Fei said arrogantly that refining was simple, which pissed him off. But now he was already a 5-star refiner, while he only had 3. Seeing Han Fei looking at him, he quickly lowered his head and prayed Han Fei didn't recognize him. On the stage, Sun Jia took a breath, and Yusu said with a smile, concentrate and follow the normal procedures of refining an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. You just need to put all the materials in through this hole after spirit refining. Sun Jia nodded solemnly and began to operate meticulously. After all, so many people were looking at him. He must not make any errors. Fortunately, everything went well, although it took a little longer. However, there was no problem with Sun Jia's operation. After a while, he poured the material into the mold. The imbued furnace immediately started to operate automatically, and spiritual energy gushed out. Spiritual fire erupted, and at the moment the spiritual fire rose, the original dim lines on the furnace suddenly lit up and danced as if drawing a wonderful picture. After more than an hour, when the spiritual fire was extinguished, a dazzling longsword was floating in the furnace. It was definitely not only an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Wow! It's done? So simple? This is too simple, right? Damn. With the help of this furnace, the world will change. Ultra-quality spiritual weapons may become the past. If everyone has a semi-divine weapon, the strength of mankind will be greatly improved. Someone shook his head. Don't be too optimistic. First of all, how many Yanmu furnaces can be refined? Besides, it will definitely consume a lot of materials. And the human population is so large. Even if the furnace is operating day and night, I'm afraid it will take a long time to refine enough semi-divine weapons for all human beings, definitely not in only 1 or 2 years. Li Yunfei said, I know your concerns. This time, I've summoned you here to show you how to operate the Feiyanmu furnace. Later, I will personally report to the marshal, and then we'll use all the top materials on the scattered stars island to make Feiyanmu furnaces. Besides, this matter will be announced to the whole city 3 days from now. Then he lavished his praise on Han Fei and the other 2 and dismissed the crowd. Yu Su handed Han Fei the 5-star refiner certificate and said to Guan Qingyan and Mu Jiao, you too can also obtain the 5-star refiner certificate, but not now. You'll get it when all the Feiyanmu furnaces are made. Guan Qingyan nodded. No problem. Mu Jiao didn't have any objection either. The 2 of them certainly couldn't be compared to Han Fei. Han Fei smirked. Senior Yu Su, so do I only have a 5-star refiner certificate? Yu Su smiled. The marshal wants you to meet him later. Han Fei. To be honest, Han Fei didn't want to meet Shueishenqi. Every time he saw the latter, he was straight-faced and put on the air of being important. Yu Su said, oh, by the way, the marshal told you not to meet him until you finish all your refining tasks. Beihua added, and don't forget to write the book. It's urgent. Han Fei. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Hey, I am a hero. I have made a great contribution to mankind. Why do you treat me like a robot on the production line? However, then he thought that as long as he didn't die, the entire 1,000-star city would be his. He was helping himself. With this in mind, Han Fei felt much better. In 8 years, many people should be able to get semi-divine weapons. 3 days had passed. Han Fei and the others were making Feiyanmu furnaces in full swing. Mu Jiao directly engraved Feiyanmu on the furnaces for fear that others didn't know their contribution. On this day, the news about the Feiyanmu furnace was announced to the entire scattered Stars Island. The whole island was boiling. After seeing the magic of the Feiyanmu furnace, many people were amazed. And Han Fei was given a new name, Father of Semi-Divine Weapons. Central City, the mansion of the marshal. Han Fei was looking at the huge map hanging in Shueishenqi's room and exclaimed. In his heart, this sea chart even covers the 10,000 Demon Valley, What? Interested in the 10,000 Demon Valley? Shueishenqi finished handling some official business and then looked up at Han Fei. Han Fei returned to his senses. Ah. Nothing. I just feel a little curious about the sea demon's territory. As if not hearing him, Shueishenqi changed the topic bluntly and looked at Han Fei leisurely. The appearance of the Feiyanmu furnace is very timely. Well done. It's quite similar to the sea demon's refining divine platform. Han Fei was slightly startled, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Oh? Really? I heard Senior Beihua mention it. However, I think the fundamentals of this kind of tool are the same. Really? Without waiting for Han Fei's answer, Shueishenqi said, You've fully controlled your strength, right? Han Fei nodded. I'm almost there. Shueishenqi nodded slightly. Good. After finishing this matter, go to sea and stay on the sea for a year. Then, you can leave. Han Fei asked, shall I come back in a few years? Shueishenqi replied, if you can come back alive and if you still want to become a king. Han Fei shrugged. Okay. I have counted the resources on the scattered stars island. If all the resources are used to make Feiyanmu furnaces, we can probably make 48, but I think you still have many resources on your hands. Right? Shueishenqi said indifferently, sure. I'll take care of the rest. This time, you'll be granted an 8-star rank. I hope you can reach the 9-star rank in a year. Other rewards are useless to you. Just give them to others. Okay. You can go now. Han Fei wasn't given any credits. Anyway, he didn't need them now. The value of level 2 soul crystals was far less than before. The only useful thing were spiritual life fruits. However, he had accumulated as many as 100 life fruits on the ancient battlefield, so life fruits weren't that attractive to him now. As for combat skills, he had too many of them now. He would take advantage of the next year to get himself prepared to go to the 1,000-star city. He didn't know what would happen if he went there. After all, it was his enemy's territory. In a carnival shop, Han Fei and the other 3 of the thug legends were talking. Han Fei butted in, so, Shueishenqi must have a purpose. Since he didn't want to make more Feiyanmu furnaces, I think he still wants to hone people with the ancient battlefield. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. It's more than that. Everyone wants semi-divine weapons. However, the Scattered Stars Island has a large population, not to mention the 1,000-star city. 48 furnaces are definitely not enough. Even if a refiner works day and night, he refines at most 20 semi-divine weapons a day. Even if 1,000 semi-divine weapons can be refined a day, it will take several years to meet the consumption of the Scattered Stars Island, which will create a great sense of competition. And I guess there may be conditions to get a semi-divine weapon. Lu Renquang added, I heard an announcement that 480 pieces can be refined in one day. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. I've also heard that. Luo Xiaobai said, the Scattered Stars Island needs this kind of mechanism. In the beginning, semi-divine weapons were not popularized. Otherwise, the people on the island wouldn't have been motivated. I think the marshal is prolonging the time in order to prepare for the war in 8 years. During these 8 years, he wants to keep everyone in a state of tension. Hearing what Luo Xiaobai said, Han Fei immediately figured it out. If everyone on the Scattered Stars Island got a semi-divine weapon, it should be when the people were most confident, and when their combat power reached the peak. He had to admit that this was a good plan. If it were him, he would have made all semi-divine weapons at once and given one to each person. Realizing that Shueishenqi was very good at dealing with sea demons, Han Fei felt relieved. Han Fei tossed his head and said, okay, enough with this topic. I'll finish my book on refining in a few days, and let's go to sea after I give it to the refining hull, okay? Zhang Xuanyu immediately said with excitement, okay. I can't wait. Our strength has improved a lot and it's the right time for us to go to sea. Over the past 6 months, Han Fei had been trying to control the strength he had gained. Because the power gained from the source water was like a catalyst, catalyzing his strength to the peak that he could currently achieve. And the strength of the other 3 was indeed improving by leaps and bounds. They had experienced the ancient battlefield, the underground city, and the boneyard, and had obtained many opportunities Old Han also gave them some opportunities. Besides, they were in no shortage of resources. It would be strange if they didn't make progress. Because Han Fei had been trying to control his strength and didn't make progress in cultivation this half a year, they were in the same realm now. They were all advanced, hidden fishers, and Luo Xiaobai was even close to her peak state. Of course, in terms of combat power, the three of them were still inferior to him. However, if he fought the three of them alone and didn't use the void lines, it might take him quite a while to defeat them. 5 days had passed. This day, on the roof of the refining hall on the west side of the scattered Stars Island. Hu! A loud roar resounded in all directions. Many passers-by and the people in the opposing logistics division all raised their heads, thinking which idiot was yelling on the roof. When they looked up, however, they were surprised to find it was Han Fei. Someone shouted at the roof, "Master Han Fei, why are you on the roof?" Han Fei laughed out loud. "Everyone, don't miss the chance. Today, I, Han Fei, appeal to everyone to consider learning to refine. Although the Feiyanmu furnaces can refine semi-divine weapons, the number of semi-divine weapons is still limited, but I can tell you that I've improved the refining technique. Perhaps in the near future, you can also refine your own weapons. Now, I have put my book on refining in the refining hall for everyone to study for free. Okay, that's all." Han Fei finished speaking in one breath and flew to the south on the wind god boat with a swish. He had made an appointment with Luo Xiaobai and the others to assemble on the southern coast. The 10,000 Demon Valley was to the west of the scattered Stars Island. The Pearl Sea was to its north, and the ancient battlefield was to the east and the north of it. But they hadn't explored south of the scattered Stars Island yet. Han Fei shouted on the roof of the refining hall, because Beihua and Yusu asked him to do so. According to Yusu, with the birth of the Feiyanmu furnace, fewer and fewer people wanted to learn to refine. Development needed talents, so they asked Han Fei to do some promotion. After Han Fei left, many people rushed to the refining hall. This caught the people in the refining hall completely off guard. Seeing this scene from a distance, Beihua and the others were very satisfied. However, the next moment, the smile froze on their faces. Someone in the crowd said, "For free? Really? Great. Let's take a copy first." Someone smiled. "Yes, I can pass it on to my son. When it's time for him to go to the level 3 fishery, maybe I can make 2 ultra-quality spiritual weapons for him." Someone sneered. "Do you think it's so simple? It costs a lot of money to become a refiner." Some people were disdainful. "Practice with common materials first." Common materials are worthless. Someone agreed. "Even if I can't become a refiner, I heard the refining technique is heaven level. I can sell it anyway." Beihua, Yusu, Li Yunfei. The third day after Han Fei and the others left the scattered Stars Island. In the sky, the cloud whale whooshed over, with a lot of people on its back. The 36-town competition was held every 5 years. It was only 2 years since the last batch of people came. Why did this group of people come at this time? On the cloud whale's back, a 4-star hanging fisher said, "You are the luckiest group of people in the history of the scattered Stars Island. You know, just half a year ago, a big war broke out between humans and sea demons. We killed more than 5,000 sea demons in the sea demon realm." "Senior, what is a sea demon?" And what is the sea demon realm? The man was annoyed. Don't interrupt me. Just listen to me. The 4-star hanging fisher told the story about the war between the Scattered Stars Island and sea demons. Hearing the legend-like story, these young people were all excited. The hanging fisher said, because of this war, we humans get some breathing space and don't have to worry about the attacks of sea demons every moment. Besides, Marshal Shui agreed to open up the 5,000-kilometer sea area near the Scattered Stars Island for the first time. A young man said, Senior, how come it's only 5,000 kilometer? The level 3 fishery extends hundreds of thousands of kilometers. 500 is too small. Right? The hanging fisher scowled. You know nothing at all. Do you know how large the previous limit was? 200 kilometers. Now it's 5,000, and you complain it's too small? A random creature in the outer waters can kill you. Where do you think this is? Suddenly, another young man asked, Senior, do you know Han Fei? The hanging fisher paused and couldn't help but look up at the starry sky. He's a legend. Someone asked, who is Han Fei? The hanging fisher smiled and said, he's a lunatic who broke into the dark Hunter Legion twice and wandered alone in the outer waters for a full year and survived when he was only a hanging fisher, a monster who killed countless strong masters on the ancient battlefield, a peerless heavenly talent. In the last 60 years, he is the only one who has obtained a wind god pearl, and he's also the only genius who made semi-divine weapons with ultra-quality materials. In the history of the 1,000-star city, the hanging fisher got more and more excited as he spoke, and he blushed from excitement. He calmed down for a while, before continuing. There are too many rumors about Han Fei. When you hit the Scattered Stars Island, others will tell you about him. Okay, now I want to tell you about your waist tags and job assignment. In the crowd, He Xiaoyu sighed. Sure enough, he is famous now. Another pair of men and women also sighed and looked at each other. It was the same river and the same place, but different people. The command center, Trans-Island Inspectors, Fishers Union, Dark Hunter Legion, Logistics Division, Guard Group, Law Enforcement Group, Pioneer Group, Refining Hall, Alchemy Union, and many other units were welcoming the newcomers. Where is Fei Yang? Where is Fei Yang? Is Sushin here? He Xiaoyu, who is He Xiaoyu? Come here. Who is Wang Baiyu? Come here and let me take a look at my new team member. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan, where are you two? Come here, don't keep me waiting. The Pioneer Group needs new members, preferably 2-star rank. Liberal wages and benefits. Does anyone want to join the Dark Hunter Legion? Come join the Dark Hunter Legion. The Fishers Union is recruiting. Sign up and it won't affect your jobs. Refining apprentices needed. Work part-time and no experience is required. It won't affect your main profession. 100 high-quality pearls every month. After a moment, a girl frowned and looked at the two people in front of her. Are you guys only advanced fishers? How did you get a 3-star rank? Ling Yuan frowned. What? Are you doubting our strength? The girl sneered. Did you bribe people to get here? Do you know where you are going? Chu Jinan asked dully, where? The girl coughed and said, ahem, listen, I'm Wu Xiaoxiao, captain of the 37th Team of Advanced Inspectors, 8th Battalion, 3rd Column, Skeleton Shore. I'm here to receive 2 3-star new members. I didn't expect that you would only be advanced fishers. Chu Jinan smiled. You may not be able to beat us. Bang. Bang, Wu Xiaoxiao just wanted to teach this arrogant boy a good lesson when she looked at the crowd in surprise. Why is Dor carrying Marshall here? Isn't he already a law enforcer? Is he here to pick up someone? Wang Dashui, who carried a big blue door, attracted the attention of many people. He was looking around. Little junior brother, little junior sister. Who are Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan? Wu Xiaoxiao. A full year and a half had passed since the war on the ancient battlefield. The Scattered Stars Island had slightly relaxed the entry standards of the schools in the 36 towns and the 7 academies in the 1,000-star city. At the same time, they allowed some of the peak-level dangling fishers in the Level 3 fishery to enter the island. Although they just relaxed the standards a little bit, it resulted in hundreds of thousands of people swarming into the Scattered Stars Island all at once. After all, the population under the rule of the 1,000-star city was too large. Because of the participation of these people, those who were originally stationed on the Scattered Stars Island could go a little deeper into the waters around the island to hunt. This year had the most breakthroughs with the people on the Scattered Stars Island. Because there was no invasion of sea demons, the strength of human beings grew quickly. At least, many peak-level dangling fishers made breakthroughs and became hanging fishers. Of course, that was because offshore waters were relatively safe. Humans only faced the danger from the ocean and didn't have to deal with the intrusion of sea demons. However, in the sea area 200,000 kilometers away, there were still many sea demons. Although the 10,000 Demon Valley suffered from a heavy blow, causing the sea demons' battle line to draw back, due to the danger and vastness of the ocean, humans still couldn't set foot in the farther deep seas. During this year, some people quietly rose, and some people's stories had also been passed on by word of mouth. In fact, in the ocean, any battle could become a legend. For example, someone discovered a little secret realm today. As long as the explorer survived, people would have one more topic in the carnival shop. Or someone had found a certain strange creature somewhere. They would exaggerate the hunting process, which could also become a piece of talk. Anyway, the carnival shop was a place for people to drink and brag. Every day, there were countless stories left here. But sometimes, sad news could also be heard there. For example, a team went to sea but never came back. A certain human being was found to have a problem and was arrested by the Scattered Stars prison. Someone was fighting against sea demons in the outer waters. And among them, one story went like this. It was said that several mysterious people appeared in the outer sea. They were very elusive, and in just 1 year, no fewer than 100 sea demon dens were sniped by them. Some people said that they were actually law enforcers. Some people said that they were from the Empyrean waterfall. After they were allowed to leave the waterfall, they went to sea to kill sea demons to vent. Someone said that he was saved when he was exploring in that sea area, and the one who saved him was Han Fei. He recognized him because of his phantom glass wings. Anyway, there were many sayings about those mysterious people, and everyone had their own version of the story. This day, the sky was clear and cloudless. About 600,000 kilometers away from the Scattered Stars Island, in a deep sea valley, 4 people were lying in a sandpit. Lu Renquang said, Fei Fei, it's been 3 days. Why haven't those sea demons come out yet? Luo Xiaobai assured him, don't worry. This secret realm isn't large. Maybe There is something in it that attracts them. Zhang Xuanyu played with the sand in boredom and said, "Why don't we just go in and kill them?" Han Fei was chewing dried fish and said lazily, "No rush. This time, these sea demons have a sea spirit powerhouse as the team leader, and there are a large number of them. If some of them die in the secret realm, there will be less pressure on us. Let's wait 2 more hours. If they still don't come out in 2 hours, let's go in." Not long after, a sea spirit level sea demon appeared in a seemingly normal stone in the valley. The sea demon looked around and didn't find anything wrong, so he casually waited for the sea demons behind to come out. Han Fei grinned. "Okay, let's get him. Swish, 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 The 4 of them launched an attack at the same time, regardless of the other sea demons. As long as they resolved the sea spirit first, the rest could pose them no threat. The sea spirit was startled. But instead of turning his head, he directly activated his secret method, launched Sea God Descends, and released his associate spirit. However, a large number of vines rushed out of the ground, and a thorn light appeared on his back instantly, not allowing him to escape. At this time, space here had already been distorted. "Humph. Are you only hidden fishers? Die." Ignoring Zhang Xuanyu's spear, the sea demon activated a flash-type combat technique similar to Flying Flower Demon Flash. However, space was distorted, and he was stabbed in the shoulder by Zhang Xuanyu's spear. How is this possible? Who? As soon as the sea spirit flashed out, a pair of phantom glass wings appeared in the place where he was about to reach ahead of him. Dazzling fist marks illuminated the seawater that was shrouded in darkness. Blood burning. The sea spirit still tried to resist only to find the power of this hidden fisher actually reached 2 waves. Bam. This person was directly blasted into a big black hole. Hum. This sea spirit didn't even have a chance to activate Sea God Descends before he was sucked into the big hole. A cold blade of light stretched out of the big black hole and pierced the semi-divine battle suit on his body. Parasitic technique. Then something began to sprout inside the sea spirit. Horrible vitality erupted from his body, and seaweed grew wildly in his wounds, mouth and nose. 3 tremors to the sea. Boom. 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 The 10-meter space around the sea spirit was shaking, and each time it shook, it contained a horrible power. Being shocked 3 times in a row, the sea spirit had its 5 internal organs shattered and his bones broken. Han Fei didn't even launch an attack. The other 3 had cooperated to kill the sea demon. Since the moment Zhang Xuanyu's spear pierced the sea spirit's body, the latter had no power to fight back. The sea spirit tried to use the power of the law, but his law was the sound wave. Subject to a series of attacks, he had no chance to use it. Besides, his associate spirit didn't listen to his call at all, as if being controlled by others. So what else could he do? He tried to use the immortal seal. However, at the moment his heart was pierced through, a terrifying soul power took over its body. At that moment, this sea spirit's soul was controlled and he died without even having the chance to use the immortal seal. And as soon as he died, his associate spirit, a big jellyfish, was held by Han Fei with the void lines and cut into pieces. The battle ended within 3 seconds. A sea spirit level powerhouse was easily killed by Han Fei and his companions. Swish. When the second sea demon came out of the secret realm, he happened to see this scene, and Han Fei even beckoned at him, surprised. After slaughtering more than 30 sea demons in a row, they were sure the remaining 20-odd sea demons should have died in the secret realm. This time, the harvest was quite abundant. They obtained 3 full sea swallowing seashells, which contained more than 100,000 caddies of spiritual spring, a mid-quality divine weapon, a bottle of medicine, nearly 100 spiritual fruits, and dozens of combat skills. However, they didn't take these spoils seriously. For human beings, the fastest way to grow was to obtain resources in the ocean. And they had done things like today dozens of times and had long been used to it. 3 hours later, the 4 of them came out of the secret realm. Most of the secret realm was destroyed. It looked to be the residence of a prehistoric sea demon, and they didn't find anything here. Luo Xiaobai said, if we don't go to the 10,000 Demon Valley, many things here are actually of little use to us unless we find a large secret realm. However, these are extremely rare. Shall we return to the scattered Stars Island? Han Fei nodded slightly, then shook his head. Xiaobai, don't you feel that something is wrong? Luo Xiaobai took a look at Han Fei and thought for a while. Yes, there seems to be something wrong. If I were that sea spirit, I would find a way to bring the prehistoric creature inside back to the 10,000 Demon Valley. This would be better than killing it. Han Fei nodded. Yes, but the ancient sea demon inside is dead. We can't know its intentions now. Zhang Xuanyu said, will there be any clues in the resources we just seized? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Wait, let me check it. Lu Renquang said, I think it's simple. If we met someone from ancient times, we would also treat him as an enemy. After a while, Luo Xiaobai shook her head. I found no clue. There are only simple resources. Han Fei smiled and said, forget it, let's go back to the island. No matter what, sea demons won't be able to attack the Scattered Stars Island in the foreseeable future. And it's time for us to go to the Thousand-Star City. Zhang Xuanyu jested. Xiaobai, you're going home soon. Are you excited? Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, no. Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. You're so boring. Are there many beauties in the Thousand-Star City?